Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun.
Selamat ulang tahun ke yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi. Ucapkan selamat hari lahir. Selamat hari jadi keempat.
Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat.
For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile. Kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary. Yay!
Happy 4th year anniversary.
Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat.
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile. Kepada PUBG Mobile.
Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Here's to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa untuk saksikan kami.
Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
MYSGPH Spring
Pada 23 hari bulan ini,
Pada 23 Mac sehingga 17 April. Tempat ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik
kelakar semua ada. Jangan risau, meletup apa semua ada.
di Facebook dan YouTube. See you there.
See you there.
See you there. Bye-bye.
One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. One, mos, gemuk. 1, 2, 3, action. Macam tu.
3, 2, 1, action!
I think it's going to be competitive.
Bukan agak lah, memang lebih mencabar.
Pasti sengit. PMPL season ni lagi sengit daripada PMPL season 4. Confirm.
Agak mencabar lah untuk format baru. Benda bagus yang patut ada kat Liga.
Lagi seronok lah sebab tak ada orang yang boleh try and error. Diorang dah tak ada masa untuk main-main lah.
Baguslah untuk tim yang konsisten.
Kita orang akan perform lah untuk nak dapatkan extra 20 point tu. Memang for rival akan buat yang terbaik lah setiap game. Free point. Easy je. Memang easy.
Free point je kot.
Because they have player named Demigod, but I don't think he's God.
Singapore tu easy. Philippines tu lagi easy. Buat je semua tu.
We are prepared in this league, and we think that the Malaysian and the participating teams is fearing us since all teams are eyes on us.
Malaysia mesti dominate weh. Kau tak payah nak cakap besar kau akan dominate liga kita orang. Bak datang. Kita tunggu.
Almost the whole team of SMG to Homebois, because there's like 75% of the core members.
Review? Kenapa tu? Tak kenal tu. Sorry tu. I think exist because of jumper. Actually he replace Voke punya tempat. Because we know Voke how he handle team AZ before. They really barbar. Kita pun tahu how jumper punya gameplay. So I don't think they can commit well use jumper, but I'm not sure. Just wait and see.
Dia sebenarnya terkejut Din lah. Dia keluar daripada secret masuk ke Aziz. Tapi ada udang di sebalik batu sebenarnya. Kalau korang nak tahu, boleh tengok saya punya.
Saya rasa Voke lah. Saya pun tak jangka Voke pergi forever tu. Saya ingat Voke akan stay, tapi dia pergi sana. Apalah.
As I know, like Haiko went to THQ, so maybe because he didn't do anything in EVOS as well. Even he go THQ, he didn't give any impact. So I think that's the reason why Andrew kicked him there.
Trash talk lah kan?
Tim Bosskur lah, tim Bosskur. Saya tak nak main dia. Saya benci dengan Aboy. Jangan beria. Jangan beria sangat. Aboy tu. Dengar ni boy, jangan beria. Kita orang just nak warning kat Bosskur, berhati-hati di jalan raya, tengok kiri kanan. Kalau nampak Homebois punya kill feed, jangan kacau. Sebabnya kalau nampak, mungkin korang pula mati lepas tu. Break it on!
To those who underestimate us, for example KHI, we are looking to put on a great performance, so don't let your guard down.
Hello, Jumper. I hope that you prepare your team, and I hope you will beat us soon in La Cabrera. And hopefully, we will leave that area. Bye-bye.
Forever.
sebab ada Voki. Sebab Voki tak suka kita pun tak suka dia.
Kepada MAB, sebenarnya aku suka je semua orang. Sebab aku suka dapat bunuh-bunuh orang-orang yang senang-senang ni.
Untuk challenge ni saya nak bagi dekat Boyka. Jangan yakin sangat sebab team dia tu cakap firepower je. Otak tak ada.
Okey, pada EVOS Mia tu yang acah-acah harimau tu, kalau kita orang jumpa korang memang kita orang buat bersate kucing.
Tanpa korang, siapalah kami? YA4R win!
Realize.
GG RSG.
The 2022 PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH Spring will include 18 competition days from March 23rd to April 17th, with a total prize pool of $150,000. 20 teams will compete in the country league stage. This session, each team will earn weekly bonus points at the end of each week based on that week's tournament ranking. Additionally, after 3 weeks of competition, teams will be ranked according to their overall match ranking and elimination scores and awarded league bonus points. After the first 3 weeks, the 16 teams with highest total weekly bonus points and league bonus points combined will compete in the country grand finals, where their total bonus points will also serve as their initial scores. After the country grand finals, the top 3 teams from overall ranking points will automatically qualify for the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. Top 4 to top 6 teams of overall ranking points will qualify to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship play-in, where they will compete for the last 3 slots to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
The flight to the 2022 PMPL Malaysia-Singapore, Philippines Spring Split to take off in 16 seconds.
Hai, saya Kuza. Dalam PMPL MYSGPH Spring kali ini, kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan champion.
Stand up. Stand up. Jangan pernah kita
Stand up. Never give up on fight until you
Teruskan
succeed.
impian.
Stand up.
Masih ada bakal berburu dapat dia baling. Dia masa tu dia baling lompatan band payah tinggal emas kali ini.
Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals.
Jatuh dengan high cool. Jatuh Mail, mungkin W1D1 pula akan jatuh lagi sekali.
RSG.
Untuk mempertahankan informasi, dia akan dapat dia sebentar dari knockdown dekat situ. Dan Geek memberikan informasi kepada Yoodo.
Sam 9.
Lebih dahulu tidak. Wah, oleh posisi sekarang ini tinggal garang. WQT tinggal satu bom dibaling dan WQT nyawanya rendah.
Access redONE.
Paling mungkin sebentar saja lagi Fredo kena turun. Ya, Fredo dah turun. Dijatuhkan lagi. Fredo kena kelas.
Team Secret.
Pemain akan mula tu terang berlawan dengan pasukan tersebut.
Oh, tu ni yang sangat berbahaya.
Majoriti pasukan akan memikirkan perkara akan tinggal 8 ataupun 7 pasukan saja.
Ya, benar tadi.
Almighty.
Red is going to come in from the other side.
Literally 1 HP.
Kai Esports. Geek Fam. MAB Esports. Team Hawk. Dingoz Esports.
EVOS telah pun dijatuhkan. SMG akan dicari.
Pakai satu bomba lebih exam. Ini berbaki dengan satu.
Kelemahan tak boleh nak dinafikan lah.
Kayaknya sekarang ini sangat kali melihat gambar sama-sama.
Farang Lejund. R2K. EVOS VIP.
Posisi di luar, dia bergerak ke depan, meninggalkan sekarang ini tim bom. Dia cari sudut sekarang untuk pasukan R2K. Ada
aku sampai untuk di knockdown.
Tengokkan dan tunggu boleh dijatuh.
Jadi ini memang pertarungan antara dua pasukan, iaitu tim Secret dan juga EVOS.
Sangat.
TABAH NC. Team SMG. GENEXUS.
Irama dilakukan satu per Welcome back berlangsung. Kita saksikan pada ketika ini Six flanker tersebut mengelakkan kematian yang kedua.
Adakah cepat bermain ataupun tidak oleh kedua untuk mengesahkan
Homebois. Team Bosskur. Clutch Guerilla.
Susun satu pergerakan yang sangat pertama. Seakan ada
hampir dapat kedua. Dan kerana Alpha akan datang bentuk hilang dengan bunyi gratis. Kanan ketika ini ada
strictness. Sedikit mungkin fall damage yang berlaku kepada pasukan Rival menyebabkan
This is the long-awaited brand new starting point and new battleground of 2022. 20 excellent teams will meet in the PMPL arena to fight for the 150,000 USD prize pool, and all the players are ready to drop into this new battleground to prove themselves to be the one. Welcome to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH Spring, and hi, I'm Fira Fendi and I am your host for today. And this year, Realme as the tech trendsetter will partner with PUBG Mobile to support the young talents in esports with the best-in-class products. And our official digital telco partner Yoodo is Malaysia only digital telco, and it is offering the country first truly customizable mobile service with complete transparency, flexibility and customer convenience. The first match of the day is about to start. Will your favorite players win the first match and get the winner chicken dinner? What incredible gameplays will we see today? Let us witness together the 2022 PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH Spring starts now.
To be the mic, this time around I'll be playing your host. My name is Keith and we are in for the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH Spring. For the very first time having PH onto this panel. So we have but the people to thank for on top. Talking about, of course, PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. Thank you for making this one happen. Just keeping C within ourselves to someday develop into the strongest region in PUBG Mobile. Some people already say we already are. But more on that one happening next. We are coming in with a lot of things that has changed and is different from the format, from the team roster shuffle. We have some new familiar faces that are also back on to the competitive scene. One of them, Biu from GENEXUS. So I'm guessing a lot of people are curious to find out about how this new team is gonna, do some damage within the scene. And like, let's not, try and play like as if we don't know what's going on here, okay? We know for sure that the PUBG Mobile Pro League has started off at, I guess, a more heated event, right? Bantering started even before the tournament did, and I guess we are going to settle the score here for the next 3 weeks plus one. That is the country finals that will happen. More on that one soon enough. But for now, this is what we have going down. Be the One is the theme. It is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring once again, and we will get you into the format in just about a bit. If you have any questions, do head over to all our socials at PUBG Mobile Esports Malaysia or PUBG Mobile Esports itself or PUBG Mobile. They have a bunch of pages. Go over wherever the live stream is being held at. Drop it down in the comments. I will be sure to pick them out and read them as we go by, okay? Because I'm that kind of guy, and this time around, I'm not right behind the casting desks. So I've got times on my hand, time in which I want to spend catering back onto the viewers. We want to make things different this time around. We want things to be more interactive, and it all starts with you back at home. So drop yourself down a comment down into the live streams, and we will get into more of PUBG Mobile action. So what can we say about the team? Voki, based on the video, if you noticed earlier on, he has been a hot topic, at least in the Malaysian scene. He's done a lot of, he's contributed a lot in the previous season, actually helping Axis Red 1. This time round, he moved out, and his teammates didn't even know of his loyalty, that he would actually take the move onto now currently known as Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. It is a powerhouse of a team, massive firepower, and with him on the side to call in the shots, I think they are one of the teams to be afraid to look out for when it comes to the Malaysian region. Meanwhile, ALMGHTY making it from the Singapore region. They are the best of the best, where they came from, fighting their way through, and here they are reading their name out. It is an honor to have them. And of course, our guests of honor, PH, the Philippines, is now joining the PMPL League, or at least this region, now going in as a 3-region party. And we have KHI Esports coming in from the Philippines side. Although, things got a little bit heated in the beginning, but of course, that is all part of competitive plays. Let's be honest, you wouldn't watch this if you didn't like the essence of competitiveness, the little gut in you, right? Everyone's got an ego, including myself, let's be honest. And whenever you get the chance to prove your ego right, that's when things get interesting, and that would all happen down here in this Pro League alone. I am excited. I hope you're excited as well. We have Castis right by my side here, who's also waiting and eagerly to get into the game. But of course, we do have show match to look out for first. Now, into the schedule and format that's changed and different this time round. Of course, teams will be playing weekly for placement in which they will be remunerated with the points as follows. The first place going on as 15 points, second and 12, third at 10. This is the in-game point where you finish with a chicken and you get 15 for full, and every elimination points comes to 1. The total prize pool we're playing this time around is at the amount of 150,000 US dollar. So it is one huge pizza to get a slice of here. And with this new point system as well, to add into the competitiveness, things are only going to get spicy and dicey, if I say so myself. So, again, back into how the league format is going to work. This time around, we will not be having super weekends. We will instead have 5 games every day, in which the teams who ends up in the first week will be remunerated with these points as follows. So, for example, if a team ends up at first place after the 5 games in a single week, that team will then earn themselves 20 full points for week number 1. Second team will win 19 points for themselves. Third with 18, and it goes down, tapering all the way to the 20th spot with only 1 point to carry onto the next week itself. And this system will repeat itself for the next 3 weeks. That is going to be the Country League format, and at the end of the Country League, whoever in total, they're going to calculate all these points which they earned every week, and the ones with the highest points will then be placed into another order, which then they will add another bonus points on top of that one. So it's confusing, but we're gonna get into it, and trust me, like Sir Cloud said, behind the scene, eventually we're all gonna love it, we're all gonna get used to it, and let's take a look at the teams playing. Group A, we have Geek Fam coming in with R2K, Farang, Lejund, and Clutch Guerilla. Meanwhile, Group B, we welcome ourselves with Team Secret, Sem9, GENEXUS, and Homebois. In the Group C, Axis redONE is in play alongside with EVOS VIP, Dingoz, and Team Bosskur. Meanwhile, Group D, we welcome Team SMG, and the list goes on and on. You saw it. We'll repeat ourselves eventually. Meanwhile, take a look at today's matches. We're going to kick things off with a show match here in Erangel with a twist. By the way, it's not going to be your standard run and gun battle royale in this first show match, because it's a show match after all. Points is not the biggest deal, and it's all about showcasing what's fun, and they're going in with a twist. You'll find out what that twist is later on in the game. Meanwhile, match number 1 begins at Sandhawk today with Group B, C, D, and E, which means some of the teams will not be playing from Group A. Actually, all the teams from Group A won't be playing in that first match. Match 2 comes in, and Erangel with ACDE groups playing. Match 3 at Miramar with ABCE. Match 4 with Miramar again with ABDE. And match 5 on Erangel with ABCD. Right, and this format or rotation of the map will be stagnant throughout the entire competitive country league here. However, the group placing, the group order will be different. So that's one to look out for. So now that Miramar is going back to back, do you think do you like it? Let me know down in the comments below if you think watching Miramar back to back is a bit of a long stretch, right? Because Miramar is a big map. However, if you look at it on the plus side, Miramar has always been competitive with its firepower. Being in an open map, I think for me, I personally like Miramar, watching it go, and kicking Sandhawk out of the equation earlier on in the day, it seems like a good thing for these teams, because let's be honest, out of all the maps, Sandhawk's probably the most difficult to play on, based on how random circles can get and how reliant teams are towards these circles. So that is the format. I know it can get confusing. Let me know if you get it down in the comment below, but essentially this is what's up. Every week you play for placing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever it is, and then based on your placing at the end of the week you get points, full points at 20, and it goes down 19 all the way down to 1, right? So you could collect those points for the next 3 weeks. Whatever the total is will give you a placing for the country finals, which in the end of the day you get bonus points from, which means every map counts. No longer are the days where teams have the luxury and time to, warm up a little and get cozy, because every match that you miss out could be a match that you could be raking points in to make sure that you get the best possible outcome and a head start when it comes to the country finals. Yes, we're going to mention that points that you earn throughout the entire country league translate onto the country finals, which means you get an advantage. That's pretty much it. I really don't want to use an advantage because that sounds like it's up against fair game, but it is in the end of the day a fair game if you still have to compete to get the head start, right? So that's what's up with the new format. Let us know. Do you like the new idea? Do you hate it? I mean, surely not. Everyone I've talked to, including myself, I think it's a good idea, which means we're going to see teams going all in, guns blazing from the get-go. No time to willy-nilly and, try and heat up the machines here. Now, talking about things that are new when it comes to PUBG Mobile, we have got a new patch called the 1.9, PUBG Mobile version 1.9 here. Do check out, they're going in with some vibrant anniversary a lot of new things to look out for, right? Classic mode improvements as well, with new zip lines, brand new outlook in the cheer park, competitive racing, and new firearms. So there's a lot of things that you can explore and actually make this experience one for your own. The bridge is new, in classic mode, and so on. So, moving on, we have got another new mode. It's called Don't Turn Into a Balloon, whereby you'll be playing, and I guess if you get hit, you turn into an inflatable balloon, which is, let's be honest, less than sexy. So, yeah, go check them out. It's not all serious around here. We still want to have some fun, right? So, when it comes to all these modes, it's to help you enjoy the game a little better. And the talent predictions for this first match, which is the show match, I'm guessing is going to be KHI Esports. Actually, I'm not guessing. I'm giving it to them because you know why? I think they've started off very, very intense, a lot of buzz around their name, and they're going in with something to prove for themselves, right? Also, they are also our guests for this season, so I might as well just give them the spotlight, right? Anyways, that's all for me for the intro here. I'm going to pass you on to where all the action begins with the caster, that is SirCloud and ContraCast.
Well, thank you very much, Keith, and it's great to be back here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH. It's your boy here, Contra, and along with our dear charming SirCloud, that's going to be casting all our matches all together throughout the evening. Well, a lot of exciting things are happening in 2022, and in this season itself, back then it was just MYSG. Now we've got PH on board as well. How exciting is that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, PH have shown their versatility as well. I mean, we've seen them also be playing in the C level before this, and it'll be interesting to see if they can keep up to this. But here we go. The show match will be our opener for the PMPL.
Well, it's a quick dive into our show match, and I thought we had a lot more banter, but let's see what we've got right here.
All right, so the show match will be our opener for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. And here we go. This will be the first showing for our teams today. And not only this will be played in Erangel, it will be played in the new special mode in Erangel.
Indeed, and of course, we talked about the new vibrant mode that was introduced into play, and there's so many additional stuff, zip lines, and I heard Keith talking about balloon. That's also another mode that has been coming into fruition, and I hope you guys have tried it out yet. And here we are. We have some teams going into aerial combat on top, and oh, it's a party! My goodness me, have you ever seen this before? I don't even know who should I start with right here.
Well, it's like rainbows all over. And here we go. I can't even see, okay, I can see someone's dropping over, and that's about it. But we have Luke here. Finally, we have visual onto RSG. He's gonna go and get some elimination points for himself, I guess. And it's just a party that's happening.
Yeah, I've seen a few members fell from the platform, and right now, RSG, they got a game plan going on, planning by the corners, while there is still EVOS VP Razor that's still lasting pretty long enough, but Insana's on a separate section. So I guess that the battle over the top here is about to conclude, where teams, they're also finding different avenues going down below if they really have to. While we do see Brian getting a few frags, Kai Esports lost a few members, and that's the Tommaso that gets taken off. Luke coming with his spray, but then again, not really getting all too much though. SFG having ALMGHTY to really bring it into play.
Well, I don't know what Keith was talking about, that balloons aren't sexy, but I can see some sexy balloons here. And we have Xerox trying to get him. Yep, we have Stone just being eliminated by ALMGHTY somewhere else, and Luke almost down. Oh, okay, Luke turns into a balloon so you don't get eliminated right on the bat. But you turn into a balloon, it's like your second life, but if someone comes by and eliminates you, then that's it.
Well, I guess that when you go turn into one, you're basically just a sitting duck. Now, Rensky Tries to pull off something here while Xerox doesn't really have health to poke out, but slowly getting a little bit of regen. Well, he hops right above. This will be an easy catch for Rensky.
And now who's the king of the balloons, I guess? But we have something else happening somewhere else. But now giving focus onto Team Hawk versus Jimmy from Clutch, Guerilla, and there you have it. I mean, you're not going to get away from this. So Team Hawk is going to be the king of, I don't know what you're going to call that platform. King of the platform, I guess?
Well, king of the skies, I would say, but right down low, we still have more action going on. It's W1D1 from GENEXUS that will go in to punish the sole member of Bosskur, and he's just floating. Just punching him in there, and oh my word. That's a good way to start off the day.
Well, that's why you don't turn into balloon. But now, let's see. Oh, it's going to be Rex alone together with Sane against 3 team members from Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. So we have Appy, Pumburu, as well as Voki, but they don't seem to be engaging though, so they're taking the time somehow.
Yeah, I guess like there's no point for them to really risk it, well, especially for both RSG as well as a Geek fam. Right across the corner, Yoodo Alliance. You could just basically play it slow until backup arrives. And speaking of backup here, it's going to be Snipes that just joining to the cause. Not going to be moving into the compound just about yet. Well, they do have SMGs in the hand. Rex with the PP Bison. He's got no helmet. His armor is about to deplete. What can he possibly do?
Well, I guess just wait and turn into a balloon or something. Let's get clutch this.
Whoa.
Well, okay, that's a start against Snipes. So now Rex is going to go up against Sane, and yes, he will. He answered your question. What can he do? He clutched that, but, well, Pumburu is just too much for him to handle.
Man, Rex is absolutely lethal with his maneuvers, and I think getting by with 3 points is the best way to start for RSG. Meanwhile, GENEXUS, they're swarming into the corners of the farm, but they will also be joined by other teams as well. Here comes IronPro, the brand new hot transfer that joins Homebois, are here to take on Kai Esports. Well, they don't really seem to have enough members to do so. IronPro is the only one left as we move over to R2K, who's joining into the cause as well. It seems like it's a huge party, and this Jax is happy. He gets dropped instead. 1 HP left for 6, and he does the trick. Izane, he's only got so much.
Oh, yeah, that was kind of lucky there by Izane. And he has items to recover his health. Now we move over to Long against IronPro, and IronPro will be taken out by Snappy. Where is Snappy? He shot from somewhere else. So, okay, so they were on top of the mountains. But Adips is still alive, just beside Long. Demigod keeps an eye onto Adip, and Adip will be taken out by Demigod.
Sharp shooting coming from that Demigod, spotting one inside of the smoke. And, well, not exactly inside. They'll be able to rise to the scene as well. Now, it will be a little bit of a tough focus for Kai Esports to be tunneling down onto multiple angles, but since Bubu's in the open, they just got to take every single pot shot they can possibly manage. While fight continues on the other section, where basically look at multiple teams while Yoodo Alliance, after finishing one fight, they're taking on Zix once again, going up close and personal. Riv tries to actually hold the line. Well, they do have R2K charging right in.
Oh, we're not done yet here. We have Izane coming in, taking out Riv, and that's a sweet, sweet revenge. So now it's down to the last member from a Yoodo Alliance for Rivals somewhere. Let's see, who's that? Who's that creeping there? It's Voki. Voki's creeping in, but he just picked up Appy, so it's going to be 2v2 in the same compound. Let's see if that works. Nade's going to be popped out by Harm, but just right about his face, and Harm will be taken out immediately by Appy.
Very risky play coming from both ends. So you drop in the nade, but of course that opens up a little bit more spacing. Now it's only Voki left for Yoodo Alliance on this shack itself. While the rest of Yoodo Alliance, they're pretty much scattered and also on their knees. So Voki, he just plays it safe, lets him crawl all the way to the back. R2K, they can still manage a revive if they really want to. And look at that, they've already secured 5 pointers to start off this match.
So Voki managed to revive his teammate Appy. So they're back up with at least 2 team members. But Pumburu, it's going to be tough to pick him up. There's Izane on the other side, keeping eyes onto the side of Voki as well as Appy. And it doesn't look good for Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. Bosskur is actually closing in at the same time.
Exactly. They're just going to be playing Kingmakers right now. Whoever leaves any of these compounds will easily be picked off by Bosskur, who's just hiding by the corners of the church and also by the dumpster where Psycho's currently at. As for with a really far flank, though, I'm not even sure if there's going to be any good avenues for him, but Voki coming in with a cheeky angle, holding on to that micro Uzi. Now, they have all 4 members intact. They just have to save Echo, and they could just swarm right into the shack to take out the rest of Yoodo Alliance. So I hope that Yoodo Alliance prepares themselves for something.
Okay, Yoodo Alliance, I mean, you're kind of sandwiched between 2 teams. At the same time, everyone knows exactly where you are and you don't have an exit plan. I mean, if you go out to the other side, Bosskur's waiting for you. But now let's move over to Team Hawk, going up against Sam9. So it's going to be Stone that's the one gunned down. And Azuli will need to pick up everyone else. But Ziggs managed to get a knockdown onto Izane. And looks like Team Bosskur is not having a good time.
You know, we're looking at so many fights. I'm not so used to this, especially in Erangel, where most often than not, teams will respect spacing, and because it's a show match, you just go guns blazing, right? Like, there's no harms. You're not going to be losing all too much. But here it comes. There's going to be a little bit more action as Yoodo Alliance. They hold it for Duboki OP. Tries to draw blood. Only gets a knock, but the rest of R2K is sure to finish the job. 9 frags in for R2K.
Oh, but Psycho's moving in. All right, Psycho prepping up the nade. He's going to toss out to the side of Harm. Harm did manage to pick up Echo. Harm will retreat to the back of the warehouse. Echo now screaming out for help. 50% of health left. It's going to be Psycho versus Harm. The 2 high fraggers, and it's going to be Psycho. That's one gun down by Harm.
My word, he's got a lot of space and time to actually work around with, but he didn't really see the angles straight through. Here comes Almighty as well. Almighty from Singapore wants to also join in to take everybody out. We do have a member down out in the open, and Izane quickly picks it up. 11 pointers for R2K. What a way to start off the day.
Oh, and the fight's not stopping just yet. SMG just joined into the fray. Nasty is going up against Damn Cutie as well as Mile, and Nasty managed to get knocked down to Damn Cutie. So that's one, but that's Mile picking his teammate up. Nasty need to react fast.
I love that they managed to pull up a few barricades, but the rest of Almighty, they're also moving in quickly with the buggy. But it's only one member though. There's one more in the flank that he did not even keep a close eye on. SMG goes in for the refrag.
Oh, SMG, now Damn Cutie. He needs to recover quickly. Just look at the teams close by. We still have R2K though. They are still alive after all that.
Indeed, and I really couldn't believe it that they took up so many fights. There was like, what, a total of 4 over teams that they've been battling throughout, and yet again, they've only lost perhaps just 1 member throughout the course of the battle, which...
No, they didn't.
Oh, actually, my eyes were full, like they all clumped up, and yeah, all 4 members still alive, and they are just playing not only great on the offensive side, but it was just sure solid defense that's being displayed.
Oh, now R2K looks like they're going to go in aggressively onto SMG. They're starting to move in. Isaiah's starting to go for the flank, but he's out in the open all alone. He needs backup from his teammate. We can see a movement coming in from Echo. He's driving to the side of his teammate Izane, and now they got SMG surrounded.
It's a really good nade being primed by R2K. SMG, they honestly don't have that many room for them to get cover off, so they really got to watch their six if anything happens. While they try to rotate over, it's going to be Anikoi that's going to be picking a little bit more of a sight upon everyone else on the outskirts of Pachinki, but this is going to take a really long haul of a trade, but R2K, they're getting impatient. They're setting up all the smokes. They can push for it if they want.
Yeah, they can, and they might want to consider that now that the zone's not on their side. But at the same time, we can see that long from GENEXUS will be knocked down somewhere else. R2K still keeping eyes on to SMG. A lot of focus on this fight because I think it's going to erupt anytime soon, in about 3 more minutes, as the zone will start to move in.
Indeed, and we do see the kill feed basically running pretty well with so many different names popping up. Now we got Echo, who finally gets a pick off against SMG. Jenny quickly giving him a little bit of cover with the smokes, but Could they make it in time, though? There's not much spacing for them if they really want to go in for the rest. They do spot up Izing. That's a little bit of a stray spray that's not really hitting the board for the rest of SMG. They're getting invaded already.
Oh, Harm versus Jenny, but Harm is super low at this moment. Yes, backup coming in from Izing, but Izing will be taken down. Now Echo from the long range will not be able to take down the rest of team members from SMG, but they managed to secure one elimination point onto Jenny.
My word. This fight has been going on for like, what, more than 3 minutes? When there's no clear winner from either side. Sure, SMG may have lost 2, but the way that SMG controlled this specific sector honestly wasn't really the easiest of tasks while going up against an on-form R2K, just showing that they're not playing around, even if it's just a show match. I'm gonna show you raw firepower, and Ziggs is still giving chase. Like, this is not what we do usually see from R2K in the past few seasons. I like the revamped roster as well, now that, you know, they added Izane. This kid definitely have a lot to offer for the season.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But now we move over to one of the newer teams into the PMPL. So we have Clutch Guerilla, Funky starting to move in, and oh, looks like now we have visual onto their, I would say their sister team, Farang Lejund. They go down towards Team Secret, but now they're trying to get revenge for their sister team. Team Secret will be closed down by Clutch Guerilla.
Priming up a nade, Team Secret having Fredo on the mark. Probably get this one perfectly against Xerox, but he doesn't really have clear vision. While we do have a little bit of a in-compound fight, well, I'm not too sure who's the clear winner right there, but I guess eventually we'll have someone to tell us that. M249 in the hands of Fredo. Not really the best weapon that you could possibly spray with on long range, but if you're going for the taps, yes, it works out well. Eye shots! He got brought down on his knees, and it's ALMGHTY that will basically put him down, but he's definitely not out just yet, so if Team Secret really wants to pull through, they gotta save eye shots.
Well, a little bit of a rebrand here for Adik Luke now, just calling himself Adik, and he has a new haircut. And there you have it, looking pretty sharp there. But talking about pretty sharp, still has some sharp shots onto his side. Starting to move in onto Fredo. He sees Fredo. Fredo will go down to Adik Luke. And now Matra is the last member standing for Team Secret.
My goodness, he went in for the 2 takedowns, but instead he didn't really check out the rest of the surroundings, and Matoy rightfully punishes him for his over-aggression. As much as that was just a knock, now Team Secret's only left with 1 member here, and you know, I guess the rebranding kind of suits him, where we could possibly go Adik hee. I don't know.
What?
Yeah, if he pops off.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. Somebody clip that. Like, I think Michael Jackson would, like, you know, come back from the dead just to give props
just
for
to
that.
sue me, maybe.
Nah, you'll be the next Michael Jackson voiceover. But,
you know what? I absolutely love new features, and I remember like there was a lot of rave in like all the Facebook groups and social media where, okay, I don't know how far Adik boys are going with this, but usually this feature is used when your teammates are being knocked, but you could also do it to enemy teams as well. So yeah, it just basically shows who's really the boss of taking over control, right? Like, there's nothing better to rub it in their face. Like, Pan's overrated, so you gotta style it up.
Well, imagine this new feature, right? Like, you pick the opponent up and you revive them, and they become your teammate. Like, they have the gratitude.
I don't know what to feel about it. What if that guy has nades?
Well, then you have a teammate with nades. Right?
If
like,
they nade you up?
Well, then, yeah, I mean, that's unavoidable.
That's one for the cause.
Well, that's one for the cause. But that's a good feature. I'll take that.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if you can revive 10 people and you instantly have like 14 teammates.
Like, this is like a recruitment drive. Like, no, you told me a little bit of your background. Like, you deal with a lot of people, and like, I guess like, oh, new hires, something that we look forward to.
Why
anytime.
Not? They feel the need to give to give back because you saved them. So why not? I think it's a fair trade. Like, join the cause. Why not? Join me.
Speaking of fair trade, you know, it kind of reminds me of the new song from Drake, or should I say, off the new album. I know maybe you guys aren't really the biggest fan, but you know, let's get to it. Almighty gets taken down in close range. It's Mile, to be exact. So it's gonna be pinned down again, and Jerome comes in from long range. But look at the shift of the circle, and you are onto something.
Yeah, check what's in the mail. I'm just saying.
Well,
I have another meme name for one of the teams, but I'll use it when the time is right. So I'm keeping that for myself.
I'll wait for it.
You wait for it. Yeah, there'll be a punchline there. But talking about punching, we're probably MAB gonna punch NC, or NC's gonna punch MAB sometime around. But they're just circling each other, so not too sure what their idea is about. But Team Hawk seems to be eliminated by Axis redONE in another location.
Yeah, and you know what's really interesting to me? That after all the commotion that we've seen in the early game, we still have 11 teams left.
We still have 47 players.
Right, like it felt like we've already lost half the population, which is like what, 64 players? And that's just less than 15. I mean, like around 15. My math's pretty bad. I'm really sorry about that. But as we continue on, I guess that with more and more things happening, we have ALMGHTY just cycling around, trying to get something out of school.
Okay, I can't, you know, I can't get enough of that. I gotta hear more of that. But talking about more, ALMGHTY definitely wants more and then one day to rule them all. I mean, ALMGHTY. Yeah, just did that.
All right, so I gotta tell you about a little bit of the story of ALMGHTY, right?
Okay, tell me.
He's a hard-working lad. Like okay, I'll get to it real quick after this because we still have SMG peppering them through. Okay, let's tell the story right now.
Right.
ALMGHTY, he's a hardworking kid. You know, like comes from like humble beginnings, and like instead of driving cars, you cycle to school, and you know like. Teacher taught him well, and like, he's really good at sports.
He just cycled in-game to school.
Yeah. So he cycled to school, and he's so good at sports that he's an ace in shot put. And that's just basically the perfect toss that scored him a double. I'm sorry, I dragged this story too long.
Tell me that story isn't true.
Well, I just made that up.
Okay. All right. I mean, it's a good story to tell considering what he just did.
Right.
With the cycling and stuff, I mean, he's an active kid.
Yeah.
And
could be an athlete. Well, technically, all of them are cyber athletes in a way or another, as they're basically putting the best that there is. And in fact, we have MY, SG, as well as PH, who basically are the cream of the crop of each respective nation, trying to prove that they are the very best team that could potentially make it to the C finals eventually. You know, like, it's gonna take a few weeks before we get there, but so far, is there a team that you've been eyeing on that could basically take it all the way?
You know what? Like, we have to keep eyes onto TABAH NC. I mean, they've been doing really well. Like, they were champions in some offline tournaments, including the recent qualifiers to a major tournament that's happening in the middle of this year. So you gotta give attention to NC. It's a revamped lineup. Only Rush is the original team member from the previous lineup. So it's a 75% revamp, and they're still making it happen.
Yeah, especially when you're dealing with veterans, like usually newer players would feel like it's a daunting task. Oh my goodness, if they're coming with cheeky angles, he brings one down, but he's looking for another. Sam9 caught on by surprise, but with him rotating around, he has managed to be spotted by Death, but it doesn't really matter too much. He's gonna finish the job. He will take out the rest of Sam9.
Wow, Iftar looks like he just break fast.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay,
yeah.
For those viewers who are not familiar with the Malay language, Iftar basically
breaking fast.
Literally means breaking fast.
Exactly. And he had Sam9 for dinner. So now it's going to be Clutch Guerilla having access for dinner instead. Jumper goes down. We're now down to the last two members from Axis redONE, Micah as well as Heinu. You know what? I always wonder. Is it Micah or Mika?
Since we do have a Mika in EVOS VIP for this season, which is a great new addition to the team, by the way, I would rather differentiate them by calling the one with MICA Micah.
All right. So his name has a what do you call that? Like a symbol of it on top of his A. So I would assume that means A means sounds like an R. Like so, it's Micah.
My car.
Yeah, my car. I mean, that's...
Where did I park my car?
Well, downstairs.
Do I actually have a car?
Oh, yeah. Not yet.
Yeah, gotta buy myself one.
Yeah.
Else I'll just hop onto one of these maps, pick up a buggy, pick up the gold shiny Mirado if I'm in Miramar. Well, I just don't want to end up getting a tricycle now. I'm getting a little bit dazed here, looking at what Echo's up to. I guess he's definitely not in the chamber, that's for sure. As we are going back to Heinu, just hang by the broken wall while Micah does get one from the back wall. He does get the shots in onto Funky. So a little bit more work, that will put Clutch to sleep.
You know, one of these days I really need to ask, like, how do you get your name Heinu? Because he ain't noob at all. But hang that thought for a second. Aning Lu came in from behind and eliminated the rest of Clutch Guerilla.
Wow, that's really sneaky, and that deteriorated all the other effort that Axis has been putting up with. Now, Team Secret only relying on eye shots. I do believe that we have Mapper around as well as we speak of it. As Adik, he's also being shot from the back, but this is being a little bit troublesome for Team Secret.
But wait a second. Team Secret had all four still alive? I thought that they were down to the last man, or at least 2 team members left, but okay.
I guess they got revived. You know, like, there's so many new additions to this new variety mode that we are having right now. So, yeah, surprise, surprise. I guess that also answers the question on how Team Secret has come back to life.
Oh yeah, and that's why we still have so many players despite the game went on for quite a while. I guess that's the answer. So anyways, even R2K still maintain all for their team members. Let's see what GENEXUS do about this. Adelu will go down to Micah, and it's going to be the duo. Adelu as well as Heinu, they're still on the outside of the circle. redONE seems to be having trouble trying to get Adelu, but eventually he goes down to Micah.
Yeah, this is gonna look pretty rough for Farang Legends. redONE does have a roaring bike on his side. Thank goodness it's not a manual bike instead, so he could just basically go from room if he wants to. But Circle's not really favoring him though. Take a look at this. We got MAB Esports as well as NSEA already securing the circle. SMG, you know, after all those tough fights with R2K, somehow they managed to sneak their way in, and this time around, it's R2K that's going to be on the outskirts, which can go punished if they were to enter the circle pretty much later on.
So RSG playing as a trio, parked themselves at the southern side. Now, I'm a little bit worried for redONE. He is not only the last man standing, but he doesn't have the circle and he's kind of far away as well. So that's the biggest disadvantage that you can get as a last man in your team.
Then, you know, like, I guess, like, he could just play it really safely until the moment comes for him to basically pick some numbers off. That would mean something.
There you go. There you have it. So Micah will be gunned by SMG, but not down just yet. Scouting, just getting info, so that's kind of okay. And you know the barriers that SMG use, that's kind of like one of the new features in this game mode. So used smartly by Male, I would say.
Yeah, and by just hiding in this corner, they're just lobbing nades and just hoping to chip some health bars off. They did clip onto Micah for a little bit, while R2K, they're roaming around and they're basically picking members off. redONE gets spotted out. Izane takes the damage, but he's gonna be A-OK. 16 frags for R2K, but they got more to fry. But here comes the rest of the Molotovs as well as the smokes just to deplete them as well. They're on the blue zone. Ziggs goes down. Now, what could they possibly do? Can Noob does do it all, and he will get suppressed instead. It's all down to Harm. 1 versus 1. Micah on the other end as well. First 8 needs to be popped as quickly as possible. SMG holding the line. While the rest of the teams, they're trying to cut through. MAB with 2 members as well. They can slowly play this one out to make it to the top 5.
And we have MAB on the other side, tapping it onto Micah. The last member standing for Axis Red 1, and they don't have the circle at the same time, so it's not going to be easy for Axis. But MAB, they have a free entry into it. Now we're back to R2K with Ziggs onto Micah, but Ziggs will still go down though. Micah with 6 frags on his own, but Micah finally will succumb to the wrath of R2K.
Well, R2K just looking way too good throughout this entire match. Like, you saw from the Aero grounds, they were basically raking up numbers when it came down as well. They had pretty much a great time. Every single fight that they've picked on, they have won every single fight. So this is what we do expect coming into play when we do have the official match starting off. While R2K, the only problem is this. Now, if they were to take those vehicles that were already deteriorating to move into the circle, there's already like, what, all the other teams that's currently inside. So it's not going to be a clear-cut answer, but they're just going to book it. It seems Echo's going to lead the charge.
Oh, here we go. Being pressured by the zone at the same time. And we do have NC. They do have a compound in the zone, so it's a pretty sweet position to be in. The long range coming in from flags, putting pressure onto R2K. R2K finding trouble, trying to get onto the other side, but we have MAB moving onto RSG. So it's going to be Luke on the outside, and RSG finally goes down at 3rd place.
Well, I thought that's a run over by MAB, and MAB Esports on their debut makes it into the top 3. Definitely an astounding performance, but take a look at SMG though. They had a rough run in much early on, but this bunker's working perfectly for them. But the problem is the hardship of the circle now favors TABAH NC, who's got prime position. MAB has got to take charge if they want to get any members off of those compound where NC is currently holding at. But there is still the edges of the circle that they could possibly just sneak by without needing to worry too much. So with the buggy, that will give them slight cover. Calamity is still being tagged.
Ooh, they still spot him though, but SMG, 41 seconds on the clock, and they need to cross the road. That is the worst position to be in. You need to cross the road, you don't have a vehicle, it's super tough. Plus, do they have enough smokes? I don't know. If they don't, they're basically seeding ducks.
Yeah, I guess eventually they go quack quack, but for now, NC, they're just playing it safe. They don't really have to force anything to happen at all. But it looks to me as MAB is the one that would be lying in wait, while the rest of NC, they got a lot of smokes to work around with. So if these two teams go on an engagement, that allows a little bit more space for SMG to cut by. But there's supposed to be a little bit of a flank watch coming in from Flax. So I hope that he could pull off something to make it to the top 2. While we do have some trades going on, it's John to take out SMG.
Yeah, there's no way SMG is going to get away from that or even cross the road. No vehicles, no smokes, just plain old exposed. But talking about expose, NC seems to be exposing themselves towards MAB, but MAB might lose one team member. Rush still putting pressure onto John, but Rush will be gunned down. That's the last 2 team members from NC, but there you have it. MAB Esports will take home the show match round.
Beautiful chicken dinner coming out of MAB Esports with Iftar being their superstar of the roster. He walks away with 7 facts of his own, but I gotta take a look at number 4 because R2K, they definitely stashed in some of the highest points just from elimination.
Oh yeah, that was like, what was the last count again? I think it was like...
The last I saw was like 11, 12?
11, 12?
Or could be more.
I felt that it was like 15 or 16, it was like crazy. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. So it's going to be MAB, Malu up Bosskur will take home the show match championship.
Yes, that sums up the round 40 show match. What an interesting one we've had, right? What started off to be some sort of a meme, which, I gotta be honest, I'm starting to love that balloon mode, man. See them float in the skies, get them immobilized, and then taking the kill. That feels better than a teabagging that anyone can pull off here. Anyways, that soon later on turned into super intense match. R2K, of course, with almost 16 and above kills secured under their names. Sure firepower. And you see some of these teams who we know are, well, very capable, also standing up. Farang, Lejund, and Axis have had some kills upon themselves as well. So, but MAB, it's the newcomers that we should look out for. Now, moving on to the new versions of PUBG Mobile 1.9, in case you didn't already know, right? There is a new theme park being introduced. It's the upgraded cheer park with new zip lines, brand new look, competitive racings, and new firearms to play around with. There's an on-air map which you can play and battle things out, and obviously with some new bikes and vehicles to get around the map in style, colorful bicycles, aerial battlefield, spawn island in fact, and new camps, the new bridge as well. Go try that one out. That is all in the classic mode improvements. Just making the game a little bit more different than it was before, better and different. Now, take a look at a new mode that we just came out from. I'm loving this mode so much, man. I was wrong. Sir Cloud was right. Those balloons were sexy. I want to see more of it. Unfortunately, it only took place on top of this floating tower. The balloon mode did not translate all the way down onto the battleground itself. Otherwise, we'd see heads start popping under the air in air angle in mid-air. That would be quite the sight to look at, you know? It's like one of those balloon festivals they have in Turkey where they just air up the balloon and everyone just bid their respects. I wonder what happens if everyone just inflates each other's head and no one shoots them down. Just let them go as high as they can. I want to find out. Actually, why don't you go onto the game platform right now, make sure you update your app and try on this balloon mode and let me know how high can a person float with a balloon as their head. And then that's one thing we can play around with. That is the end of the show match, obviously, just to get you warmed up before the main action that would be happening soon enough. Okay, there's going to be the match number 1 of the day. It's going to kick things off in Sandhawk, and as I mentioned before, Group A will be sitting out this first one. That is going to be Geek Fam, Farang Legends, Clutch Guerilla, and one more. Well, we'll just find out later on. So yeah, we're going to be anticipating more games, more serious game for that one. Until then, I have your time right now with me, and do let me know. Do you like the new balloon? Do you not? And we can, add each other. Let's play a little bit, right? So, without any further ado, if I may, cue on to the next thing we have in mind. Towards the break. Yes, that's what we have in mind. Let's go.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, Mos, gemuk.
1, 2, 3, action. Macam tu.
3, 2, 1, action!
I think it's gonna be competitive.
Bukan agak lah, memang lebih mencabar. Pasti sengit. PMPL season ni lagi sengit daripada PMPL season 4. Confirm.
Agak mencabar lah untuk format baru. Benda bagus yang patut ada lah kat Liga.
Lagi seronok lah sebab tak ada orang yang boleh try and error. Diorang dah tak ada masa untuk main-main lah.
Baguslah untuk tim yang konsisten.
Kita orang akan perform lah untuk nak dapatkan extra 20 point tu. Memang for rival akan buat yang terbaik lah setiap game. Free point. Easy je. Memang easy.
Free point je kot. Because they have player named Demigod, but I don't think he's God.
Singapore tu easy. Philippines tu lagi easy. Bot je semua tu.
We are prepared in this league, and we think that the Malaysian and the participating teams is fearing us, since all teams are eyes on us.
Malaysia mesti dominate meh. Kau tak payah nak cakap besar kau akan dominate liga kita orang. Bak datang. Kita tunggu.
Almost the whole team of SMG to Homebois, cause there's like 75% of the core members.
Debut? Kenapa? Tak kenal lo. Sorry lo.
I think exist because of jumper. Actually he replaced Voki punya tempat. Because we know Voki how he handle team AZ before. He really barbar. Kita pun tahu how jumper punya gameplay. So I don't think they can commit well to jumper, but I'm not sure. Just wait and see.
Dia sebenarnya terkejut dia keluar daripada secret masuk ke Aziz. Tapi ada udang di sebalik batu sebenarnya. Kalau korang tahu boleh tengok saya punya.
Saya rasa Voki lah. Saya pun tak jangka Voki pergi forever tu. Saya ingat Voki akan stay tapi dia pergi sana. Apalah.
As I know, like Haiku went to THQ, so maybe because he didn't do anything in EVOS as well. Even he go THQ, he didn't give any impact. So I think that's the reason why Andrew kicked him there.
Trash talk lah kan? Bosskur lah, Bosskur. Saya tak nak main dia. Saya benci dengan Aboy. Jangan beria. Jangan beria sangat. Aboy tu. Dengar ni boy, jangan beria. Kita orang just nak warning kat Bosskur, berhati-hati di jalan raya, tengok kiri kanan. Kalau nampak Homebois punya kill feed, jangan kacau. Sebabnya kalau nampak, mungkin korang pula mati lepas tu. Break it on!
To those who underestimate us, for example KHI, we are looking to put on a great performance, so don't let your guard down.
Hello, Jumper. I hope that you prepare your team, and I hope you will beat us soon in La Cabrera. And hopefully, we will leave that area. Bye-bye.
Forever. Sebab ada Voki. Sebab Voki tak suka kita pun tak suka dia.
Kepada MAB, sebenarnya aku suka je semua orang. Sebab aku suka dapat bunuh-bunuh orang-orang yang senang-senang ni.
Untuk challenge ni saya nak bagi dekat Boyka. Jangan yakin sangat sebab team dia tu cakap firepower je. Otak tak ada.
Okey, pada EVOS Miao tu yang acah-acah rimau tu, kalau kita orang jumpa korang memang kita orang buat bersati kucing.
The flight chose a choose the launch into 22 PMPL Malaysian Singapore, Philippines, Spring to take off in 16 seconds.
Hai, saya Kusa. Dalam PMPL MYSGPH Spring kali ini, kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan champion.
Stand up. Stand up. Jangan pernah kita
Stand up. Never give up on fight until
teruskan
you succeed.
impian
Stand
kita.
up.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
And just like that, we are back from the break. It's so fast, so brief. I thought it never happened at all. In fact, this is so we get you right onto your seat. Once again, my name is Keith as your host for tonight. This is the PUBG Mobile MYSGPH Spring 2022. Okay, before we begin, I'd just like to thank the people on top. PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed, Quantum Studios, and of course, Tencent Games for, well, creating this very, very fun game, which we have been playing for 4 years now. By the way, PUBG Mobile celebrates their 4th year anniversary. Go onto PUBG's platform, go tell them, wish them happy birthday. In fact, spam onto their messages. I know I see you guys being really chatty and friendly with the moderators of these live stream. Just so you guys know, I'm not the moderator, okay? Now we're going into our first game of the day, and this time around I'm gonna give it to Team Huck. Why? Here's my justification. Team Huck, the roster they're bringing in is the same roster who in 2 seasons always performs in week number 1. And well, they're going in again with Old Man Boyka to probably repeat history. So we've got that one going for us. It is Sandhawk. Once again, Group A will be sitting out on this one, which means we're gonna bid farewell for at least Geek Fam, Farang Lejund, R2K, and Clutch Guerilla. These 2 scary teams, I guess we're sitting out, which means other teams can take advantage on this and maybe rake in the points as much as they can before the big powerhouse sits in. However, this is, again, how PUBG Mobile works. It is well distributed. Although Group A is sitting out of this one, you still got B, C, D, and E to worry about. So I wouldn't be too comfortable myself. So we're excited to get into the match. Obviously, teams are right now trying to put on their seat belts. Got to strap in those parachutes per se before they do leap off the plane. So I'm gonna give them some time. And meanwhile, though, here's what you can do. Okay, give the casters some support. Whenever you see them on screen, I want you to comment right down there your message to them. Sir Cloud and Aaron Contra. Oh, well, I just revealed his real name. I guess that's his secret identity finally gone. Now you guys can hunt him down if you so wish. So in the game, of course, because he is a player himself. So, hey, balloon mode, that's a thing. We're looking to play that one for reals. We're already talking back in the 5-minute breaks that we had. We're like, yo, we should probably put up a team and just play in that format. And the balloon hits. Put things onto the limit for once. So, moving on forward, who are your favorite teams? Who are you looking forward to the most? Like I said, a lot of interesting things happened within this season alone. A lot of new teams making emergence. Some names making a comeback. Hint, hint, pew, pew. Right in GENEXUS, a lot of the fans, especially in the English stream, are all cheering on BuBu and GENEXUS. So I think a lot of attention is going towards this team. Of course, he just came back from Korea. Maybe he being closer when he was studying in Korea, being closer to PUBG Mobile themselves, or where PUBG for the IP started from with Crafton. Maybe then he's going to come back an even greater threat into the scene back in Malaysia. So excited for that one, but who else are you excited for? Let me know down in the comments below. Who do you think is going to get this first winner chicken dinner in a game of Sandhawk? And will we ever see the rivalry take place with KHI Esports and the rest of the scene? That will all be happening in just about a bit. In the meantime, my name is Keith. You can follow me on all socials. I know I can be pretty annoying to the ear sometimes, and I will be shamelessly plugging myself as we've got time to kill. We've got time to kill, right? So, what do you like about PUBG Mobile? What do you like about the new PUBG Mobile, especially with the new 1.9 update here? New bicycle, colorful. Do you think that is a good thing or a bad thing? On hindsight, you're flexing. On the other side, you are technically a colorful peacock seeking for attention and get gunned down in PUBG Mobile. So I don't know. The gamer in me, it says, hey, it's all worth it with all bot skins that are crazy anyways. This is just a step above it with the vehicle. On the other side, if you're competitive, then you probably don't want to get into one. It's a colorful bicycle. Come on. No. Get me something real, right? Yeah. So excited for that one. Tash Bunny, I believe she's on the Malay stream right now, but coming on next week, she's gonna be here. So you don't have to just stare at us 3 men and be resentful about it. I'm gonna get her back in here, I swear. And well, PUBG Mobile got a lot of games to look out for. Starting with this one again. And just a little brief history. Geek fam did come out champions in the previous season of the PMPL Pro League, which PMPL MYSG back then in season 4. They did come out champions, so they are sitting out on Sandhawk, and Sandhawk was the map that won them the entire league itself, the entire tournament itself, right? They got lucky. I would say lucky, but maybe people can disagree with me because, you know, there's still some skills at hand. I'm not taking that away from them. However, it was a circle that closed onto them in Sandhawk that got them the final chicken dinner they needed to exacerbate their lead and eventually win the entire game. So, Geek Fam making a comeback. I have nothing but respect and eyes on them. Team Secret as well, who has been many a times now representing this region to an international and global level. So it deserves a lot of respect. Alongside with Sam9, with Farang, Jumper, a topic of conversation, they said, with KHI in the video. If you watch, Demigod, this guy really called out onto Jumper. So, hey, I'm all for competitive play, and I want to see it all happen live in the Battle Royale itself. We settle the score down in the battlefield, where it's called Battle Royale for a reason. So, look forward to that. Look forward to some of the modes that PUBG Mobile is bringing into the game, right? I'm talking about, of course, the brand new balloon mode, which I've stressed over and over now because I really just in tune with that mode. I want to try it out. I want to float in the heavens, heads in the clouds, and get shot down. That's one way to experience the map of Farang itself. So I wish I had a guest that I can pull up with me right about now, because it gets pretty lonely. Unlike Sir Cloud and Contra, who's got accompany one another to bounce back and forth with. I feel like I'm a bit losing my mind here, so I'm gonna take my exit as I pass you on through said casters. It's Sir Cloud and Contra Cast.
Well, don't worry, Key. We're just a few steps away from each other. I'm just saying in reality. But thank you so much, Key, for that introduction.
With you.
We are with you, but we are with you at home as well. Thank you so much for watching the PUBG Mobile Professionally MYSGPH Spring. And of course, we're your storytellers for today. My name is Sir Cloud together with Contra. And Contra, you know something? Do you know why Keith is a big fan of Team Hawk?
Why is that?
Because they are incredible Hawk.
Oh, wow. You know, I've never seen that one coming, but guess what? You can definitely have something to check out. We got Realme with a brand new GT2 Pro, which is something that's greater than you see. So, of course, they are our official smartphone partner, and this year, Realme, as the tech trendsetter, will partner with PUBG Mobile to support all the young talents of the esports scene with best-in-class products. So if you feel like your current phone is lagging, you know, throw it aside, get your hands on the brand new Realme GT2.
And of course, we also like to thank our official digital telco partner, Yoodo. Of course, we would like to ask all of you, invite all of you to switch over to Yoodo, and you can get free 5 gigabytes of high-speed data and 20 gigabytes of PUBG Mobile data specifically for PUBG Mobile. I mean, that's a lot of games that you can play.
Yeah, like, have you ever been in games where you play halfway through and then like your internet disconnects and then the mic's cut off and your teammate's like, hello, are you there? And then the next thing you know, you're being knocked out and turning box. That will never happen with Yoodo.
Yeah, and you feel lonely by then.
Just like Keith.
Just like Keith.
Right.
But he's no longer lonely now. He has people behind the scenes to hug him and, you know, do all the warm stuff. But warm stuff. Yeah. But of course, what's not going to be lonely as well is our players coming into the next round. And here we go. This is it. Without further ado, we'll be jumping in our first official match of the Professional League. This is Sun Hall.
Let's go, baby! And of course, it's your casters of the evening. We've got Contra as well as Sir Cloud with you here. As we start off on the smallest map that there is, you know, we got to keep an eye out for all the brand new names that are here. Of course, the talk of the town, Kai Esports. They've been doing extremely well in the PH qualifiers, being the sole representative of the Philippines here, representing their nation to get all the way through. And I really do love that there's already banners, fights for township, and we see a lot of changes happening throughout. Now, we wanted to take a look at this current sort of spread out of all the 16 teams. And is there anything that we can spot out? One thing that I do note is that THQ, Team Hawk that you say, the Incredible Hawk, they're taking Tambang, Ruins, and everything else over in the south-western side. That it's something that has never been done by many teams before.
Yeah, so they're taking over Geek Fam's original drop spot. But this is going to be interesting. This is a debate since the scrim. So it's going to be KHI versus Sam9 for Hartin. And looks like they're bringing it into the tournament. These two teams are still not done yet. So let's go. Who's going to be the king of Hartin? Besides that as well, MAB, they released Bootcamp to GENEXUS, so they drop around the areas of Cave. So that's done. But this is a score that needs to be settled.
That's right, and it looks like we do have first blood that's imminent on the way. A knock has been done to Demigod. Well, not Demigod, I got it wrong. It's going to be Rankid on the other side. The good news is that he's inside of the warehouse, so he does have a little bit more time to buy for the rest of KHI Esports to go in for the resurrection. Now, Deb goes on to mark the location. Then it's interesting to also note that Deb, he hasn't picked up any helmet or even armory, so it's easy for him to be brought down. But we got Stone on the other end. Selexina, the new addition to Sam9, making a debut here on the very first match.
Yep, used to play for back then known as 4 Rivals. Now he is a Sam9 player. And what a good start so far for Sam9 with a 1 knock onto Rankid. It's not going to be easy for KHI to pick him up, and Rankid will be eliminated by Putra. So there's going to be first blood has been shed in the PMPL, and it's going to be Rankid giving his life for Sam9.
You know, it's basically a battle of top teams right here. The #1 seed of the Philippines, and also a team that have represented in the global stage before. Before they were known as M9, they were also called as Yoodo Gang. We do see members of EVOS VIP drowning out. Early on, it was Examzi. And there's also now another player that's been lost very early on. I really do wonder what's going on there with EVOS VIP.
Not too sure. We didn't get a visual of what happened, so can't really explain that. But let's see if anything turns up later on. But now let's get focused on the flags. Looks like it's going to be MAB against TABAH NC. So now TABAH NC, they changed their drop spot for this round in particular. They dropped into Camp Charlie. Now it's not only about Camp Charlie, because TABAH NC, they want to play the healing game. So they spread out against Cave, around the areas of Cave and Docks, and that's where they bumped into MAB, who made the switch from Bootcamp onto Docks. So TABAH NC, they're ready for it, but MAB looks like they're not.
Yeah, and on the edges of the map, they're already taking fights very, very early. MAB, the champions of the show match, is just proving their firepower right here, right now. Maki, though, is all the way on the edge. Now, the scary thing about this current push from NC is that Flex is all alone. And as much as he wants to take down Maki, there's still a few members that's going to be loitering around from MAB Esports. So you take a look at the map right now, and you can clearly spot John on the other end. But they're going to be priming nades at each other. But I doubt that it's going to be doing all too much, though.
Ooh, but at least they can keep Maki behind the building, and that will allow Flax to actually close up onto Maki together with Rush. So it's going to be 1v2. Maki still at the top floor. At the same time, you can see that Homebois goes down the tricks. Wait a second, Homebois. Oh, Homebois is they dropped somewhere above the L house, and they eliminated 2 members from KHI somehow. But now Maki moves in with the UMP. Maki tries to get revenge, but Maki will be gunned down. He's now down to 10% of health. Rush is starting to rush in, but only 10% of health, and Maki finally goes down.
But there's John as well joining into the fray. Too little too late, though, as NC will secure 1 point of their own, the very first one of the league, just to add things up. While TABAH NC, that push have definitely resulted in a positive manner. But the rest of MAB Esports finally joins into the docks. So perhaps they could just turn the tables around and see. They've always been within their natural habitat. Like, they like to hang around like by the edge of the map, which is covered by sea. So I really do wonder, you know, like, is this habitat gonna be doing them any favor at all? Like, you could already spot 2 smokes pop right in the middle of the warehouse. That will basically confuse their opponents, where it's harder for them to basically rush right in. But this fight's gonna take a while, as it seems.
I worry the fact that it's taking a while because this area is not within the circle. The circle is up north. But I kind of understand why they want to win this fight. One is because of points, obviously. And second is you want to get as much loot as possible. Now, I'm not too sure about what's MAB's strategy going to be like, because they play mostly in boot camp during scrims. But for NC, they want to play the healing game. So that's one reason why they want to eliminate MAB, so that they can loot onto MAB and play the healing game.
Indeed, and as much as they are on the outskirts, I guess naturally in Sanhok, as we've seen from the past season, is that the blue zone's not going to hurt all too much on the first phase, on the second phase, where you could easily tank it if you do have those first aid kit. But the problem here is, inside of docks, probably you will have a few packs in. You're not going to stash into, like, what, 5 packs, which is sufficient for you to last at least till the third phase. But they just want to finish everything off, but a lot of utilities have already been expanded by both ends, which, even though if they do win the fights, it's going to be pretty hard for the long haul run.
Yeah, it is worrying that you're spending too much at this moment. And not even the second circle. So I'm not too sure if it's worth it, but if you kind of think about it, like, how are they going to get away? But okay, that's that. Let's move over back onto Hartin. So it looks like AMT, they drop into Camp Alpha, and now they move over to Hartin, trying to take over Sam9's area. Now this place is within the circle, so it makes sense why AMT wants to control this area.
Indeed, and Almighty, as much as they're by the edges, there's chances that they could possibly win fights, but MAB, the fights will eventually be over from here on as he flicks over on the back. 180, and he gets the second shot onto John. My goodness me, Flax is popping off.
Oh, but they're not done yet here. Calamity still have some work to do. 1v2, but Flax has the high ground advantage against Calamity, and they kind of have an idea of where Calamity is at. So let's see, how long are they going to take to finish this off? They shouldn't take that long though. The zone is putting pressure onto both teams. Now Rush is starting to move in on the right side, and Calamity will be taken out, and MAB will be the first team to be eliminated.
it's a little bit anticlimactic for MAB because they were the ones that have ample time to prepare for this fight. And speaking of fights, we got more to come. Farang this time around will nail one to the floor. Immediately secures another elimination point for the team. Sem9, they're unfazed with whatever challenges that were put upon it. And this is what really gains a lot of respect, as well as a lot of impressed fans here. Something to look at. Like Sem9, this is a household name that we've known for the longest of time. If you guys were back in the early seasons, we're following along the journey of Farang and the rest of the players as well. You know, they can basically pull it all the way to a top 5 finish very consistently. And they're just showing that, hey, if you're going to take me on early, I'll just take those points.
Well, talking about consistency, firepower is something of a consistency to them as well. But the nade coming in from the side of AMT takes down Depp, and Stone needs to recover himself quickly as he only has 20% of health. Now Depp, it shouldn't be a problem. Doesn't look like AMT is pushing it, and they don't really need to since he's beyond the circle. And talking about circle, they still have the circle. Not too bad of a circle, I can say.
Indeed. Well, the ones that are currently on the outskirts, obviously NSEA, still lurking by the docks, still opting to secure as much first aid kits as they possibly can. On the far eastern side, it's EVOS VIP, also taking their sweet time. Farang slowly bleeding out. ALMGHTY, they're slowly winning out the trades. And nothing much that Depp as well as Stone could possibly reap from here on, where yes, as much as there are members that's going to be on the further end over north, Putra Ezreal, a little bit more of a name change, but we still call him Putra. So that reminds me of another game which I will not talk about for now. Like, I hope that he does have good marksmanship, just like how he always looks like a champion.
Well, his shots are definitely true.
True shot barrage.
Just saying, but here we go. So we also have Team Bosskur going up against Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. So Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals came from the areas of Quarry, and Team Bosskur, they came from, let's see, I think they came from somewhere in the middle. I don't exactly remember, but looks like they're going to meet in the middle somehow, now that they're having this journey onto the northern side. And talking about the circle, it's about 30 more seconds to go, but I guess looking at current position for these two teams, they'll be chilling here for a while.
Yeah, it's a standard Sanok round. I don't like to call it my least favorite map, but it is definitely a slow burner until you hit phase 6. And everything starts to ramp up, fights happens all over the place. It's more of securing the surroundings in the early game to ensure that not only you have the circle, you have basically the optimal area to play out so that you can gatekeep everybody that's moving in. Now, just look at performance from the leaderboards. We have NSEA, who's already secured the 4 pointers in by taking on the rest of MAB early on. Sem9, they may have lost 1 member, but they brought in 2 pointers for their own good as well. So it's still a little bit of rat race for all the other 15 teams that are still left alive, but heading into the boot camp section, every team always pays respect to Team Hawk. They always drop into the area, and I guess the ones that are trying to take over here is Homebois, who are currently on the warehouse section, which they've been keeping close tabs onto what's on top of the hill.
Homebois, they had a fairly slow rotation, I say. They came from the 7 or L house, depending on what you want to call it, and they moved towards the areas of boot camp, so they went to where the majority of circle is at. So they're kind of trailing behind. I believe GENEXUS should be somewhere in front of them. You kind of think logically because they drop into boot camp first, and GENEXUS is a team that likes to move forward. But talking about teams that like to move forward, so it's going to be Deb moving forward onto Ares, and it's going to be 1v1.
Well, this is definitely exciting. Like, Deb was known as the Wonder Boy of Sem9, and this boy's grown to a fine man, as he's definitely adept to the usual ways of handling, well, a close quarter combat. So, with that being said, Ares is playing very defensively for very good reasons. He knows that he's being outnumbered right now, and he needs the help of Jerome to make it true.
Yep, and that's the depth of his experience, but depth showing his depth of experience again. Getting back up from Stone and eliminating his opponent, but oh no, this is not looking good for Sem9. Nasty as well as Jerome starting to move in, and Nasty is the kind of player that likes to play nasty. He likes to play the close quarters combat. The nade will not land onto Sem9. Jerome starts to move in as well. Nasty with a pre-fire shot, but will not connect. Putra is coming in from the lower ground, so they kind of sandwich AMT.
Oh, this is gonna be a pretty tough push. AMT, if they were to really flush right in, they have to make it real quick. Else deal with the guy right down the ground floor and then start to end it off. And looks like they are doing a little bit of switcheroo. Member just dive underneath back to the lower ground, and now they're disposition, and it's basically Sem9 taking over.
Oh, almighty. They need to make this fast. They don't have the circle. The circle moves to the side of Dartmoor where Team Secret has it. And now Nasty will be gunned down nastily, but Putra will be traded, but then again, almighty. Sem9 too much for them to handle it. Almighty out at 15th place. 1 elimination point for them.
5 points in for Sem9. This is what we have expected out of a top-tier team. Well, not to say that Almighty's all too shabby. I think that was a really decent trait that they have inside of Hot-Tain. But judging for the fact that Sem9 was the one that started off as the aggressors of the match and still walked away technically unscathed. Yeah, they did lose one member, sure. But 1 point to give away and to take 5 back, you receive it any day. But here we are. Yoodo Alliance will fight against GENEXUS, where Biu returns to the scene. And we've been missing him a whole lot. Let's see what he brings to the table. We have to take a look. Biu challenges Appy, and this is where they make it all even.
Man, that is the man, the myth, the legend for you, ladies and gentlemen. Tossing a 3-pointer onto Appy, showing him what he's got. And now Biu is starting to move in. He's leading the charge at this moment, but he doesn't have information where his opponents are at. Biu with an M4, breaks down the door, knows exactly where Yoodo Alliance is at. Voki keeping eyes onto the door, but Bomburu is down again. Still not up yet, and GENEXUS starting to move in, and the Mobile crew is in the house.
Oh, Voki gets scouted out as well. The rest of Yoodo Alliance, they get depleted. The damage has been done. And GENEXUS is cleaning up the floor. While they do have Riv trying to find it all out. He tries to jiggle pig, but he won't fall flat. And then Yoodo Alliance, not off to a good start, eliminated at 14th place.
Definitely not good. The team that just represented Malaysia in the previous PMGC going out at number 14. That's definitely not good news. But okay, Bosskur may want to intercept this. They are in the next compound, but are they going to move in? Maybe. Just trying to get information. Our boy coming in on the right side. And I think they're just still scouting. But GENEXUS, they know that someone's lurking onto them.
Indeed. So, as we have another situation that's approaching for GENEXUS, they have already gotten a good enough reset, possibly stash up a few loots coming in from the spoils of war by taking down Yoodo Alliance. Now, Bosskur, they could have actually made proactive moves to flush in much early on. Now the chance will basically be depleted, so they just have to start from scratch once again. But take a look at where Team Secret is at, directly into TABAH, being the playground of what's to come. By the end of the final zone, I think that we might actually see them making it to a clear top 3 with such good rotations that they have. But take a look at this. Naoki is now challenging GENEXUS.
Biu down to 50% health, needs to recover himself. Long needs to be picked up at the same time. Naoki would toss a nade onto the side of GENEXUS, and Naoki with a nade onto Loyu. Loyu will go down. Naoki will start to move in, and Snappy will be the next one to go down as well.
Such a smooth cruise for Naoki. That spray transition hitting onto 2. Started off with that big bang. Now Biu is all alone. Nothing much can be said and done. He will go down as well. GENEXUS will eventually join Yoodo Alliance. And I guess that hut that everybody was fighting in definitely didn't really bring good omen.
Yeah. You might not want to play there again. But now let's move over to Access. So they're keeping RSG at bay. And Luke, oh no, Luke. One of the young players for RSG. Needs to recover. Will he make it? He should be able to.
Oh, just in time.
Just in time. And that's his only first aid contract. He only has 4 bandages left.
I don't think bandages will cut it though.
Yeah, he ain't gonna cut it for Luke.
Man, but there's Brian, who makes his debut here in RSG. It's a revamped roster, you know, ever since Voki has left the team. Same goes to Batman as well. They bring in fresh new talents here to play, but the constant for RSG has always been Homebois. I don't really see him in this current matchup, but I guess that things are working out for them. But what I do look forward to is to see whether if Ranger's gonna be playing for today.
Yep, I'll be looking forward to that as well. He's quite a legend himself. But I'm kind of surprised that Homebois isn't playing. He is the IGL though, but he isn't deployed in Game 1. Well, let's see if he turns up in Game number 2. Now, Team Huck. So it looks like we have Keith's favorite team, the Incredible Huck. Zuli's in trouble at this moment. 6 first aids on his hand. Trying to take out Asfar, but can't connect those shots. Dams going in for the flanking position, while Iron Pro putting pressure on the Team Huck as well.
There's a whole lot of crowd here on the southwestern end where Homebois basically will have a little bit more trouble just getting stuff done, while Team Hawk, they have 1 member knocked out, 1 being, well, make it 3 that's eliminated. I was just about to say 1, but looks like things are going as intended for some of these members, while Bosskur, I hope that they still have those first 8 because it's starting to hurt. This is phase 5 and we're already losing so many players. It's only 32 more teams that's left alive. Same goes to RSG. They bow early along with even Sem9 who's gotten 6 points.
Well, we just saw that Rex is more of a fragger than a healer, so he went out. But he had 4 first aid kits in his hand, not able to use them to the best possible situation. Now Psycho, 22 bandages, 5th circle. This ain't gonna cut it. He's gonna go out in a couple more seconds.
Yeah, and Homebois having it pretty good, but as I say, they're getting tagged right now. SMG marking on the spot, but not really having the clean angles. That's the thing about Sandhawk. There's too many leaves and trees and branches here to block the sides, but usually pro players have already know spray transitions to be able to at least bringing down to 50% or so. As they slowly approach towards the Sandhawk section, we're already seeing that, you know, teams are trying to wrap in from all corners of the map. SMG, they're trying to get a pick off here, but they could only do chip damage so far. Homebois, they're just basically running on foot and there's still a tough journey ahead of them.
Homebois, they don't have the circle. They've been pressured by the zone at the same time. And we can see that Psycho actually succumbs to the zone, but we have Rush almost been taken out by Addict. Addict starting to move in from SMG, and Addict wants to secure this elimination point, but he has to be careful. Flags is just Magic and Frankie. It's gonna be taking care of Rush from afar. Addict on the left side pulls up his M4, but Addict! Oh no!
What a clutch coming in from Rush! He's literally 10 HP! And he will get it all the way. And take a look at this shift of a circle. Bosskur still hailing from the outskirts. Same goes to iShot. By the corners of Cal, we got EVOS VAP, TABAH NSEA, as well as Team Secret fighting for the title, while SMG will be the one dominating this entire section all by themselves for the moment.
Oh, SMG, they have the circle. Such a good position they are in right now. Not a good position for Dingoz as well as Team Secret as they need to cross the road. The nade being tossed out from the side of Team Secret. They know exactly where Dingoz are at. But at the same time, the zone is starting to move in. And Team Secret will be pressured by the blue. They need to move. They don't have a choice.
There's not much that could be done if they were to wait around. The blue zone's pushing them in, but they are here ready to challenge Dingoz Esports. I see that DBS in action. Kiddo's gonna be able to bring down Fredo, but left flank's coming in. Kid not managing the shot. Meanwhile, iShot's 9 first aid kit while his team depletes. Into dust they go. Dingoz Esports, they're also battered and bruised, relying only on Ricky that's hiding inside the hut. Here comes Mika on his first game takes down Baby Kim on the other section.
And that's an elimination point there for Mika. Team Bosskur will bow out. We're now down to the top 6 teams. Dingoz goes out as well. 5 elimination points for them. Kid succumbs out to the play zone, but NC, they lose Frankie to the zone as well.
This is getting rougher for everyone else inside of Sanhok, while Jenny has gotten his crosshairs directly onto Ronnie on the other side, but he's not pulling the trigger. He's not too sure. It's hard to tell. Even there's no ghillie suit. This is the problem that sometimes you go into Sanhok, you think that, okay, maybe someone's around, maybe they're not. Like, you can't take risks. Even if you fire those bullets, there might just be another off angle that you're not covering, and hence Jenny's not pulling the trigger yet. But they're inside the circle. They should at least make it a try.
And at the same time, we saw that Kacang Susu went out, so his first ace has been depleted. iShots might be the next one to go out as well, and we'll see the top 4 teams. That is it, Team Secret. It's going to bow out at number 5. SMG, they do have full control of the circle. They have a lot of potential to secure this first chicken dinner of this tournament. Rush has only one first aid. He needs to move, but Rush will be spotted by Jenny. He's in trouble at this moment. He'll need to rush into the circle. If not, the zone will take him out.
Looks like that's going to be the case. He does have the first aid, though. He tries to go for a recharge. There is a little bit of flank action going on, but Jenny still managing to pull 1 point back to Team SMG. EVOS VIP sneaks right in. They've already lost Razor to the play zone. What? Oh, not just yet. He does have some first aid to work with. Ricky sneaking right from the lower ground. Mika tries to get the shots in, but he gets punished for it as well. SMG with this revamp roster is making that happen, but that cutie goes down as well. 2 members left for SMG in the top 3 situation.
And now we are top 3 here, ladies and gentlemen. Male will need to pick up Damn Cutie. Will he be able to make it in time? And now SMG, SMG has the circle. They have the circle. They have 2 members, 3 members now that's still active. Blooddy's going to take away the chicken dinner from SMG.
And MC goes down. That also means that EVOS VIP, they'll make it into the top 2 by just healing it off. 5 more first aid kits. That also means that Team SMG is here to reap all the rewards here in Game 1. Well, back then, they have Tiger logos, and you know what? They revamped not only the roster, but the whole outlook of it. And they start afresh, they start brand new, and this is where they start a brand new journey here in the PMPL MYSGPH.
Well, SMG, nothing's going to take away the chicken dinner for them. Let's be honest. They had the circle pretty much most of the time, and everyone has to come to them. All they need to do is to defend. Yes, they only got 3 elimination points, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they got the chicken dinner, and I guess if anyone's been following the social medias of PUBG Mobile, looks like I'm gonna cross-dress one day.
Oh, well, it's just the first game, and of course, there's still more chicken dinners to go, but this is it. It's Team SMG with the very first winner chicken dinner. We celebrate as we saw how Jenny has led their way to victory. So with that being said, let's head over to the highlights to catch all the action.
Yes, that was indeed a very good game, well played by Team SMG. You know what they say, blessing comes in many forms. And this time, it is a chicken dinner. Team SMG, brand new logo, rebranded themselves. They came out like the Phoenix with a brand new roster and secured themselves their first ever win in the first official map here in the PMPL MYSGPH Spring 2022. There's a lot to look forward to and how they play this game as Sandhawk. Obviously, it attributes down to a lot of the smarts that came out with this roster, which I will break it down in just about a bit. Of course, we're wondering where did all these action go into, like who is the Terminator, who came out on top, who had the most kills, all that and more will be broken down eventually here in this in the PMPL MYSGPH, but looking like it seems like TABAH NSEA and Team SMG, they were one of the two competitors who could get the chicken dinner here in Sandhawk, and I guess with the shift of a circle, that made Team SMG the clear victor here. No discredits to any other teams that played though. Although, you know, like GENEXUS, by the way, great entry as well, seeing as though they are a team that is somewhat new, although players have had experience within the scene. For them to be able to push up against the likes of Yoodo Alliance, 4 rivals, and come out on top, not losing a single member, is already something that is most definitely be shocking the scene. So tell us what your favorite moment was. Let us know down in the comment below. But it's seeming to me that Biu coming back is going to be pretty interesting to watch. KHI unfortunately bow out, and the likes of Team Secret as well, unable to push through with the likes of Dingoz now occupying their way within a chicken dinner. So a lot of these teams unfortunately not making the cut so far, but this is only game 1. Meanwhile, let's take a look at a giveaway that is up for grabs right now. Just input the code you see above the screen, code 1 and code 2, to get yourself free permanent suits. Yes, this very adorable looking ones. One is a corn and the other one is a body of a corn, I guess. You could call it a corn maze, a maze suit, whatever you like to do it. It's harvest time. Go over to www.pubgmobile.com/redeem, input the code, and well, work your way from there. It's something you probably don't want to miss. It's a very cute suit, like I mentioned. And hey, what do gamers love spending their money on? Aesthetics. Nevertheless, let's go straight into the PUBG Mobile version 1.9 right of now with the new additions to the game. The upgraded Cheer Park. As you can see, it comes with an aftermath map with new zip lines, brand new look, competitive racing, and well, the new classic mode improvements with the new bridge, recall mechanic, and other basic stuff. Meanwhile, this is what I was talking about. Okay, we'll get into more detail right now. In improved mechanics here with the viewpoint adjustment, quick voice wheel, if you want to be toxic, let's be honest. Play zone countdown reminders as well, just so you don't forget that it's time to just call it quits and make it into the circle. And well, there's more to look out for here. Just read about it in Mode Classic 1.9 here. So, if you are ready for the breakdown of what happened earlier on, do let me know what you think should have happened. What do you think Team Secret should have done differently when pushing within this circle, being guarded out by Dingoz? Or, you know, what did EVOS VIP had to do playing from the low ground in order to secure themselves an advantage? Did you think that EVOS VIP could have ended at a higher note? We'll see. We'll see. It all goes down onto the replay. That's where every greedy details will be shown onto us, and every flaws and every mistakes off the way. Hey, people learn from them, man. That's what makes you a stronger person at the end of the day, right? No cap, no cap. I'm sure if you're a player, you learn from experience yourself. Like for me, these kids are one of the examples of learning from experience, right? We know these players, they started off young in the scene and right now finally hitting their strides here in Team SMG, brand new, with the whole members actually knowing each other. They're not strangers to each other, so the chemistry you see them play out is really, really perfect. Right now, 3 eliminations, although not much, but I will give them the benefit of the doubt because they did not get much chance, seeing as though they dropped nearby top map. Meanwhile, EVOS VIP coming in second here with 3 eliminations, 12 rank points, obviously with the heal game, smart edge by them. TABAH NC, 5 kills under the name with 10 ranking points. Dingoz actually kept Secret out and, well, secured themselves above Team Secret. Meanwhile, this is the MVP for this matchup alone. NC Flax OP, really flexing onto it. This guy's got 2 kills, although 2 is already more, almost half of what his team was able to bag in terms of elimination, right? 2 kills out of the 5, I'll take it any day. Came from one person, 608 damage, 3.4 MVP points, and well, 39.74 team contribution. So you know he's carrying the bulk of it with the longest elimination distance being at 38 meters long. NC definitely coming on into a good start for the PMPL MYSG, coming off from previous tournaments as well. They have been hitting strides here in Malaysia, and it's coming into fruition what this team can really do as compared to them in the previous season. So really looking out for this team here, who is also going to be national athletes here in Malaysia. So exciting stuff coming out from TABAH NC, man. I can't wait to see what more can this young kids offer here in the scene. But let's not forget, the highlight for this match is going to be Team SMG, who bagged the first chicken dinner within the country league. It's day number 1, obviously still 4 more maps to go. It's a long haul. You're in it for the long haul with Erangel coming in next, Miramar, and another Erangel. So let's see what happened on this game alone. Take a look at the map rotation here. As you see, Paradise Resort is where they choose to spend their holidays and reside, although it was a bloodbath earlier on. For them to make it out alive was quite impressive, if I say so the least. And look at TABAH, that's where the circle closed into. Hence, the 3 kills meant that they really did not need to make any sort of rotation to come into contact with much of an enemy. But 1,065 in terms of total damage is still pretty staggering, given the number of eliminations they could not secure for themselves. So there we go. We can see that Bosskur were all pushing within circles here. Position of Team SMG was smack dab in the center, but I guess they chose to play it really smart. Knowing that it is a Sandhawk map and it's circle reliant, they would not try and play their game and be aggressive. As the circle closed towards TABAH and all the teams that resides and them being smack dab in the middle, it was a smart choice to disengage from any sort of fights for the time being. Hence, the conservative kill count coming on their side here. As we can see, Dingoz, Team Secret, well, GENEXUS was there as well, taking over, which eventually they end up wiping out Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. But you can see majority of the teams that make it towards the last few circles are within this vicinity itself. EVOS VIP, props to them though, they went all the way from Langkawi, found their way in rotation towards the side of TABAH, which was a harder thing to do, seeing as though that Bosskur, GENEXUS, and Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, Dingoz, and even SMG could very well be within their path. So maybe they took a actually long way to rotate within the circle. But yes, SMG safe and sound, literally in paradise right now within the resort, which they paid 5-star first class. And this was one of the few fights that did take place here. SMG just well within hidden from the entire action, with the bulk of the team happening towards the north and west side of the screen here. Homebois going up against Team Hawk, Bosskur waiting just to come in as a third party, so it was a literal bloodbath here. Meanwhile, SMG just played it safe. I'm sure Jenny had information being positioned where he is. He does have eyes across the valley and, well, send some information towards their end. So Bosskur tries to open the map to get more information and control. Unfortunately, they will be sending one person onto the side of Homebois, which then will get punished in the process. And towards the 5th circle, as you can see, when lands are scarce, it goes down into Team SMG and their ability to actually have the map awareness or map knowledge to occupy the high grounds here. Already expecting the circle to close on in further, they decided to stand by the edge because it was still a high ground. As you can see, Team Secret Eyeshots positioned himself within center circle, or at least closer towards the center, because he, assuming that the circle might close onto them, but fortune favors the bold here as SMG gets the better half of the circle. It was between SMG and NC, if you notice, who actually understands the map to the teeth here. Both these teams occupying the high ground, taking over some sort of leverage they can get from a vantage point. Meanwhile, Team Secret and Dingoz, who took their gamble down in the low ground, will be punished heavily. But kudos to EVOS VIP, who has a backup plan, and that is one player playing the heal game. So Team SMG having the high ground and a compound to play around with. With the circle going on to the end just means danger to all the other three teams playing around. NC, EVOS VIP, and Dingoz. And it's not until the 7th circle is when things fell into their favor heavily, right? Because now they have to push on to SMG, who now has the high ground. And if you notice the way SMG took over the map here, they have 3 people up in the front line, 2 people up in the front line, with 1 member being perched out from an off angle outside the circle to make sure they have all flank angles covered in case of a full frontal push. And that played out phenomenally for Team SMG. So smart positioning, understanding the map geography, smart play, smart placement, and a little bit of luck that went a long way, especially in the side of Sandhawk. So that will conclude match number 1. We still have 4 more maps to go here. Excited for the next one. It is going to be a balanced one. It is Erangel, which I believe some of the teams will not be playing. Actually, just to quote me, ACDE will be playing, which means B is out of sight and out of might. Team Secret, Sem9, GENEXUS, and Homebois. These 2 teams, some of these teams, which we have mentioned, did phenomenally, at least in their first debut, and that is GENEXUS, wiping the likes of Yoodo Alliance 4 rival. That is one crazy feat to do. Just in case you forgot, the history of Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, they are one of the most aggressive teams when it comes to the league. Their game plan is to run at you, guns blazing. So when you're going up against a man without a plan but just got nothing to lose, you know you might want to think twice. And GENEXUS, they thought it out brilliantly with BuBu on their side. The insurmountable experience that he has in leading the team to charge on 4th, actually taking out the entire squad without losing a member in the process. Unfortunately, they got cucked by a third party, so nothing to do there. It's all fair in love and war in the end of the day. So yeah, excited to see more of these teams finally pulling their strides here in the PMPL MYSGPH 2022 Spring, and we have only just begun. Excited for that one. Tell me, who is the team you think did not get the spotlight, but is just a sleeping giant in the process? Let us know down in the comments below. I want to know, who is this team with loads of potential, but just did not show up very well in this first game, and maybe on the next game they're gonna come up, pop off big time. I need to know these things. Why? Because then it's easier for me to make these talent predictions, right? So take a look to the head-to-head here. It is second to none with NC here, as only there it is head-to-head between these 2 players, who has 2 kills on the side of Flax OP and 3 on Axe Rush, which makes the 5 kills that they did accumulate all together, with an average damage at 608 plus the 400 of their own. Overall stats though for this match alone, 44 eliminations in total, with 15,947 total heal counts in the map of Sandhawk. Of course, you see Team Secret Eyeshots being held at the end, and even EVOS VIP, who was just playing the healing game. 51 knockouts, 107 throwables used, 1 airdrop looted. Not surprising. We all know airdrops is just a trap. It's a candy to a lot of ants, and well, 2 headshots with 11 revives, with the longest distance being Axis Micah at 220 meters. That will be game number 1 of the day here. That would conclude it. Now we're going into match number 2, which we have Erangel, and as I mentioned before, Group B will not be playing, which means no Team Secret, no Sem9, no GENEXUS, no Homebois. A lot of the crowd pleasers just disappeared on this one, but which means Group A now gets the chance to pop off. Geek fam, could they be on their way into securing themselves another victorious run here in the PMPL? I guess we'll see and find out. Group E, Kai Esports, KHI still has not showed yet again the action that their fans have been expecting, but I don't blame them. It is a Sandhawk anyways, right? It's a circle-reliant map and hard to make it around in rotation. The EVOS VIP did like the most insane thing to come all the way from Langkawi to Totmak with and still make it to second place. It's already a great feat to do. So maybe not in Sandhawk, but Kai Esports or KHI Esports might have a chance here in Erangel. And my next talent prediction is going to be Team Secret, of course. It's a bit of a no-brainer, this one. They are a high-caliber team, and as we saw previously, hey, they adapt, right? Sure, their prediction of the circle rotation, the circle placement, it did not come in fruition, in which caused them that game, but still, they made it onto the top 10, and they played it the best they could. So Team Secret might have the shot here when it comes to a balanced map like Erangel, where it is loot by abundance, a lot of covers to play around with, and a decent amount of hills. So that would be my call. Obviously, I've been wrong so far through this entire day itself. But hey, it takes time to pick things up around here. That is the beauty of the Country League. And unfortunately for these teams this time around, the format does not give them that luxury to sit back and relax. So without further ado, we have game number 2 in Erangel. I'm gonna pass you along to Sir Cloud and ContraCast. Take it away, boys.
Well, a whole lot of love for dear Keith that's on the analyst desk. Definitely great breakdown, as well as all the things that we need to know about this brand new season that's starting to get heated up. So SMG, they close out the very first matchup there with a big fat chicken dinner. And EVOS VIP clutched it, coming at number 2. Who would have actually thought? They sneaked in very late. And you know what? Don't be late to check out all the great new stuff, as we do have a brand new from Realme. It's the GT2 Pro that's greater than you see. And this year, Realme as a tech trendsetters will partner with PUBG Mobile to support the young talents in the scene of esports with best-in-class products.
And not only that as well, we have our official digital telco partner, which is Yoodo. Let's switch over to Yoodo together, and you can get free 5 GB of high-speed data plus 20 GB of PUBG Mobile data, and you can heal all the way with 20 GB. I don't know how long can you heal with 20 GB. You can probably heal like for years.
Yeah, like 20 gigabytes like
of healing.
Okay, like say one heal takes about 5 seconds or so, I assume.
Okay.
And maybe that's like 5 kilobytes of, I don't know, data. So yeah, maybe your estimation is going to be pretty correct. You can do the math.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, they can do the math. And probably, like, if anyone uses 20 GB worth of PUBG Mobile data to heal, they can heal themselves to PFGC.
Wow.
Just saying.
That's a whole year of healing. But you know what? Get yourself all that good stuff from Yoodo. Wow, we hop right in for match 2 here in the PMPL MYSGPH. So, last round, it was in Sandhawk, and you could just say it was just a little bit of a warm-up coming in from all the 16 teams. Now, do you think that is still a warm-up round? I think that they're gonna go in hot this time.
Well, it depends, right? If you got the chicken dinner, you're probably like, yeah, that's our regular game. But if you went out early, like if you were MAB, you probably want to console yourself by saying, it was a warm-up round, so calm down, guys. We'll be playing again in this round. But talking about this round, so it's going to be a switch of groups. So we're going to see some teams not playing, and this will be the format throughout the league. The map sequence will be the same. So for us as viewers, whatever that we see on screen will be the same, but for the teams, the group will change every day until throughout the week. So yeah, so it will be a challenge for the teams to actually adapt to new teams around them.
Indeed it will be, and you know, with this flight path that's skewed from north all the way to the southwest end, Sonoska Military Base, Farm Milta is now being left out in the open. Sure, there's going to be teams that's folding right by into that section, and speaking of which, that's where the circle's going to be. And looks to me that KHI Esports, Kai Esports, I want to get this one right eventually, like the proper way to pronounce, you know, the newcomers to the league in great fashion. And Demigod, he's in between. I'm not too sure if Insomnius has weapons though.
Yeah, not too sure. Okay, we need to wait till
Oh,
we get a
boy.
visual there. But unfortunately not. Insomnius doesn't have a weapon. Instead, Demigod is ready with a shotgun. So it's going to be first blood given to Demigod. Okay, I'm not too sure how the Insomnius end up there. I felt that the flight path could... they could land directly on school, so I'm not too sure.
Perhaps he was hoping to take one of these compounds around this sector or get a vehicle to get by to the team, but when he parachuted to that section and he spots members of Kai Esports, and that's where, you know, there's nothing much that he could possibly do from that point when you don't have weapons. But then again, if you consider the fact that the opposing end where you saw Demigod only has the double barrel shotgun, well, the S686 to be specific, it's not going to do too much from a far range, and he's got a pistol. There's a chance that he could have ran off, but you kind of assume that all your enemies are holding short-range weapons, right? So I guess like he did what he could just to sneak by and hope to get away with it. But all in all, good first blood coming in from Kai Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 50-50, right? Like, it's a flip of a coin. Like, he could still be at the back of that building, at the back of that shack, and they might not notice him, and he could still be alive. Or he could run away and get shot. So, I mean, either way, there's no right or wrong answer to whatever that Insomnius did. But it's unfortunately that EVOS VIP, after a spectacular round of healing themselves up to a second place finish and even having the same score as Team SMG overall, they are forced to play with 3 team members in this round. But you kind of think about it, Contra. They played with 3 team members as well in Sandhawk without Sam. And they still made it to second place. I mean, it just shows that they could adapt with 3 maybe.
Perhaps so, but then again, when you are moving to a map that's like, well, double, triple, quadruple the size of Sadok, it does get a little bit tough sometimes, where one member could really make the difference, especially when you hit to a certain late game skirmish where you lack a certain firepower, and with Insomnius being the captain, I guess he could still lead the team now without contributing to the firepower, but it will definitely be a great addition. But it don't seem to be a huge problem at the start of the game, especially when, you know, in the early game you have ample time to loot up from. I guess that there's a lot more spacing for EVOS VIP, where they've already secured a second spot finish in the earlier round. It's not to say that they could slack off from that point onwards, but even if they don't end up winning that chicken dinner, it's acceptable. But if they do win the chicken dinner with only 3 members, that's something that we wouldn't be able to, you know, comprehend. How did this team do it with 3 and everybody else started with 4, you know?
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, if that happened, I worry that other teams will be like, oh, okay, maybe we should play with the 3-man strat at some point. So, I don't think it's something that we want to encourage. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of factors to winning a chicken dinner.
And speaking of which, could you imagine maybe if one day we get like a competitive 3 versus 3s? Like, I think that's gonna be pretty interesting because when it comes down to duos, the mechanics are a little bit different. Where, you know, if you do knock one enemy member, you could just wait for someone to try to go for a revive, then you snipe the other duo, and then you could basically secure those points. If you come with a trio, there's many ways that you can approach fights, whether aggressively, defensively. I guess that 4 is just the magic number that we've been working with for the umpteen years. Well, haven't been umpteen years. Speaking of which, we're celebrating the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile, and you know, a lot of these players that are currently with us are from even back in the days when we started back in PNMC, and I just love to tell the tales of how far they've come.
Yeah, now that you bring up the topic, right? So maybe we should give some, maybe we should shout out to some of the players who have been with us since then. Like, let's see, Manparang?
Manparang is one of them.
iShots is one of them.
Yakuza?
Yakuza. Well, he's not playing, but he is in the lineup.
Yeah.
Let's see who else.
Boyka.
Oh yeah, Boyka.
Old man Boyka.
And that's kind of easy to point out. Let's see, is Trix and Co.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Trix and Co, including Jenny as well. So those are some of the names. Who else?
Well,
Sorry, anyone?
I think there is quite a number. Iron Pro is one of them.
There you go.
Small Boy. Well, technically, what I think of Boyka, I think of all the old names of, you know, the legendary roster of Arov back in the days. They did make the cut into the PMCO. I was there with them. And yeah, fun people to hang around with. And, you know, look at how far they've come. You know, back then, they all started off small. And they've already made a name for themselves. Now, the new generation that have joined us this season are about to make their mark. Mika, for example, from EVOS VIP, from that last round, he pulled off quite some significant points back to the team. Though it ends up in the healing game, I think that's a great debut. And same goes to MAB Esports, the very first time joining in, and oh, good taps play from 9.
Oh, wow. That's a really, really long range, and he managed to get a tap onto Riff. But that's going to be warning shots onto Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. Didn't have the best of starts for them. I think they went out like number 14, so there's no placement points. I mean, for a team that has this reputation of playing in the PMGC, I'm sure fans will expect a little bit more from them. But talking about expectations, I was kind of expecting for Small Boy to be playing this round, but I was kind of surprised that he isn't in the starting lineup.
Well, I guess that it's a long journey ahead. It's basically a marathon that we're speaking of, and oh, beautiful shots coming out of Echo from a distance. That's like, what, 200 meters? Close to it?
Yeah.
And he's going to be able to basically dish out the damage, and there's nothing that Geek fam can do about it.
Yeah, that's definitely going to go up in the charts, I think, later for one of the longest elimination distance. Where Keith will break down to us at the end of this game. Axis redONE. What an interesting lineup as well. I mean, a team that is like kind of like a underdog-ish, but they managed to win the league with Voki leading the charts. Now they have replaced Voki with Jumper. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I think that it's definitely a good decision that's made by the organization themselves, because you want to take a veteran to lead a team, and Voki was that perfect piece of a puzzle, which of course now makes it a missing piece. But I still need to determine whether or not does he fit in to the entire roster all too well. We know Jumper for his contributions back in Team Secret, back in the olden days of Yoodo. Gang, as well as 7-9, of course. But with all of that being said, it's all about forming that chemistry in a short duration of time, which even with Voki joining Yoodo Alliance, what does he add to the table here? Because they've already have ALMGHTY, who's leading the team. Does that make it 2 in-game leaders for Yoodo Alliance on this sort of spectrum? And for the side of Axis redONE.
Yeah.
Are they going to listen to a new leader?
Yeah, I agree. That's kind of like a debate as well. I mean, we've seen teams with 2 in-game leaders didn't work out. Remember the Yakuza and Luxi? Yeah, that era. So that was one example as well. And I think there were a couple of other examples. I think there was a Team Secret with Mat Toy together with Jumper as well. So we had a couple of examples that having 2 in-game leaders didn't work. But if you kind of think about it, Voki, before being the in-game leader for Axis, he was a regular player. He was a fragger for RSG back in the day.
And he got the championship title.
And he got the championship title. So could he be versatile enough to revert back to just a player and let ALMGHTY be the leader?
That's a really fair point where, you know, like, it shows his flexibility. That he's an all-rounder, whether if you need him to take charge, and maybe if ALMGHTY tends to sit out of a game, he could basically take over and offer something new to the table where Yoodo Alliance could possibly come up with a new strategy of their own that is very unpredictable. I guess this is the double-edged sword that we talk about, right? Like it could either go really well or it could also go wrong when you have, you know, two leaders in the same team. Now, going back to action, we have Geek Fam now going for tabs. Dabru tries to punish members of Dingoz, but he's the one that's soaking a little bit of damage. Now, let's talk a little bit about Dingoz Esports because they have a brand new roster. We didn't see them for, say, what, a season? And now they're back in. So, what do you think they have to offer for this brand new season, especially with, you know, Singapore as well as PH in the fray?
Well, they acquired back then known as TG Aris or Yoodo Alliance before this. So, and they maintained two players, two original players. One of them is Baby Kim. Did very, very well during the PMNC when they qualified into the PMPL. But I think the adaptation into PMPL is kind of like a struggle for them back then. So it didn't really work out. Yes, they still qualified. Yes, they still maintained the slot, but their performance wasn't the best. So now with Dingoz coming in and investing in this team, it's not only about Dingoz investing, it's also about bringing in Batman. Batman is the coach, by the way, for Dingoz. Yeah. So
that's a great fact.
Yeah, so he's definitely championship material. He has won in season 3 before this. Yeah, season 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, right? Like he transitioned from coach when he used to basically form up strategies for Diamonds Are Esports. Then he moved to RSG.
Yeah.
And he won the title with RSG.
Yeah.
Now he's moving back to a coach position. I wonder, like, how much does it take to basically flip the switch in a span of like a season? Like, that's a lot to do as an individual because that requires a lot of brain power to do that. And of course, Batman definitely have gotten my respect for it.
Yeah, well, Batman's strength or core strength was his brain power.
And his leadership as well.
Yeah, and his leadership. Even when he was playing as the in-game leader for RSG, and through his brain power, they won the championship. So you got to give it up to him. This guy his brain is made out of something.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, of course it's made out of something. But you get what I
Gray
mean.
matter.
Brain matter, yeah.
Gray matter is what it's made of. Well, I guess, like, you know, like we need a little bit of that secret sauce. Maybe if we do get to interview him whenever the team performs well. But of course, we have 4 maps to go before we get any sort of interviews, and well, Keith's got to do a lot of talking by then. So before all of that, I guess like we're going through this calm before the storm because speaking of coach, there's a lot of other teams that's also bringing a coach of their own, right? Like EVOS VIP has gotten Iman, a veteran from a legendary team, which he used to play in another FPS title. So he's very known in the scene, but it's his first time going into PUBG Mobile. And what do you think that is the significant contribution that's coming from such a coach?
Well, I think what's interesting about Iman is that, okay, the thing about coaching, right? So this is me myth-busting it. A good player doesn't make a good coach. And this is a fact. Because as a coach, you need to be able to communicate your thoughts, your ideas to the team, and they're able to digest it. Now, if you're a good player, you have good ideas, but you can't communicate your thoughts, it's as good as nothing. So Iman has this trait that, yes, he hasn't been in the PUBG Mobile scene, but he has excellent communication skills. He was an in-game leader himself before this, and he has won his own title, so he knows what it means to be playing at a very top level. He brings this different perspective, different view to EVOS VIP. And if you kind of think about it, EVOS VIP's issue was Luxy left the team, Insomnius took over as the in-game leader, so he needs guidance on how to be the best in-game leader possible. And Iman, being a very experienced in-game leader, knows how to win. He definitely fills this gap for Insomnius.
That's right, and I really thank you for all these insights because that's definitely some information that is really essential for everybody watching right here. We do have a little bit of a skirmish going on. R2K takes long-range taps against Clutch Guerilla. Well, that definitely favors Clutch a little bit more, but from this distance, all they could do is just chip damage onto the helmets, a little bit of wear and tear, because from this distance, you really don't want to crash right in. If you full send it, there's a chance that they will lose members. Appy soaks in so much damage coming in from Adik Luke once more. Adik Hihi does it again, but this hill is filled with crowds all corners of the map. We got Bosskur, EVOS VIP, SMG, as well as Yoodo Alliance here to see who really becomes the king of the hill.
Oh, and who's going to be the king of the beach at the same time? MAB looks like they're in trouble. They'll be pressured by the zone. But at the same time, R2K is keeping them at bay. Now, MAB, they were the first team to be eliminated in Sadhar. They don't want to be eliminated early this time around. Nasty will be taken down by Flax from NSEA, and Calamity is trying to find his way to the circle. Echo looks like he spots out MAB, but not going to pull the trigger just yet.
Yeah, smooth rotation so far. Team Hawk is not punishing them at all. Wow,
no,
here comes Team Hawk! He's gonna be able to pull members of MAB down on the ground. They can only pro right fly, but that Bingo's about to bust in no time. That's enough for them to just deter it. MAB Esports, while Clutch Guerilla, they're taking the fight over to Naoki. Well, that's actually the Rensky. Sorry, it's a little too far for me to actually take notice of. 3 members down below. Can they flush him out? Molotov's being expended. While this fight's not over yet, we're moving to another one. NC will take it all the way in. Going close proximity against Almighty, but they bring Flax down.
Oh, and check this out. Rush is coming from the other side. There's nowhere that Nasty can go. And this is just nasty for Almighty. The Almighty have fallen. Only managed to get 1 elimination point from this fight. And no placement points for them, but Rensky is still alive somehow.
Yeah, I guess that they're just holding back. A whole lot of smoke's been popped, and, you know, Almighty didn't really like it all too rough. Here goes Xerox, sneaking in behind the smoke. The rest of Clutch Guerilla making it easy. It's a 1v3 after all, while we have Dingoz Esports right down the lower end of the hill. It's going to be Farang Lejund that's going to be pinning them down, suppressing them from moving anywhere at all, while Asfar is going to be able to land some taps, and it's being traded by Rift as well. The grenade's looking pretty good. Kai Esports then getting invaded by the rest of Axis Red 1. They're going to go in for the full push as well. What can Axis get out of this? We'll have to find out. They get 1 kill. This is going in for the push. It's Demigod all alone. Can they get it all up? And it's Kai Esports, the next team to bow out.
And I'm just looking at the elimination feed. Is it Jumper taking out Demigod? Oh no, it's Micah. Okay, it's Micah. If it was Jumper, I mean, you guys in the community, I'm sure you guys are up to date with those stories. It'll be
Chat's gonna run wild.
spicy.
It definitely will do. Well, I guess there's gonna be clips now. We keep tabs on the score, right?
Yeah.
So right now, 1-0. And still, this is just the second match. Many more to come. I believe that Kai Esports will be able to bounce back as we go back in the game. Kim going for the tags. He's all alone. The rest of RSG are already on the ground. There is not much room for a resurrection, but oh my goodness! Scar L straight to the face. Dingoz now worried for their own. Baby Kim versus Kim. Who's gonna get it? It looks like RSG's out.
It looks like the baby's gonna get the Kim. And now Dingoz, they just need to reset themselves, but they need to do it quickly as NC might move in onto them as Dingoz goes out at 12th place. NC, speaking about them, looks like RTK taking from behind and taking them out at 12th place, 5 elimination points.
Wow. R2K definitely putting a lot of work here. SMG coming in with a 2-man flush, but it's going to be EVOS VIP with perfect defense. Samzy tries to, of course, take the bullet for the team. He's still going to be alive, so there's plenty of opportunities for them to hold out. This is a region where EVOS VIP is very well versed. We saw Magical Grenade when Aiko used to be around. But oh my word!
Wait,
he almost got it!
In the face by Echo with a micro Uzi, taking out Farang Legends at 10th place. And now Clutch Guerilla looks like they're in trouble as well, and looks like they'll be out. 10th place for the 2 elimination points taken out by Dingoz.
My oh my. It's really getting pretty rough here over the farm fields. On top of the hill as well, R2K quickly goes for a reset. They do have some high frags on their side. 9 points in, 7 for Dingoz. Tries to go in for extension distance. He gets him though! Team Hawk, they bite the dust.
Ain't no baby no more. Baby Kim is now a man. And he gets elimination after elimination. Earlier on, taking out Kim. But now he got Zuli. But, man. The Caster's Curse just came in and Baby Kim eliminated, gunned down. But I don't think it'll be an issue for his teammates to picking up. Should be okay.
Indeed it will be. While Axis redONE, they take over the section of the compound, but they are just slightly off of where they need to be. Circle's going to be just right across the corner. Now it's getting a little bit awkward for teams to make their way across if they need to. While taps are being fired by Micah, he's basically covering a lot of great angles and doing enough damage to hold R2K back. Mika will find one more for EVOS VIP.
Oh, and Sam will get saved. The Geek fam will be eliminated by EVOS VIP from afar, and that's a long range coming in for EVOS VIP. Now we're up to the top 6 teams. 5 elimination points now for EVOS VIP, but they don't have the circle. They need to move further forward. Same goes with the Dingoz, but they have R2K to deal with.
My oh my, how much more could R2K get out of this? And oh my goodness! As I speak of it, Ziggs goes ahead to show what he's got. Ate trades back with a nade. It's a little bit too far wide. Replied by Echo as well, and this is just going to be a little bit of a party, but he's got to dodge it all quickly though. Echo now gets tagged, and Dingoz Esports will get them crushed.
Man, Dingoz, they're on fire, but Itsukido will still go down. Now the nade tossed out by Ate. They have one more to take out, and they must finish this fight. 6 will be the last man standing. Will pick up Echo. If Dingoz don't finish off R2K, R2K can shoot them from behind, so it's important for them to finish off R2K.
Here comes EVOS VIP. Top 4. R2K walks away on the top 5 position with 7 points. Definitely something respectable. Dingoz as well with 10 frags of their own. As much as some of these teams may not have as high of a number of elimination points, they're sure raking all the top 4 finishes that they could possibly get away with. Now, Micah, he's all alone while Jumper tries to cover another different angle. Look at how Axis is basically dictating half of the map as they are taking on this fight against Dingoz.
I know, right? They still have a full squad. That's why they are so confident of just getting the bigger piece of the pie. And now the nade toss out by Razor will not connect onto Ricky. Jumpers on the left. EVOS VIP, they have this hill and they have the circle, so it's advantage to them. Dingoz, they still need to move forward. Baby Kim still on the outside of the circle.
And remember what we talked about? EVOS VIP only had 3 members throughout their journey, making their way into the top 4. I want to see them get the chicken dinner because that is something that we will all rave about versus all the other teams that started with for all having a smooth cruise. Well, I can't say for everyone, but now in this top 3, they're doing really well, but it's going to be Noob here that will take Boy out of Team Bosskur.
Oh, and the circle looks like it's going to be a middle. It's going to be a road circle. Baby Kim goes down once more to Sam. And now Ricky will be taken out, and Sam will finish off the rest of team members from Dingoz. Dingoz out at 4th place. We're now down to the top 3, but top 2 it is.
And once again, EVOS makes it to the top of the podium. And it's going to be Jumper that gets taken out. Mika! He will get the advantage for EVOS VIP. Now it's going to be a full flush of a full set coming in from EVOS. Can they make the cut though? They want to go in for the quick revival. There's going to be a smoke being primed in. Mika gets shot and they didn't really see the other angle. Micah on the other end will keep the rest of EVOS VIP at bay. The circle favors Axis redONE.
Oh, Axis redONE, they not only have the circle, they have a bigger piece of this area. Mika going to toss out a nade onto Razor on the left side. Oh, and then they landed on the Razor, so it's going to be 2 left for the side of EVOS VIP. No way Razor is going to be picked up. Mika now on the left side tries to get down Sam, and Sam is still alive down the counter fire. Sam comes in with the knockdown of Micah.
2 versus 2, and now here comes Noob as well. He will bring out Samzy. Noob now all 1 versus 1, and now it will come down to the final blow. And Axis redONE, they come in hot, and they will take out EVOS VIP for this winner chicken dinner.
my, oh my. Yes, EVOS VIP, the White Tigers, they are resilient, but it is Axis who came out on top. What's going on, guys? It's Keith here, back for the analyst table here for the PMPL 2022 MYSGPH Spring. And my God, was that a game. One way to kick things off in the first week here, and game number 2, things have been cranked up from 1 to 100 and now to 1,000. It is quite the show to catch, and thank God that I'm here today to watch it all go down live onto the screen. If you loved that game, let us know down in the comments below. Cheer for the two teams, Axis and EVOS VIP. It could have gone either way, but man, props goes to the side of EVOS because they were playing with a man down from the get-go, being picked out by none other than Kai Esports or KHI Esports. So, before we go further into the game and the nitty-gritty details, we do have some treats for you at home to claim for yourself. These are the codes for you to redeem yourself some free permanent suits. Very adorable. You're dressed up as a corn with the corn head and the what is the thing? Chlorophyll body. Yes, that's my biology knowledge coming back up. Yes. Chlorophyll green body with your corn maze head. This makes it a perfect harvest outfit. One for you to own here. Just go on to www.pubgmobile.com/redeem. Input the code, work your way from there, and mind you, these are very limited. As you can see, only 2 comes out and their codes are different every single time. So if you're not fast enough, unfortunately, you're just the first loser from it. So, talking about the PUBG Mobile patch note, version 1.9 as well, in case you guys didn't know. They are coming in with the vibrant anniversary with colorful spawn islands, aerial battlefield, colorful bicycle, which I would say is kind of a disadvantage since you're standing out like a peacock, right? Meanwhile, the classic mode improvements right there with the new bridge, recall mechanic, and other basic improvement. But the upgraded shear park, now that's one to look out for with new zip lines, brand new look with the balloons and competitive racing alongside with new firearms. So this is what's new and what's up. The new Royal Pass here. It is a collaboration of PUBG Mobile with Warframe. Get the latest Royal Pass in collaboration with Warframe now. Okay, it's available in the game since 22nd of March. That means we are 1 day late now in telling you the good news. Lots of items to be unlocked as you progress through this pass itself. Obtain various outfits throughout the in-game events in PUBG Mobile, and more information will be shared soon, so stay tuned on our challenge and get the new Royal Pass, which is in collaboration with Warframe. Look at that, isn't that sick? You're bringing 2 of the best things in life, right? Warfare, army warfare, World War II, whatever you'd like to call it, with alien technology that gives you this one heck of a deal called the Royal Pass. So make sure to update the app now and make yourself some very, very good investment and purchase that pass, because why not, right? So, the game we watched just now, a lot of things to talk about, of course. Unfortunately, KHI didn't get to shine once again. I guess for the first time representative from the Philippines team, but we'll get into more of that later. Take a look at the rankings up on the screen right now. Axis, again, showing their prowess like they did in the previous season. Previously then led by Voki, now with an extremely experienced member as well, Jumper, who's played a lot around in the teams here in Southeast Asia alone, and it shows with 10 elimination points from their end. I think the second or the first person who did that was Dingoz as well, with a very, very hefty elimination, yeah, with 11 of their own. 15 points from their placement plus the 10. They are well up and above here. EVOS though, two times placement. Mind my words, 2 times second place champion. That's the word I was going for here. 9 eliminations, a hefty one on their own, seeing as though they were stuck in a house for the longest time, playing it passive until when they found the chance to strike. Axis Mika, right now, Micah has 5 eliminations himself. It's not like it's news to us. We've seen how this guy can pop things off within the Axis squad, within the guidance of his allies. This guy is a fragger at heart, and we've seen him pull off in a previous season, and great to see him again doing this much for his team. 736 damage, 3.2 MVP points, with the longest elimination distance at 96 meters, and we thought that was going to go on the side of R2K. 36.56 in terms of team contribution though, so that is why Axis is very, very scary, right? Despite this man having 5 kills on his own, the workload distribution seems to be pretty even, if I would say so myself. And of course, PUBG Mobile being a battle royale, it's all about being consistent if you want to keep it up to the top, right? EVOS VIP now marches at #1 spot here with that 12 elimination points and 24 rank points from the 2 second place finishes in 2 maps. Still no chicken dinner on their end, but they don't need it that much. 36 total point itself, but Dingoz, that is a surprising factor. Still lethal from the variations of Dingoz that we've seen before, but let's take a look at the second draft. Geek, Homebois, GENEXUS, RSG, Clutch, Kai Esports, YA4R, Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, Almighty, MAB, and Farang Lejund now struggles here with less than 8 points each, right? Farang Lejund was the team that everyone had their eyes on, especially after with the thing they pulled off in a previous season with Adik Luke on their side. They seem to be an unstoppable force with very, very formidable firepower, but right now, it's not feeling like it. It's not seeming like it, and although they've had their moments, I guess it just wasn't enough to seal the deal. Still 0 eliminations on their end, being kill-stealed by the rest of the teams participating. So, that is what it is. Axis redONE currently under the guidance of Jumper. That was a very, very smart play to say the least. If you notice the things they were doing towards the last few circles and in terms of taking control of the entire map. But of course, EVOS VIP, they really pushed back hard, and it felt like it could have gone their way if they so choose to itself. Let's take a look at the recap. So if you notice, Axis redONE actually started their adventures all the way from Kimeshki. This team, they are on a road trip, moving from one place to another, with leaving one member on top of TABAH just to be a scout. And when they see that the entrance is clear within circle, they pushed on in, close to Lipovka, and from then on, make another rotation towards down nearby school here, but not really residing within it, knowing that school is kind of like a bloodbath from the get-go. So, then they made their movement all the way down, eventually, within circles when they have to. I believe they were over at Shelter, just residing and waiting. Oh, actually above there, above Mansion. Onto the top end side, Yasnaya Poliana, down below. That is where Axis actually relies and resides. I think they took their time and the push here within the circle, actually allowing the teams that are in front of them to clear a path for themselves, right? They had to fight through quite a bit if they were to make themselves into the center circle, which means
the Axis Red1, this is where all the numbers is starting to add up into play, as they have a lot of teams to go through that could explain why they had the 10 eliminations on their own. So Axis Red1, they definitely did not have a breeze when it comes to this map, as you see that the circle shifted down to its shelter. Right smack dab in the center is farm and open area, which nobody really likes to play in an open field. So everyone's just camping by the compounds that they can't find by the side, and you see that Axis still playing on a passive edge, playing on the outside of the circle, not wanting to commit too heavy just yet, and recognizing the rotations from the other team, seeing as though they began from the side of Kameshki, they would be the last team to arrive. Hence, they could assume that they have a couple of 100 million teams right in front of them and decided, we're going to play this one really, really slow. Eventually, when the circle hard shifted towards the center between the trio that is Shelter, Milta, and Farm, they were also, again, still playing from the outside. And I guess this was when their entry begins, right? The opportunity starts with Axis, with only now, instead of playing it aggressive and trying to push through 3 teams, they now only have Kai Esports or KHI Esports right in front of them, which is a fairly easier push to do, and we've seen how they played that one. They pushed straight onto Kai Esports, who was within compound, and actually take the compound for themselves, which I'm sure we're going to get into in just about a bit, but here is a little bit of a pit stop. There we go. This is the point where Axis Red1 has already taken a compound out of Kai Esports, which was surprising, because in any given point of time, you would assume that Kai Esports had all the advantage in the world. They were in circle, they were not pressured to move, they had the compound advantage, they could peek out, and Axis had to play wide open, yet here they are taking a compound from Kai Esports like it was candy from a baby. So Axis, they won big time in pushing their pace and securing their spot within this circle. Now, if you take a look at the map right now, Axis didn't have much control as everyone else had the better half of the map. But later on, Axis, they spread out by recognizing that R2K is within the skirmish with Dingoz. They decided to capitalize on that moment, come in as a third party, and maybe finish the job done, opening the map into a 50 split onto their end. With Jumper up on the front lines, I'm sure he has got some info. Oh, actually Micah was the one on the front lines. Jumper gets shot in the back end. This was the last few fights here as EVOS VIP managed to actually take down Jumper, evening the manpower down to 3v3 here. But some trade that happens in the way, which then left EVOS VIP with 2 up against 3, and even so, that did not stop the White Tigers at all. Towards the end there, it turned into a 1v1. Obviously, EVOS VIP, they held their compound against Team SMG, so they were playing the passive game through and through. However, when it came down to it, they only had 3 members, so of course they had to play a bit more passive throughout the entire game. But take a look at the elimination and damage that happened here. Axis Red1 with 10 kills in their name, 1,963 with the damage output alone, towering the rest, only challenged by Dingoz, who's got 11 kills, but not even the damage to match the likes of Axis Red1. So you know that they had to fight through quite a bit, and that push to Kai Esports, that I would technically say nearly won them the game, but it was the clutch towards the end against EVOS VIP that actually did. EVOS VIP, though, 1,874. They dished out some damage themselves. SMG did try and push towards them, but they held really, really great. They took that fight like a champ, and, well, leaving SMG, the previous chicken dinner winner, with not much points to take from the table. But of course, Axis, they come out on top with Micah. Most damage dealt so far, 736 from a single player. And Mika from EVOS with 711. Heynoob comes in next, still under the banner of Axis Red1, so 658 damage on these guys. So they are definitely one to look out for again in the season. This team's crazy. They're absolutely bananas, if I would say so myself. Last season, we saw them pop off with Voki, this season, they're doing extremely well with a new leader. Man, can this team even be slowed down? Meanwhile, match 3 awaits us here in the side of Miramar. As you can take a look at the graphic at hand, it's a demolition derby, but it really just means it's a hot map to play in. Sandy Dunes, A, B, C, and E. That will be the group that will be playing, which means Group D will not. That is Team SMG, or RSG, MAB Esports, and ALMGHTY all down for the count. We'll be sitting this one out, but not to worries though, because they have another Miramar map coming up after this next one. So, hey, it's all good. All fair in love and war here. They'll have their chance. And then we're going to end the day again with another Erangel. So, before we get into this next one, I would like to say this time around, with a Miramar map, I'm going to give this one onto the side of Geek fam, right? Because, man, QB, this guy is a brainiac genius. We all know that. We know how he's secured some of the chicken dinners in Miramar with his team alone, just by playing the terrains and potholes and crater holes that they can find as cover and use it towards their advantage. And I believe that is all under the leadership of QB. So, I'm curious to find out what this guy has in mind. Obviously, Geek Fam is last season's champion for the PMPL MY, then SG only. Now, with PH coming in, make things interesting here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Again, high esports can still pop off. You can have 2 bad games, but maybe this third time's your charm. Or not. We'll see. Anyways, that will be all for the recap in match number 2. We will be getting into match number 3 very shortly. In fact, by shortly, I meant me, because it's happening right now. Take it away, boys. Sir Cloud and Contra Cast.
But you know what they talk about, what they say about you, Keith? Once a Keith, always a fam. And that's why he loves those Geek Fams there. Geek Fam prediction coming up for Keith. A lot of high hopes from them, but of course, no doubt Geek Fam is a quality team. We've seen them as the champions before.
Indeed, and you know, like past season they popped up and they built this momentum from scratch, and every season they keep getting better and better. But you know, the competition is stiff, and how do you keep up with the competition? By getting the Realme GT2 Pro. It's greater than you see. And of course, this year, Realme as a tech trendsetter will partner with PUBG Mobile to support the young talents of esports with best-in-class products. So of course, we thank our official smartphone partners, Realme, for that.
I mean, in case you guys don't know, this is an actual phone right in front of us. And it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. But what else is gorgeous is our official digital telco partner, Yoodo. And of course, we would like to invite you to switch over to Yoodo, because you can also get free 5 gigabytes of high-speed data plus 20 gigabytes of PUBG Mobile data, where you can always be a Keith and be a fan.
Well, you could basically go on Instagram, be all full of yourself, like you could live stream like long time, but what you really want to do with all those gigs of data is to really spend it on PUBG Mobile, because you know, there's so many new additions to the game itself. Like, man, where do we even start from? We saw that show match where we have so many exciting balloons and like the recall modes are on. Like, you don't have to worry if, you know, you got some teammates that didn't contribute in the early game, and like you get them back up and hopefully you survive to get that chicken dinner. And I guess, you know, if that is implemented on competitive mode, it'll be so interesting, because the fights will be longer and the comeback mechanic is real. Like, I want to see it someday, but I guess like for now, it's all set in stone. As we look at the standings real quick, 2 games in a row, EVOS VIP, they come in second, and that nail-biting performance of the past match have shown us that they just need that final finishing touch, and perhaps Miramar is where we're going to see it.
And here we go, our first Miramar of the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring Country League. And this is, of course, game number 3. Will EVOS VIP be able to maintain their consistency, or another team might overtake them? Of course, this is a totally new map, and it's going to be the first time that we will be introduced to this map. It will be a very different gameplay that's going to come out of these teams.
All right, what I really want to look at here inside Miramar, especially with this flight path that hits all the way up north, is the challenge in La Cabrera. We talked about the team that just won the chicken dinner, Axis redONE, having a little bit of beef, having some feud with Kai Esports. Well, both are top-notch teams that have great firepower, and I guess that someone has to settle the score, and we kept track of the score real quick, right? Axis redONE, they got a chicken dinner. They started off their rally by taking out Kai Esports when they were in those shacks right above Ilta. So I'm pretty sure that Kai Esports have concocted something to fight them in the city that they've been contesting. So I guess it's really tough, especially as a team that is very well known back in the home country, but when you move into, you know, every single time we go to Southeast Asia or even anywhere else in the global stage, you have to contest for some of these drop spots or form up a different formula which you need time to prepare for. And I guess like this time around, it seemed like we're not going to be getting Kai Esports up there, are we?
Yeah, so let's see. Where
Or
are
are they playing in this group? Yes, they are.
They are, yeah, there you go. So they're dropping into Graveyard. It's a different drop for them. In scrims, they like to drop on the northern side, but somehow they're dropping into Graveyard where Clutch Guerilla is at. So it's kind of interesting. But maybe like what you mentioned about challenging drop spots, right? Sometimes it's good to do that because tactically you kind of put one thing is that you put dominance onto your opponent. Second thing is that because you want those spots because according to your strat or your gameplay, it works for you. So it's kind of subjective to each team. And as outsiders, it's kind of hard for us to tell because, of course, you have 16 teams to monitor. But I think that's something that Key is actually doing. And maybe they're not too well at it now that they've just lost one team member.
Well, this is a really rough start for Kai Esports once again. But the fight is far from over. They still have chance to go in for refrags. Jimmy OP is to rely on that micro Uzi. He's taking the S6 shotgun with him in case if they're going to go for a full flush. But with that sort of position, they can play defensively, drop in more nades, get those health bars chipped up because it doesn't seem like Clutch Guerilla has much of those med kits around or even bandages to actually make it all the way work. Xerox with the VSS could be the game changer here to get those benefits in if he does get members of KHI Esports tagged up.
Oh, this is not good news for them. Just look at Clutch Guerilla. They got them surrounded. Clutch Guerilla, with not a man advantage, they want to finish up this fight. And plus, they have the circle. They have all the time in the world, at least for now. This is not good news for KHI. They need to somehow win close quarters combat. It's no way they're going to beat Xerox here, who has the high ground with a VSS. And VSS, it doesn't make much sound. So, I mean, it's all down to close quarters combat for KHI.
Yeah, and I guess a really risky move is from Rankid, where he's basically taking a really off angle. It's a good note that he understands that part of the hill does not get any sort of peak advantage to where he's currently positioned. Now, they do have a little bit of a spot out, and some damage is done over the corner of, what do you even want to call it, a window? I don't know, but this is going to be a little bit awkward. Rankit now getting spotted out by the rest of Clutch, and they will have members rallying upon them. Rankit's the next one to fall. Damage being done to Jimmy OP, but the other members of Kai Esports, they have to come up with something.
I mean, what can they do at this moment? Okay, it's 2v4. They can try, but they still go down. Then we got the last man standing, and it's going to be tough for them. Okay, so it's official now that KHI eliminated at 16th place. No elimination points for them. It's been 3 rounds, and I mean, only 2 points after 3 rounds. It's less than a point each round, and it hasn't been a good day.
Yeah, I guess the only good takeaway out of that situation from Kai Esports is that they take themselves out with that grenade so that they deny the points that could be gathered. But yet again, you're not walking away with any points, so it doesn't really matter if that's going to be the case. Like, might as well go in for the trades. but with that sort of high intensity, there may not actually be any chance at all because there's like, what, 4 members of Clutch Guerilla who's healthy to take them all on. But that's done and dusted. Day 1 didn't seem like it's a perfect start for the PH representative, but I still have high hopes. We both have casted the PH qualifiers, and there's a lot of quality teams that came out of it where, you know, some may not make the cut, and the competition there is just as stiff as, you know, MYSG in particular. But of course, it's a different ball game that they have to adapt to all these teams that they may not have too much experience handling.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely very different when it comes to either the Philippine region and mixing up with Singapore as well as Malaysia, and considering that most of the teams are Malaysian teams. You know, it felt like what does it feel like, Contra? It reminds me of like when Singapore first joined up with Malaysia into the first season of the PMPL that time. They needed time to adapt.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they did better in Season 2, but Season 1 was an eye-opener for Singapore. It feels like for KHI, that is the situation that they're currently in.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and I think that's a really good reference point because at some certain seasons back in the past when they used to play in PMCL wildcards as well, as they have faced off against PH representatives too, so I think that they're both on the same boat. Like, even though right now we haven't yet seen chicken dinners from both sides of the region, it does not mean that, hey, they're not ever gonna get it. Like, it takes a while to adapt, and especially with some of these players. Let's talk a little bit more on Singapore since you mentioned it a little bit. Like, one of the shining stars out of the Singaporean region is definitely Vex.
Yeah.
He even went into the previous season, joining R2K, and shown great results.
Oh, yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, like, he slotted in, like, he played with them for many, many years. It's definitely an experience for him, and now that he's leading the charge for ALMGHTY, and that is one of the reasons why they are currently in the new season of the PMPL. And what's interesting is that the community in Singapore, what I heard is that they deem ALMGHTY as a team that's formed out of putting the best individual players in Singapore together, and they're not surprised that ALMGHTY actually went through. So knowing that as well, and looking deeper into the team, looking at someone like Vex and a few other players who have played at a high level as well, it's not too much of a surprise that they're currently in the PMPL. But I guess one challenge will be for ALMGHTY is that you can't depend only on Vex. It's a team game at the end of the day.
It's good to see returning faces like Jerome as well, where we recall back in the very first game, they challenged Sem9, they got decent results, and I think it's something that they could walk away with pride. Like, yeah, you may have lost that team fight, but you stand toe-to-toe with some of the finest out there, and you know what's really fine about this matchup? Everything else but the circle.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, yeah, especially when it's like a corner circle like this, it's always very tough for most of the teams as they need to rotate a lot. Like, okay, let's see, who are the teams currently still in the blue? So we have Farang Legends, they're in the blue. Sem9's going to be pressured by the blue in about 15 more seconds, so they need to move now. So you can see with this amount of rotations, I mean, it's always not fun if you need to rotate because you're exposing yourself. You'd rather be in a place where, okay, I can chill, I have to circle, rather than I need to move. And that's going to be the challenge for most of these teams at this moment.
Yeah, and to be fair, like, we started off with a flight path coming in from southwest all the way to the northern section, and majority of all these townships were off limits at the beginning of the game. Maybe some may have dropped into Chumacera, then that's the only few towns that you could easily move by. And if you take a long float to Los Leones, good on you. You have a head start against everybody else. So I feel like this very first match in Miramar is one of the most fairest game that you could possibly get out of the biggest terrain that we have in PUBG Mobile. So it really puts all these 16 teams to the test. Like, it even tests Kai Esports to the point that, you know, oh, we see this circle shifting, and they did make a really good decision in such a way that, hey, we are closer to the circle, but because it's an area that's basically unknown to them, they have not really practiced all too much around the region of Minas Gerais, and I won't really give them all too much heat about it, you know? Like, I guess, like, it's all about really adapting to the surroundings itself.
Yeah, and I guess that's the keyword you just mentioned, adapting, right? Like, yes, maybe being good at the game brings you to this level, but being able to adapt would differentiate the champion and the, well, non-champions, I guess. So adapting is definitely a thing, especially when it's a league, when you have like 3 weeks of gameplay to go through, and people will change, your surroundings will change, you need to change with your surroundings. That's a lot of, and you have 16 teams to take care of, and not only 16, 20 teams to take care of, you think about the overall. So adapting definitely is a thing. So far, KHI hasn't shown that just yet.
Yeah. And of course, it leaves fans out there wanting more. Oh, that.
Oh.
This is off camera, but that's something pretty amazing in the early game. Basically blowing up a vehicle to secure first pointer for set 9. Currently on top of the standings, EVOS VIP having 36 pointers, though inside of Miramar they have yet gotten anything so far. But looking at the current position, EVOS VIP, they're on that lower side of Los Leones, taking the high ground, while the rest of the team are already on the south side. Now, that leaves a lot of room for them to work with. So that's good news for this team, and of course, even better news for Axis redONE. So these are the two teams that have done very well in the past matchup back in Erangel. So we see a little bit more of a consistency from the teams that come in very well prepared, I gotta say.
Now, I'm not too surprised to see most of the teams actually hugging the coastline at the southern side, because the logic is that if you go all the way down, you just need to focus on what's in front of you. Like, you don't need to worry about what's behind you, which is the sea area on the southern side. So naturally, it's a more comfortable position to be in. Now, of course, the challenge is that if most of the teams think that way, in which that was the case, now that the circle shift up, this will be World War 382.
Well, I didn't know of anyone that kept count other than Sir Cloud, but oh my goodness, Hey Noob basically putting pressure onto Sem9. One member dropping that too. Bumpar's out, captain of the team getting flustered. Hey Noob with the jump shot as well. Can he clean up every one of these members? Could it be an ace? And it's all of Sem9 getting themselves in trouble in the barnhouse, where GENEXUS will be the one to shut off Sem9.
Ooh, so Sem9, not in particularly a good day for them as well, but let's check out the elimination feed. Iron Pro being blown off by Funky from Clutch Guerilla somewhere else. Geek Fam's on the horizon, but Geek Fam's not a team that likes to crash into someone's compound without a real big reason, so I don't expect them to re-challenge Axis redONE. They might hear all the commotion, but it's not their gameplay. It's not for them.
Yeah, I guess it's a little bit of misalignment coming in from Sem9 as well. We saw, yeah, they were on their convoy, but they're only arriving one after another in, like, what, a time frame of 5 seconds each. That's really not helping, but Razor, sharp eyes onto Riv. We'll get him hiding in the corners of the Mirado, but doesn't seem like there's much help on the way. Yoodo Lions is a little bit of a distance from the fallen ally. Samsy's gonna get a chunk of damage from Farang Lejund as well on the opposite end of the office building. So it's a three-way warfare when Clutch also wants to chip in.
Oh, Jimmy actually stops by and wants to challenge Bamburu. Bamburu's vehicle will be blown up, and Jimmy will go head-to-head with his UMP, and now he's super low. He needs to reload quickly, but Jimmy is super low. Bamburu might be able to finish him off, but Bamburu's low as well. And Jimmy, the zone has arrived, but Jimmy wins the fight against Bamburu. But can he survive the zone? That will be the next question.
1-1v1 from both ends, and by the end of it all, clutch Guerilla walks away with that 1-pointer. Also putting a little bit more of a dent against Yoodo Alliance. Now, over on the eastern side, what's going on? I see a whole lot of teams still going on in the party, with Circle shifting over on the southwest end. This is going to be pretty hard for everyone who's still lotting around. So, all the teams right now have to move across, but Samsy with a big nade! That is some distance covered up, and that is one heck of a blow.
And it's the 4th circle, so if you got knocked down at the 4th circle, at this moment, you ain't gonna survive the zone. Now Bart, talking about the zone, the Bart will be taken out by the zone, Helter will be taken out by Mika, and now Jimmy will need to survive this.
But Farang, they still have a little bit of chance at this. Jimmy, he could collect some first aid kit. 2 members of EVOS Rapide now knocked by Farang Legend as they try to cut across the Valley of Death. And this is where Repo tries to trade right back. Razor doesn't have health. They have to back away. Samsy has to reposition. There's a little bit of smoke to buy time for the team, but they want to commit. Oleo tries to flush them off with the grenade. Not finding the angles just about yet. But Repo, he's on the hot pursuit. He's coming right in.
Oh, Razor tries to get one, and Razor gets Rainbow Boy the IGL for Farang Legends. Sam is now up and running. Sam now trying to go in for the flank. Insomnia is going to go in for the right side flank and starting to close in on the Farang Legends. Sam will finish off Rainbow Boy. 3 more from Farang Legends. Farang Legends starting to back off.
Well, this is a very stiff competition between both Farang Legend as well as EVOS VIP. But with that fight, that also allows a little bit more room for Farang to quickly rotate with very healthy vehicles. And from those angles, EVOS VIP was already in a disadvantage. Sure, they were holding on to a high ground, but there were so many nooks and crannies and creases that they have to factor in, which easily members of Farang Legends snuck through. Look at Jimmy, he's still alive.
Yeah, speaking about sneaking through, Clutch Guerilla somehow managed to make it out alive after all that commotion. Now they need to find a way into the circle, but check this out. NSEA is actually gatekeeping.
Well, this is going to be troublesome for Clutch Guerilla. So, when the going gets up, the cuff gets going, but that will stop Jimmy, though. I guess that's all that he could possibly pull out inside of Miramar. Xerox just gonna book it out, and he's just crowding across. And Triggs of Homebois somehow falls off of his vehicle as well. You know, Miramar hasn't been the most pleasant of rides for most of all these pro players out there. I guess, like, we've seen this happen multiple seasons before. Nothing too much that they could do about when, you know, happenstance like this could be a little bit costly to the team. And either your teammates back you up, but if you're in a really awkward position, you just gotta say goodbye to the ally that dropped out of the vehicle.
Tam, who used to play for the Academy before joining Homebois, now is going to face off against Bosskur with a full squad. Psycho now has the high ground advantage. And fun fact about Bosskur, Zigzag was one of the star players for Bosskur. And I think a lot of people know that. But unfortunately, he might be missing out on some parts of the season because he's focusing on some exams. So we won't be able to see Zigzag as far as I know. But maybe in the later season, we'll be seeing him.
Yeah, and I guess that this does affect a little bit of the dynamics of Team Bosskur. I do love that brand new jersey, though. Speaking of Bosskur, look at what just happened. They managed to secure another pointer out there. Good pickoffs from the edge as well. With this circle, that doesn't really favor anybody on top of the hill or even below. It's going to be really challenging. Team Secret cuts across while Dingoz Esports, the one with the highest frag out of the past 2 rounds here, is challenging some of the top guns out there. This is the Southeast Asia champions that they're taking on, and they're looking pretty good at it.
Oh, but Fredo's not looking good. Fredo down to 40% of health. But then again, the counter fire coming on to Baby Kim. It came from Snappy from GENEXUS, coming in from behind. At the same time, Oleo takes out eye shots from afar.
Well, this is going to be very risky play, and Zane's going to be able to pin down Psycho. Some long-range trades coming in from both Geek Fam as well as T Bosskur, while Long will get a snipe onto QB. Now, he doesn't seem to have that much of an angle. A little bit of blockage I do see, but the damage is going to take him out. Boy, on his debut here in the PMPL, is doing God's work.
Oh, but here we have it. It's going to be round 2 between EVOS VIP as well as Farang Legends, Sam as well as Rezo at the forefront. Insomnia is going to join up with them, but they are in the outside of the circle. Farang Legends also playing by the edge of it. Sam will be knocked down by Adi Luke. And now we have Insomnia's together with Razor, but Sam will be able to trade off onto Olio.
Some good nades being prime out there. Helton getting chipped off. Razor continuously giving a helping hand while they buy time for Samzy to be resurrected. Ferno instead coming in from an off angle, comes into third party to this fight. This is EVOS VIP on a position that's very well exposed, and Team Secrets flushing them from behind.
Oh, looks like a sideways situation here for EVOS VIP. Team Secret being pressured by the zone. They'll be forced to move forward, but Razor will be knocked down by Fredo, but the trade-off still happening. Kid will take down Insomnius. Kid will finish off Insomnius. Sam will be taken out, and now EVOS VIP, 4 elimination points, 11th place for them.
Not too shabby of a performance, having 4 frags to go along with it, but this is the first time that they fell off from a top 2 spot. Something that, you know, it's hard to maintain throughout the course of the run, but Team Secret, they take over the same position where EVOS VIP is at, so they have to deal with Farang Legends. A lot of all these grenades have already been expended, so Team Secret, they have a little leeway, but they come into the crosshair, and suddenly the tides have turned, and Team Secret bows out.
Oh, Farang Legends, the Team Secret Slayer, will need to continue to move on. But at the same time, Hard will be taken down. Loyu now being pressured by the zone. He needs to move himself. But then again, Loyu is being pressured, but at the same time by R2K. But R2K finally will be taken out. Echo, the last man standing, taken out by Long.
Wow. How many fights just happened within the time frame of 2 minutes? We saw 5 teams come and go. In fact, now we're only left with 7 teams, 20 players at the span of 22 minutes. How crazy is this Miramar round?
And check this out. For the teams having 30 points and above, Dingoz is still in this with 3 team members. I mean, it's a consistent game so far, consistent day so far for the Dingoz. But now Xerox will finish off. The new team member for Clutch Guerilla will be eliminated. That gives them 7th place with 6 elimination points.
Well, oh well. I guess that there's going to be a transition of power so long as Dingoz Esports stays in the game. Speaking of which, 3 members still alive. Now, he chose to break down the vehicle before he gets blown up. While Farang Legends, in the blink of an eye, they just get crushed from top of the hill. Hawk really dishing a lot of damage, but on the back, there's still more challenges coming from TABAH NC.
And speaking about TABAH NC, they need to find a way into the circle. At the same time, Rensky will be taken now. Team Bosskur. Looks like they got 5 elimination points and they're dominating this game so far. But they only have 2 team members left. Frankie now being pressured by Boy from the rooftop, but they need to move in to take them out. They need to take the close quarters combat fight between Key as well as Boy and Rush.
How much could he possibly do inside the shack? And some damages were chipped onto Bosskur members, but 2 versus 1, that's not going to be fair. And of course, if you're looking for foreigners in all these team fights, you're not going to be expecting all too much either way. So going back into this position, we still have 5 teams still left available. So NC, they have to rely on Frankie, who's staying very still. He has that circle. He can play it very safely and maybe catch the rest of Bosskur off guard.
Oh, but look at this. Team Hawk not in a good position. Bosskur knows exactly where they are. At the same time, they'll be pressured by the blue. It's either... Okay, I mean, I don't know how long they can last right now that they need to move forward. But Ate will be gunned down by Long and Snappy will gun down. It's Skiddo. Looks like Dingoz. They are falling apart.
Yeah, and Dingoz, try as they may, they are also kind of surrounded for the moment. Heiko, new transfer to Team Hack. Grizzly from EVOS VIP as well, holding out fine for the team. Now, in this situation, we're looking at a 3 versus 2 versus 1 each for Dingoz and C. Coming in close quarter, and wow, that's a quick work coming from Long. GENEXUS makes their way to the top 3.
Wow, indeed. And now, GENEXUS, they still have, they have the most team members though. And they do have someone on the circle, they're playing by the edge of it as compared to NSEA and Bosskur. GENEXUS is in the perfect position, just look at their elevation. I mean, this is their chicken dinner to lose.
Yeah, and there's not much that other teams could actually do about it. And now hiding by the corner, easy picking, and he's still having 1 HP, but that's making it a little bit of a tough task for Nayanoke, only for this last bit. GENEXUS now have full confidence to just push all the way in now that Team Bosskur has revealed themselves. But can there be a chance that Bosskur can turn this around?
Ooh, it's going to be tough. Just look at this. Consider the elevation, consider that GENEXUS has 3 players. I mean, it's going to be tough for Bosskur. If Bosskur manages to pull this off, this could be one of the biggest clutches in PMPL. But let's see if they can pull this off. With Long now having a good angle on the Bosskur, they know exactly where they are.
But with experience on the hands of Naoki, he has been able to really pull off clutch plays from many of all these seasons that he's been playing. We're talking about a player that's been to Geek fam and also many other teams as well. While you're going up against GENEXUS with a new roster. And speaking of which, Naoki gets it!
Okay. Alright. Okay, that's a start. Okay, they even up the odds now. 2v2. Loyu trying to find a good angle. Can't find where exactly his opponents are. And Loyu will be burned.
And he got to go in for a mid-prone. Only a little bit of damage being done by the Molotov while they are holding it well. Though it's just the two of them hiding behind. Luyu's going to take cover behind that crate. Grenade! Against Naoki! Getting 10 points in for Team Bosskur.
Oh my god, that's an insane lob of a nade. And that's going to be Long. Okay, Long is this new player. He's very young. He's very mechanically skilled. Already 5 elimination points on his hand. Going up against the 2 team members of Bosskur. Let's go, Long.
2 versus 1, now hiding inside of smoke, which is going to subside in no time. Going in forward, Naoki is hunting out for fun for the chicken dinner. Goes in for the push, and he gets it for Team Bosskur. My, oh my. The turn of events have been completed. Team Bosskur have done it. Naoki being the playmaker of the game.
What a twist and turn of events here in this game number 3 itself on Miramar, the first Miramar map of the day, and my god, what a way to end the game with a table flip or a turntable, whatever you like to call it, man. It was insane, not to mention entertaining. Hey, what's up? My name is Keith. I'm your host this evening for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring, and I'm having a blast so far. I mean, the caster said it best. Right, Sir Cloud and Contra, they said that it was GENEXUS' game to lose. They had the high ground advantage. They had the member advantage. They had time on their side. Had they choose to play it a bit more passively and waited to see which side the direction of the circle will close into, this could have been their game, because then Bosskur would be forced out of their comfort hole. But when the smoke is clear and all is said and done, it is Team Bosskur who pulled out on top, especially with Naoki. This kid, previously from Homebois, there's a reason why he now got adapted into Team Bosskur itself. He single-handedly won this game. I dare say that. It was Naoki himself and the advancement he made and the decision he took that actually put them in the forefront. Now, before we go on further, freebies up for grabs down at the bottom of the screen. It is free permanent suits, and we like the sound of permanence because we like the sound of things that last forever. So go get it on www.pubgmobile.com/redeem. We are looking at a full set here, right? With the corn cob top and the leafy chloroform green body. This will make you stand out in, well, like, I guess in every farm maps there are here in PUBG Mobile. Whatever you can think of, most likely in the Erangel itself, where they do have a farm which you can sit and reside in, and hopefully no one recognizes you. You know what they say, as long as you don't see them, they don't see you. Now take a look at this brand new Royal Pass though. It's a collaboration with PUBG Mobile and Warframe. It's the brand new thing that they're bringing in to the game here. Get the latest Royal Pass in collaboration with Warframe now. It has been out on market since the 22nd of March, so we are already 1 day late in terms of announcement from its release here. So don't waste any more time. Get on this platform here. Lots of items to be unlocked as you progress through the Royal Pass itself. Now, obtain various outfits throughout the in-game events. PUBG Mobile, more information will be shared soon. But I'm gonna leave you at this graphic visual display. Think about it. The PUBG Mobile helm on an alien body. This is something you're gonna be talking about for days on end. Man versus machines, or aliens, or whatever you'd like to call it, alien versus predator or something. They're not predators, but they are Warframe. If you don't know the game, go check it out, or maybe just head on to the PUBG Mobile app and find out for the first time on what Warframe is. It's a corporation on stage with a lot of adventures to unlock, to say the least here. So go check that one out. I'm gonna give you some time to do so, and then let me know down in the comment. You wouldn't let me know. You're gonna thank me down in the comment. You're gonna say, hey Keith, thanks for the heads up, man. Warframe's pretty cool. PUBG's even more awesome. Them together? Heck yeah, that was a no-brainer of a deal to snag while you have the chance to. So do it right now. Now let's take a look at the stats of the match we had earlier on today. Match ranking team Bosskur spearheaded this one with a clutch on their end. Although 12 kills onto the side, 15 elimination points. That could have gone either way here, with GENEXUS also matching the terms of the kill score with 11 eliminations on their end and only 12 in their placement point, which they got. Still pretty formidable. Congratulations to Team Bosskur, and also very, very well played by GENEXUS, right? They are a new team, and of course, we all know that BU is playing on their hands, so this is the sort of stride we expect to see from GENEXUS alone. And let's be honest, although GENEXUS did not show up big time in the previous 2 games, there are things that you can commend about the team having successfully pushed into the compounds of Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, and now nearly even getting the chicken dinner itself. We'll find out how close they were in just about a bit, but let's take a look at the MVP, Naoki OP. This is the man who made things happen when it matters the most. 7 eliminations on his name, 1,030 damage, 4.2 MVP points going on his side, 211 meters, longest elimination distance. This guy shoots sharp and he shoots true. 44.97 team contribution. You might as well give him the 50% because he has got more than half of the kill under his name alone, and truth be told, he clutched his way for Bosskur, making the team rise up above the rest, currently at #1 with 20 eliminations and 27 position placement points in 3 matches so far, and a chicken dinner. 47 points in total, although not far from Dingoz, who we have seen to be pretty lethal as well. And EVOS VIP, if it wasn't for the third party coming in from Team Secret, this could have been their run as well. Axis with the formidable team, still within the top 5. But the second draft, this is where things starts to get a little bit worrying. Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals down at the bottom. ALMGHTY hasn't got the chance to shine. maybe Esports still struggling a little bit, but they are newcomers into the field, so that's forgivable. However, Kai Esports, KHI, they've talked a big game, and when it comes time to show, still feeling a little bit dormant right now. They're still hiding some of that confidence, hiding some of that firepower, which we hope to see sooner than later, because let's be honest, with the new format, you can't afford to miss out a single game here, and Kai Esports has missed out 3 along with some of the rest here. So second draft has got to be worried to a certain extent. However, don't be down and out, because it's not over till it's over, and we all know that the country league is a 3-week run, and it's only day number 1 of week number 1. We have about 4 more days. In fact, the day is not even over just yet, as we still have another 2 more maps to go. Now, you would say that, Keith, Miramar, this was unfair. Circle was broken. Well, they're gonna have another chance yet again, okay? But let's take a look at what the so-called broken circle looks like. It closed down towards the bottom of the screen here, southeastern side around Los Leones and its entire vicinity. Team Bosskur came from Hacienda de Patron, makes a prediction down onto Impala, and thank God for them that the circle was nearby. And just like what Sir Cloud said, great minds think alike, but it's a problem when they're all great. Everyone camped right down the coastal side, only wanting to look forward onto the enemy side up in north, which would be great if you were the only ones who did it. Unfortunately, that was everyone who made the rotation down in the bottom, and I believe that's also how Clutch Gaming died on really soon. As they tried to make a rotation down from the bottom, they got past some of these bigger teams and shot them down to oblivion. But let's take a look here. Bosskur playing it super safe on the outskirts, recognizing, I guess, that there are more than one teams heading towards the bottom. And when they were right next to Geek and NSEA, who has been holding on the southern side by the coast. Luckily for them, Circle appeared right in front of their faces, so there was no need to panic in this situation. Take a look at GENEXUS, Dingoz, the Team Secret, and R2K, who was well within the vicinity here. Obviously, looking at Team Secret, they are well within Circle, but they have to push on forward. They cannot be comfortable. Dingoz holding the compounds down at the bottom. Meanwhile, R2K on their side, so it was no easy task, right? Any sort of commitment will get shot down. Meanwhile, GENEXUS has their hands busy in keeping R2K at bay. You see, playing the advantage right now, GENEXUS does have a good control of the area. 2 members spread on forward, 2 more watching the rear end. So they do get information of Dingoz passing by, at the same time not neglecting that R2K was trying to push in. So this sort of position alone has held themselves onto the last few circles. As you can see, they even kept members outside of the circle, not being desperate, to make sure with the information they gain onto Dingoz, they make sure that they take out the direct threat, the immediate threat first, before moving in closer. Bosskur, meanwhile, already has 2 players left in this compound alone, which they held their way with only 2 members, very respectable. So GENEXUS, this was when the caster said it best. It was their game to lose. It was already going their way. It was almost 100%. All they had to do was make 50-50 decisions. And I guess I wouldn't want to put it this way, but they chose wrongly, right? But we all know the DNA of GENEXUS Esports. We know the players. Previously from a team called Wales, they are known to be this crazy aggressive teams that takes on this very high-risk play, and unfortunately, that was what killed them this time around. They had the man advantage, they had the terrains, sure, Bosskur, arguably, they had the compound to play around with. GENEXUS, they had the high ground, they had 3 members, which were all split out to control the area, and all they had to do was stay there perched and wait for the circle to close in, which eventually they did, and Bosskur had to leave. But seeing as though they made the aggressive mistake earlier on, they lost members, and Bosskur made an easy push forward. Congratulations to Bosskur, and also well played from GENEXUS. Sometimes it goes down to the 50-50 decisions, and it's either you take it and celebrate, or take it and move on forward, because that doesn't make them a bad team. It just came out with an unfavorable result. Once again, that was it for this match number 2. My name is Keith for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. We're going to get into a quick break before we continue with another Miramar map, hopefully with a better circle and a more crazier outcome. I'll see you in just about a bit. See you.
The flight to the Tusa Lounge at 22 PMPL Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, Spring Split to take off in 16 seconds.
Hai, saya Kuza. Dalam PMPL MYSGPH Spring kali ini, kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan champion.
Stand up. Stand up. Jangan pernah kita memperkecilkan orang.
Never give up on
Kita
fight
teruskan
until you succeed.
impian
Stand up.
kita. Tanpa korang, siapalah kami? YA4R win!
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by Realme Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
Like that, we're back from a very, very quick break. I didn't even know there was a break going on. It seems like we never left. And that's the whole idea. Want to keep you at your seats, keep you entertained, not to keep you waiting. And here we are, back at it again for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring with your boy Keith. I'm your host this evening. Huge shout out for the people on top who's making this event a reality. Talking about, of course, the PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, and Lightspeed and Quantum Studios, actually. I just butchered the name. I'm probably gonna get outed right after this one. I'm kidding, but we have more games to be played here. Going back into it again, talking about, of course, Miramar is next on the list. Sure, what a way to end the previous Miramar. Circle was kinda iffy, scratchy, skanky, to say the least. Maybe there's a chance to redeem yourselves here in the next Miramar, maybe with an even fairer circle, some might say, but hey, all is fair in love and war, and like the casters did talk about, adaptability, it's part of the qualities that makes you a champion, so get used to it, right? We've got Miramar coming up in just about a bit. Will the circle go their way? Will it be even, smack dab in the center, or will more teams would get caught red-handed or caught off guard with the next few rotations? And will we ever see the teams coming in from Singapore and Philippines step up against the likes of MY, which is dominating the top charts right now? Will we see these teams, Kai Esports and ALMGHTY, come up when the event occurs and take one for themselves and their hometown? I guess that all goes down in the next two games of the day. Like I mentioned, we are going into Miramar for the second last game and closing the day off with an Erangel. So make what you have to with the information at hand, but we have got nothing but more action packed and ready for you to catch here in a PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Let us know down in the comments below, hey, how you enjoying the stream so far? Am I talking a little bit too much? Actually, don't write that, because I know I'm talking too much, okay? I'm paid to do so, that's kind of my job, but we will digress and we move on, right? And also check out some of the things that PUBG Mobile is having throughout this entire day, right? Like their brand new mode called the Balloon mode. If you missed it earlier on today for the show match, it's hectic but amazing. Shoot someone, instead of going all graphic, your head pop up into a balloon. You inflate it big enough, he flies up onto the air, and I'm just curious what happens if nobody shoots him down, because apparently it wasn't specified in the mechanics. Maybe someone could even float all day, all night. Why don't you download the app right now? Or, assuming that you're watching the show, so I'm sure you already have the app on your hand, but why don't you get on the platform right now? Download the new latest updates and try it out for yourself. Let me know, how high does a balloon go? All right, and drop it down in the comments. Out of all the givings that PUBG Mobile is giving to you all day today and for the future to come, what do you want to see PUBG Mobile hand over to you? So far, we've got permanent skins that is up for grabs after every match, so be sure to look out for that. Codes will be displayed on the screen only for the brief moment, and mind you, it is unique codes, so no two codes are the same. And if you want to earn some of that free permanent skin, I'm talking about the cute, very cute leafy body and the very corn on the cob top, and you gotta watch till the end of the match to find out, and make sure when it does pop out down in the bottom of the screen, you start keying in time to claim those code, okay? www.pubgmobile.com/redeem. That is the name of the game. And also, PUBG's having this promotion, or not really a promotion. It's a new Royal Pass that is out for you to actually play
grind some points, and the one big thing that us gamers would probably spend a fortune on, cosmetics and aesthetics. That's going on and up for grabs. Items to be won, costumes to be earned, and it's all going down in this Royal Battle Pass alone, and also the event they had with Warframe. In case you don't know, I will refresh it throughout the day. I know, I'm a talking billboard right now. I'm the dude you love to skip on advertisement. Unfortunately, you can't do that. So that I have the upper hand in this conversation. Sit down, child. I've got more to share on as this goes. Trust me, I will just throw in a little bit of a recap here of the stats from the previous matchup, match number 3 in a Miramar with Bosskur Naoki, who has got a pretty hefty traveling done here. 13,503 meters. Obviously, we know that they started in Hacienda del Patron, and then they traveled all the way down to Impala and so on forth, made their way, and it's a Miramar map, right? Although we saw Axis travel all the way from the side of Kameshki down onto Farm and Shelter, we know that on the scale to 1-to-1, Miramar has got more land to cover from the get-go, although he did not start from the end of the map. But imagine if you did. How far is the end of Miramar to the another end vertically? Let me know down in the comments below. We'll see who actually is a huge nerd when it comes to the game here. They should have all this info back in their heads, right? So Homebois is taking it in second with 12,890 meters of his own. That is Homeboi's time. 12,519 for our boy RXZ, who till the end of it was side by side with Naoki. So they are literally brothers in arms, despite in tough times here. Blood is thicker than water and all that jazz. And well, we've seen how they actually pull things through when it mattered the most, especially in that clutch situation against GENEXUS, which, if it wasn't for the friendship that they've fostered, the communication that they have, and the trust they have within each other, they probably couldn't pull this one off. Why? Trust me, I've been in that situation. You tell your teammate to do one thing, he doesn't want to, and doesn't do it at all, and you just crumble. Anyways, moving on to this next game, I will have probably a weather feeling that says Yoodo Alliance 4 rival is probably going to win this one. I'm just saying, you know, I've been wrong the whole day. This could be another wrong prediction itself. That's why it's called a prediction, because you don't play with the odds. And not in a battle royale where 1,000,001 things can happen, but just going back on facts here for Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, there's strong firepower, and Miramar used to be their map. So without further ado, I'm gonna send you off onto the sandy desert dunes, up across the flight onto Miramar. That is next, alongside with your pilots, Sir Cloud and Contra. Disastrous duel, let's go.
Well, I don't think there's too much of disaster going on over the table here, but hey, you know, like, I love you waving for, you know, many of these minutes. So, you know, it's back at it again. It's Contra as well as Sir Cloud here, bring you to our 4th match of the evening. So, of course, with that being said, we've definitely seen some big moments coming out of Team Bosskur, and just looking at some of the stats that we just had, Naoki and the rest of Bosskur, they traveled like, what, 13.5 kilometers? That's like one end of the map to another.
Yeah, but another stat as I wanted to talk about is that Keith's prediction. So he's been wrong the whole day, right?
Yeah.
But you see, he gets away with it. But when my prediction goes wrong, especially with EVOS for getting the chicken dinner in the first round, I get punished to cross-dress. That doesn't seem fair.
It doesn't seem fair at all. Okay, so...
That was a meme, by the way. If anyone gets the reference, you know.
And
you know what I'm talking about. Keith, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, he's nodding his head over there.
That
like,
doesn't seem fair.
Like, you talk about your punishment of, you know, cross-dressing. Like, have you got dresses prepared for it? Because we're not expecting to lose our predictions. I think we came pretty close. Like, We were at 99.9%. It is only like down to that one final blow for EVOS to get it, but it's okay. We got a lot of time to spare before we get ourselves to the match, but I guess it's, when I say a lot of time, it's only 1 second here on the clock. We're diving in. Oh, we got something new.
Whoa, okay.
I love it. I absolutely love it. New season, new graphics, prot team. You guys are the best, and of course, everybody is working hard behind the scenes. You guys are the MVP, and of course, Sir Cloud. We're the pilots, according to Keith. Now, where are we taking this to?
Well, looks like it's going to start from Campo Mira, going all the way down to Los Icos. So this flight path is going to be on the right side of the map. It's not good news for teams like GENEXUS, who likes to drop into Monte Nuevo. They need to drop into somewhere in between to reach there. Axis redONE, who likes to drop into La Cabrera, maybe one of the victims of this flight path. And let's see who else. I think TABAH and NSEA as well will be one of the victims for this flight path. So not good news for those teams who like to drop far, especially on the left side, but let's see how they adapt.
Yeah, and this is going to be relatively interesting because the majority of the teams that like to play on the eastern side have to go for plan B. We've seen Esports trying to do that adaptation. I wouldn't call it a fail, but of course they tried pretty hard to get themselves adapted towards the course of the terrain. And you know, when Keith mentioned that, okay, two pilots, we gotta steer this ride, I think that this course here that we brought them into is gonna be just as challenging as the one that they had in the past round. So with that being said,
what?
From one end of the ocean, we're gonna take it towards the eastern part, and I don't know if there's time for R2K to make a big U-turn because they just touched down to Chupacera. It's gonna be a really rough ride for them, but good news for Homebois. They're in Impala, they've got a lot of empty ground to work with, they can establish control, same goes to RSG inside Minas.
And at least for once, who was it again? KHI, they drop in their own drop spot. So it's at least this time they will have at least a good start. So we will be really interesting to see how they actually adapt in this round. But Contra, I believe that we'll be famous for a while.
Famous for a while. Okay. How many seconds are we talking about here?
We're talking about, I don't know, I'm not good at math in the first place.
Well.
But yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, I mean, well, things do happen. It's okay. But at least from the first flight path, we do see that some of the early signals that we do see is that Key finally drops into somewhere that they are comfortable with instead of dropping to Minas, where they need to fight with Clutch Guerilla, and not comfortable taking early fights.
Yeah, I guess that there's still many things that we can seek to improve for many of the teams, because honestly, we haven't seen too many of the teams who have gotten the rhythm just yet. Okay, you can say that EVOS VIP, they did well for 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Sure, but like 3rd round, we saw them crumble as well, and that was a flank that was hard for them to watch. Definitely not exactly their fault. And I don't see that there's too much flaws being displayed throughout the course of the 3 battles that we had from all the 16 teams. Like, every team that have went in, they committed to every single one of these fights. This is what I love seeing as compared to, you know, other seasons. We see, like, clear blunders, like, nading your own teammate, not intentionally. Like, even the one that Key Esports have gotten themselves into, it was a very dire situation. If you're not going to be able to take down the enemies, might as well you just deny some of the points, which it actually worked out. But of course, that also hurts them, because on that sort of scenario, maybe it's worthy of a trade that you bring 1 point back. But of course, I hope that, you know, all the Filipino fans that are rooting on them keep cheering them on, because this is a team, honestly, with very high potential. We do look up to them, and eventually they will be able to make that cut. So it's just a little bit of a rough struggle of day one, where it's a lot of things to formulate, and maybe there's last minute changes to a certain strategy that's going to be hard to pull off because of a flight pattern. Maybe, you know, like Keith said, the pilots of the plane still
So it's our fault now.
Yeah, it might be our fault, which is why they
you
retract-
agreed.
It's my fault, right? It's my fault.
Thank you, Captain.
Okay, the moment I asked you this, like, oh, where are we steering this plane to? No pilot should ever ask that question. So,
oh yeah,
I guess that's the big giveaway.
Thanks for admitting your faults.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. But talking about faults, I really want to talk about like GENEXUS versus Bosskur. Like GENEXUS had everything in the bag to get the chicken dinner. They had the circle, they had the manpower, they had the high ground. What made them fail against Bosskur?
Well, two things. A little bit of overconfidence was displayed. They thought, okay, they had a fight going down bottom side where Team Bosskur just basically wiped out the final member of, I couldn't really remember, was it Clutch Guerilla or anyways, like that was not the key point. Like they thought, okay, we can force them to not get that hard reset that they desire, but there was a little bit of miscomm going on that they didn't really go all together, even if they wanted that to happen. And second of all, they're dealing with Naoki. Like, I guess like the build-up that I set up for myself, like, okay, if there is any chance that Bosskur could actually walk away with it, is the core mentality that Naoki has with him throughout all the seasons that he played. Back in Season 1, he was basically the highest scoring MVP of that season, if I do recall correctly. It's been many years, right?
Yeah, to be fair.
So like from that point onwards, like we know this guy has something to bring to the table.
Yeah.
Firepower, check. Game sense, check. So if you're not gonna be careful facing off against a team like Bosskur who have got the secret weapon with them, then you just really gotta try harder. Which I believe that Team GENEXUS, they went one after another, which isn't ideal when you do have the advantage.
Yeah, I guess they kind of like, how should I put it? They look down upon their enemies, but of course, literally.
They were on a hill.
They were on a hill, so it was literally. But in terms of, I guess, motivationally as well, they kind of looked down on Team Bosskur. Well, yeah, it was great play by Naoki as well. I mean, he managed to get the knock. With that first knock, open up the play. The moment they even up the odds, yeah, you win. That's all I can say, right? And plus, I think that there's a little bit of a level of inexperience in two fronts. One front is that Biu, if you kind of think about it, yes, he's the IGL, but you kind of think about it, he has been out of the game for 2 seasons at least.
Yeah.
2 or maybe 3, depending on how you look at it. So is he still trying to find his groove around, like trying to control his team, like, okay guys, chill, or whatever it is, right? That's one thing. And his players, yes, you have Snappy, you have Loyu, they have experience, but you have Long, who's this, if I'm not mistaken, he's this 17-year-old kid. So fairly inexperienced in the Pro League. Maybe he's really good when it comes to non-pro games, but when it comes to this, I mean, you're going up against someone like Naoki, you gotta step up the game, and maybe it's just experience versus inexperience.
Yeah, I guess that sometimes it's telling, and I guess there's a lot to learn from some of all these matches, whether if you win or if you don't. But I really would commend on the efforts that PUBG and the rest of Team GENEXUS have definitely offered. Back in all the other couple of matches, we don't see GENEXUS going out all too early. They usually make it to at least phase 4, phase 5. Like, this is already good signs that, yes, PUBG, he may be out of the game in terms of competitive for, 1, 2 seasons, 3 seasons, doesn't matter, right? Like, he still knows the in and out match. And when it comes down to the rest, I think that he has been imparting a lot of his wealth of experience onto them. It's more of them needing to pick up where they left off. And guess what? We're going to be going back into the plane. It's going to be Miramar round 4 as we will take this to a different course this time around. So Chief, talk us through this.
Well, firstly, it's the first time I noticed that the PUBG Mobile icon guy has a beard.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, there was like a fraction of a second that I noticed that, oh, he has a beard. I thought his always clean shaven.
It took us 4 years.
Yeah.
4 years
to notice that.
To know that he's got a beard hiding underneath that helmet.
Yeah.
That's how good a level 3 helmet could possibly provide. Like, not only in terms of protection, but also your identity. I still don't know his name. That's why it's called Player Unknown's Battleground, right? Like, it's his playground. So now, as we move into this, I guess, like, 4 years and it's the anniversary. Well, he has all the rights to grow a beard. So now with a better flight path, very even odds, I think we're on to something great here.
Yeah, so at least it's something balanced for most of the teams, I would say. Let's see if this changes anything. I see Homebois dropping pretty close with SMG. So if you kind of think about it, right? There's a lore between Homebois and SMG. Homebois now is kind of like SMG 2.0.
Right.
And SMG is kind of like Arrow 4.0, or I don't know what
3.0,
version.
4.0, like V2, V3, I don't know.
4.1B, I don't know. You tell me by now. And it's funny, but okay, this ain't
something's
funny.
funny coming up. Yeah.
Okay.
That's it off stone. Come on, Funky, you can do better.
He's being funky around the stone. Just saying.
Come on, you just gave up just like that?
Wait, he gave up? What? Bruh, come on.
Okay. Well, I give him the benefit of the doubt. Like,
right.
when you couldn't really eliminate that someone that's trying to juke you off, basically the other guy is buying time for his teammates. But in such a valley, and also considering that it's Miramar, people could be hiding around corners. But then again, it's on top of that Mount Picado, which doesn't really offer that much opportunities for weapons. So yeah, it could have been that one-pointer for Funky.
Looks like not a funky move coming in from him. But yeah, not so funky.
And this ain't no fucking town.
Wow, someone's in the singing mood today.
A little bit.
Okay. I mean,
But if I do it anymore, I think like we're gonna have headphone users hurting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be booted out of the studio. Yeah.
I hope not.
I mean, we still want to keep our jobs at least. And we don't want to leave Keith alone here. Like he's already spending a lot of time being a walking billboard. So,
walking billboard.
Yeah, like he's the walking billboard, that's what he says. So
like in some of those restaurants or car wash and like places where you have those mascots standing outside. They
with
do
the billboard?
Either it's a billboard or they just do the wavy.
Yeah. We just need to slap makeup onto him.
A little bit will do.
A little bit will do. Maybe with some big shoes to fill. And he'll be the perfect human board.
Well,
I mean, he has that mustache. You kind of think about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, could he possibly be the next Mr. Potato?
Who? Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, it took me a while. I mean, well...
He's too jacked for it, though.
Yeah, he's too jacked for it. Like, maybe we slap his mustache onto you.
Me?
Yeah.
Now, that just makes me look like a hobo.
Well, I didn't say what was the outcome of it, but you gave that reaction, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
I was intending to come into the office with my own stash, but I figured that it's going to scare away the audience, and I try not to. But, well, I guess to each their own. Like,
well,
some people like it, some people don't.
You know, I wouldn't want to contest Keith when it comes to the mustache department.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like KHI. Like, you know, you lost like a couple of rounds contesting Hatin, for example, or even Minas Generalis. You just let it go.
Yeah. Okay. I got no comeback for that. That was a good one. Okay, so sometimes you gotta let it go, but you know, we're still on the stash topic. A guy with good stash that's currently playing in the PMPL is Baburu. So let's talk a little bit more about Yoodo Alliance full rivals.
Okay, I was kind of worried if you want to talk about his stash, but okay.
Okay,
All
okay.
right, I'm
You can go on about
I'm
it.
willing to move on. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank goodness. Thank you. All right. We can talk about his gameplay. Yes.
Yeah,
Let's
so
stick to that.
For
Yeah.
Pumburu, I definitely think that he's a great player overall, but like after that season where you know they went all the way to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, and here on day one, I can't call it a choke. I can't call it that they're underwhelming or sorts. You got this superstar team that haven't gotten a good game, and do you have a finger to put onto exactly why Yoodo Alliance is not really in, say, the best shape on day one, or could it just be, you know, a day where they're still, you know, testing things out and stuff like that?
Well, I guess the obvious variable here is Voki replacing Apple. So I mean, I'm not saying that Voki is a bad player, but
It changes the dynamics of the whole
yeah,
situation. That they
it
get
is not about one person. It is about the chemistry of the team. I mean, back then known as Four Rivals, now of course Yoodo Alliance Four Rivals, they're solid. They're solid since the days of Dingoz and PX.
Right.
And with that exact same lineup. But the moment Voki comes in, something seems to be not right. So I'm not saying Voki's a bad player. I'm just saying that maybe it's the chemistry that this team has played together for a while, so they work together well. Adding in Voki, they need time to adapt.
Oh, okay. I saw that vehicle sunken now for a little bit. But anyways, back to that situation of, you know, the addition of Voki. I guess it's more of like a band of brothers, or should I say like a family. Like, I don't know if there's any sort of situation as such, but some people can relate. Like, you have, say, okay, maybe I have a sister who's 2 years older than me, and suddenly my parents just told me that, hey, we're gonna have a new baby brother.
Wait.
Yeah, maybe it's that kind of situation
Oh,
where
okay.
you...
That didn't really happen, right?
That didn't happen.
Okay,
It's only me and my sister.
Okay. I mean, yeah,
But-
it's quite a gap, so
Yeah.
I was
So,
kind of
so
worried.
I guess this is where like Yoodo Alliance need to bridge that gap. Like, Voki, he's by no means new player in essence, but he is a new player in Yoodo Alliance. He's a very good addition. It's just that maybe for now they're just trying to know how does he, what makes him tick, what makes Voki pop up, how does Voki enable the rest of the team to get to that same level that they're so comfortable with.
Okay, does this come back to our earlier discussion about Voki, right? So, former IGL of Axis Red1, now having to come in and... So, I'm not too sure. Is he the IGL or is Abby the IGL? Or do they have a conflict there? Or both of them are IGLs and they're still trying to sort things out?
I think there can be a very good chance where they're giving him opportunities to try to lead it to a new direction. And also for them to test new things out. This is my assumption overall. As we take a look at the new update of the circle, it's going to be taking us down towards the south end of the map once again. Now, the furthest away, take a look at that. MAB is on the Cruise de Val, while Kai Esports, they've just made their way towards the power grid section. There's going to be a clear passage, but on the south side, or should I say around the whole section of Chumacera, is where all the party's at.
Yeah. I mean, people just want to shoot straight into Chumacera. Like, why? Okay. It's a popular spot. I can get it. But, okay, so what's been the trend is that, you see something that's popular, like in the previous round, we saw a popular spot is like the coastline, and I explained why it was popular. I think at this point, like, teams should be able to think 2 steps ahead. Like, okay, that's a super popular spot. Maybe we shouldn't be there. Maybe we should do something else. Like, you think 2 steps ahead instead of just thinking 1 step.
Yeah, and it's always about taking certain risks, right? Like, if you were to be in a prime spot, that you have that good compound, you have a really solid defensive hold onto a certain area, you could easily last very long, especially when the circle ends up closing onto you. When it doesn't, sure, you have to shift again and again, and that troubles the best of players, which we're currently seeing some of the best out there taking on each other. So Biu used to have this really strong rivalry when he was back in Team Secret going up against then Yoodo Gang. So this is kind of like a very nostalgic fight that we're currently having here between two very experienced players. So if ever the case, in this situation, in this terrain, who looks to have the advantage here?
I mean, it feels like a 50-50, or it could be like a GENEXUS. Okay, now we have a better bird's eye view. So it feels like a GENEXUS having that advantage, but you kind of think about it, Sem9 has the compound, so you kind of trade elevation for compound, so it becomes like a 50-50, depending on how your personal playstyle, how your team's playstyle prefers. But now, okay, gunfire is happening, so they know that their opponents are in the same area. But I don't expect to see big fights here. Reason being is because of the terrain is just that rough. Like, even if you get one knock, to push forward, it's going to take a while. Like, just look at this. Putra is struggling to even climb this hill.
Yeah, and you can see that all the players are pretty scattered other than Snappy as well as Bosskur. Just being on the other corner. Snappy dodges that only by inches. As he tries to trade right back, he does get some good damage onto Putra, and he tags him down. GENEXUS with the high ground advantage could open up first blood here in Miramar. Nothing much that Mount Farang could possibly do to suppress the upcoming attack that GENEXUS is coming up with.
So I guess this will be a stalemate. I guess this will be dictated by the zone. So speaking about the zone, the third zone will show itself anytime soon. And we'll see if they need to move. Now, just looking at the current scenario, it's likely they might still have to circle, considering that they're still kind of in it. Okay, so this is what I talked about, right? So, Sem9, one of them went down. GENEXUS has the advantage, but they're not pushing. You can see that they're still holding because just how rough the terrain is.
Yeah, and you see so many of these teams overcommitting into the southern end while it shifts back up towards the top. So that benefits MAB, Kai Esports, Four Rivals, well, Yoodo Alliance itself, where we will have a great migration from the south back into the central zone, and that's going to cause a little bit of ruckus between a lot of all these teams who have already planted their seeds on the southern end. So with this good pickoff, I guess this is finally something that's been going really well for Kai Esports, and I do think that there's opportunities to be gained here, and this is just the start of it.
But it's not well for MAB Esports. So, at the same time, Harm taking out Stone. So, Sem9 lost 2 members to R2K somehow. Not too sure what just happened. But what we're sure is that it's going to be collateral damage here as GENEXUS moves in, and GateBam will be winding up with GENEXUS. Biu goes down.
Oh my goodness, how did they turn that one around? Geek Fam obliterates them, having one depleted. Now, it's going to be a tough challenge for Snappy to get out of the situation. He gets pinned down even with the M249 in hand. A huge wraparound from Geek Fam.
This is what they call from hero to zero. Well, a second place finish isn't that bad, just saying, right? And now with a 16th place finish, I mean, they'll definitely lose the top 3 spot, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I guess after that second place finish that they had in round 3, at least they've gathered like, what, 27 points compared to everyone who's still chasing up. Now, they're going to be set back by this one round that they're technically missing out on. Things were going good when they were challenging Sem9. Maybe that early rotation have really costed them because they took that popular path. So it's kind of like that blue pill, red pill kind of thing where do you want to take the beaten path? Do you want to go for something that's road less traveled by? I guess it's always a 50-50, and when you come into a certain situation where you just have to call a decision, it's going to be rough, but who's having it rough? Team SMG.
Yeah, and it's going to be Farang Legends taking out 2 team members from Team SMG. So it's going to be Anik, the first one to go out. There's no way that Mile can be saved. So they're going to depend on Damn Cutie as well as Jenny. And I think they're in the areas of Picado. So it's somewhere within the circle. At least they still have players to hold on for placement points. But here we go. We'll be revealed with the 4th circle in a couple more seconds. And let's see where we favor. And there you have it. Geek Fam has the circle.
This is honestly very tricky for a majority of the teams that, you know, were confused of where to go. They went in the south and now have to push all the way up. Geek Fam though, after taking that big win against GENEXUS, now they're gonna be able to farm even more points from this position. They have a compound. They have a lot of room to look underneath the valley to basically stop anybody moving up the hill. But if they overpeak, they can be punished. So they just have to be very wary of that. Surrounding. SMG lose another one. It's only Jenny left on the block.
Oh, so it's going to be Jenny now. 60% of health left for Jenny. Not too sure if we can survive this, but looks like the answer is no. So Team SMG goes out at 15th place, and no elimination points for them, unfortunately. The team that got in the first chicken dinner in the PMPL this season, falling apart in Guerilla.
A little bit of fight breaks loose between MAB as well as Kai Esports once again, while Team Hawk, they're rushing upon Team Secret, quickly deterring one of the members of Secret. Kid is already down and out, so 1 point in for Hawk, but it's gonna be tricky because they're sharing close quarters with Team Secret. iShot's a little bit far away, and I don't think that he has angles upon Team Hawk, while they also have Yoodo Alliance being around the other stretch of the corner. So it will have to come down to full commitment if they really want full center.
Yeah, and full commitment currently on the side of THQ. They're going to move in on to Matoy as well as Fredo. Matoy goes down to the ground floor. Matoy starts to move in, but Matoy can't seem to get a sight onto his opponent.
Oh, Zuli whiffs his shot. That's one opportunity that he missed. Have to go in for the reload. Matoy tries to tag him up. Got a UMP still in hand. Here comes iShot joining into the fight. He's getting a little bit of chip damage, but that's not going to deter the rest of Hawk. Oh, one for one trade. It's all down to Zuli as well as Matoy.
Oh, here we go, Zuli. Oh, that was a close one. So the name didn't land on Zuli, so that was really, really close. That's going to be Zuli versus Matoy. The two IGLs going against each other. Zuli spots out Matoy. Matoy was taken down, and Matoy! The man, the myth, the legend, finishing off Zuli, and 9 shots will be saved.
But it's not over just yet. RSGF came in to stop them on their tracks. While that happened, we had Kai Esports taking 4 points in against the likes of MAB. Now another close compound fight. Yoodo Alliance versus ALMGHTY. They've already lost Nasty as it slowly bleeds out. Appy! He gets a close range shot! He comes in with the wraparound! How does he do it?
Ooh, it seems like they somehow managed to sandwich ALMGHTY, and ALMGHTY will fall. And now RSG will need to find a way into the circle, but they need to fight against Team Secrets on the next building. At the same time, the zone will start to close in onto RSG. Will start to give them pressure. Luke will face the wrath, will face the fires of the zone.
They will. iShot in a pickle. He's getting rushed upon. I guess that's all that Team Secret possibly could get out of that skirmish. I do believe they still have a member left lying around. So they could possibly hang on. I don't think the rest of RSG have spotted him out, but the problem is he's still inside the building in the blue zone with only one first aid kit. He does have the med kit though, but that's gonna take a while for him to heal up. It's already phase 5. It's starting to hurt. Here comes Clutch Guerilla. Wait, what? Did you see that?
Whoa, flying car. Looks like the future has arrived. Whoa. And the Funky started moving. Clutch Guerilla. They want to clutch this against RSG, and RSG could go out before Matoy. RSG will be eliminated in level place, and Matoy managed to kill himself. Matoy gets one to zeros, and Matoy can secure the elimination point. Matoy will do that, and Matoy will give himself the zone, so that will be a trade. But Matoy looks like he will be burned to death. And Matoy will be the last one standing out and about 10th place for Team Secret.
Clutch Guerilla, that was impressive. They blazed a trail. They bombarded every member of RSG. Who would have thought of that situation to just go all well for Clutch in just moments time? So after that, they go on the convoy, and I think they're going to be looking for more, but Appy, they spot that rotation. Yoodo Alliance, they're currently alerted, but there's also the other Farang members that's going to be wrapping around Appy.
Well, Keith is happy. I can see him smiling from here. Yoodo Alliance is still alive, just saying. But now, oh no, there's not good news there for NC, as Geek Fam has the high ground advantage. But Guerilla managed to sneak their way into the circle. Now they will gatekeep R2K.
Oh, speaking of gatekeeping, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, Keith, but we got a situation. Appy, he's being left down to eventually get pinned off, but it's really not over and done with. This time around, honestly, very impressive performance coming out of Yoodo Alliance. 7 points gathered here in this Burma round, but R2K in this really awkward spot. They're outside of the blue zone as well, but the shot will land onto Jimmy. Adibs will be able to just watch as the rest of R2K deplete, and suddenly, within just, matters of 20 over minutes, we only have 8 more teams left alive. Kai Esports' best performance right here. Let's see what they possibly come up with.
Oh, but looks like Bart knows exactly where they are. Let's check out the circle. Look at the number of teams on the left. There's at least 3 teams on the left side, really, really close to each other. We have Geek Fam, we have Sam9, and the circle doesn't favor them, but it still favors Geek Fam, though. There's Snipes as well as Sane in the circle. That could be their marker to move in.
Indeed it will be, but look at how clustered up they are. Homeboys, they may have those numbers, but if they weren't careful, Geek Fam could possibly choke them out completely. That grenade, though, have managed to clip onto multiple units, and Rank hits the last to fall. Sprays connecting coming in from Geek Fam, and now we're into the top 5 situation.
Top 5 situation with 15 seconds on the clock before the zone starts to close in. And now Homeboys, they still have a full squad and they have the high ground advantage against Geek Fam even. Sam9's in trouble, NC's in trouble, Geek Fam playing the big boss.
Oh my. They gotta toss it right though if they really want some of these members of Sam9, but NC, they're the ones in the worst position possible. There's so much distance to cover up, while QB spots him out.
There you
Perfect
go.
pixel shot. Well, it's not going to be fair from moving from above, where Frankie doesn't really have the angles, but QB takes a leap of faith! And he will trade it out, and Geek Fam might have to lose one. Sam9 claims the point on QB.
Okay, we can talk about that later on, whether it's worth it or not, or maybe Keith can help us to analyze that situation. But now Damroot goes out. Ooh. So it's now up to Snipes as well. Sane, Snipes is a long range out to Sam9. The nade will land on top of Snipes, but not good enough to take him down just yet.
Hiding by the corner of the crease, Snipes here trying to do something. And while they're at it, Homeboys, they heard all the noise. They know what's going on. Take those 3 points as they can get. Now they're in the top 3. Homeboys with a really good chance. 4 versus 2 versus 2. Iron Pro, well, a player that I know really well, making a huge comeback after, leaving Yoodo Alliance for, a little bit of a hiatus, and now coming back strong with a huge potential of a chicken dinner.
I mean, I don't want to jinx this, but it does feel like it's Homeboy's chicken dinner to lose. I mean, I said that, the last time I said that, that team lost the chicken dinner. But let's see what's going to happen here as Snipes guts one onto Tam, and Tam will reach up. Okay, Snipes giving a happy birthday present from behind.
Oh, okay. Didn't seem all too bad, but, that's all he could possibly pull out. But Geek Fam, they walk away with at least 10 pointers on 3rd place. That's about, 20 points for themselves. Yoodo Alliance sneak their way in 1 versus 3, and now it's down to Mustache Man, Bamburu, not Keith.
Okay, I was about okay, I thought the game has ended. But, okay, this has to be Homeboy's chicken dinner. If they drop this, I'm going to grow a long hair. Yeah.
We have to wait for 2 seasons.
yeah, it's probably going to be that long. Or maybe Keith can shave off his mustache if Homebois drops the ball.
We can shave it off, paste it up.
Well, yeah, we can shave it off for him. Like,
that's also
in
going
the
to
live
take
show.
months to fill up the whole head. But don't worry. Like we'll find solutions. I'm sorry. Well,
or you can go ball, you know.
Yeah.
On live, you know. I can bring a shaver.
Someday.
Like, okay, now look at this. Bamboo doesn't even have the circle. It's 3 against 1. Come on, guys. Come on.
He's got the angles. He saw the head.
Really?
He's missing the mark though.
Okay.
But the problem is the terrain's also blocking him for his last bit if he does go full prone. But now that they know that he's at this corner, there's no need for rush. But he marked the long location. With Bar wrapping it around, he outplayed from Buru for the chicken there.
And I see Keith actually breathing a sigh of relief, like he's not gonna get his mustache shaved, at least. So, yeah, Homebois saved it. And here we have it. The boys taking home the chicken dinner. Woo!
Yes, a classic game of King of the Hills when it comes to Miramar here in this 4th match of the day. Going into our last one in just a bit, but a little bit about that match. I mean, don't hate the player, hate the game. Circle came in close, they capitalized on it. Homebois taking home their chicken dinner for the evening. Their first chicken dinner, by the way. My name is Keith, your host for today for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. And my God, was that match jam-packed, okay? That moment, Matoy jumped out of the building when being stormed by Team Hawk. I had flashbacks. Truth be told, it almost reminded me of Fredo last season when he clutched a 1v all. And, well, need I say more? Team Secret did come out on top from that engagement alone, so Team Secret definitely have their strengths here. We can see that each player can pull the clutch up. Now it's a matter of gelling things up together. Meanwhile, let's take a look what went down on the match we have. First off, actually, pause on the match. A huge announcement here, the collaboration between PUBG Mobile and Warframe, okay? That is the partnership of a lifetime, I'd call it. If you're a gamer like me, okay, you can obtain various outfits throughout the in-game events in the PUBG Mobile platform with this event. More information will be shared soon, but stay tuned on our channels because this new Royal Pass in collaboration with Warframe is available since 22nd of March onwards, which means we are already 1 day late in the announcement. You can get the latest pass right now and grind your items to be unlocked and progress for more goodies and freebies for the say. I wouldn't call it freebies because, you know, you kind of have to get the pass for yourself first. However, it's worth it. You're mixing aliens with warfare. Meanwhile, on the classic mode version 1.9, in case you didn't already know, some improvements have been made. First off, mechanic improvements. Viewpoint has been adjusted.
play zone counters will be reminded, so you will not miss the queue and get burned into the blue zone. Meanwhile, the control improvements, underwater now allows you to pick up some firearm. So you can swap firearm attachments and climb better than it was before. And you can check out more of the changes in a patch by yourself. This is just some of the things that I mentioned that could probably pique your interest because, hey, things seems a bit more better now that you can loot from the waters. We've seen how sometimes when push comes to shove, some of these teams would have to take the exit route inside the water itself, and maybe now they might not want to do so because your loot is up for the taking, which is going to help another team. How often would that happen? Probably not. Probably, I wouldn't say often, but I wouldn't say never as well. Take a look at the rankings that we have here. Homebois taking home their first ever chicken dinner, 11 kills. That seems to be the standard whenever one takes home a chicken dinner. 15 points on their end. That should propel them upwards right now. At the probably top 5 position, seeing as though this is game number, this is the first day in the week, so not much disparity has been made just yet. Meanwhile, Yoodo, Alliance 4 Rivals, the team that I voted to take the chicken dinner, came in close, but not close enough. Geek Fam QB getting the MVP. Questionable, probably so. He did make that jump down onto Sam9 gank, which Sam9, which I still couldn't fathom why would he make such a move, but hey, QB is a smart guy. I'm sure he has his reasons. 2 elimination points, 942 damage, 3.8 MVP points, 26.55 in terms of team contribution percentage, with one of the more longer shots we've seen so far, 221 meters longest elimination distance. Oh, I did remember though, although he jumped down in seemed to be in vain, he did take out a squad, which then translate into his teammates actually taking out Sam9 itself. So all in all, you would say it's worth it. You're giving up your life to get 2 teams in the bag, or probably equivalent to 1 here since it was 2 members of each. Take a look at the rankings so far. We have Bosskur still on top, not changing their position here, doing pretty consistent so far. 47 points in the bag. Dingoz coming in close at 43. EVOS VIP, despite only having 2nd place finishes, they were consistent enough to hold their placings at 41 points. TABAH and NSEA now comes in 39, Axis at 33, and Homebois, just shy off from the top 5 position. So I guess this just proves one thing, actually 2 things, that 1, I'm bad at math, and 2nd, well, 1 chicken dinner is not enough to make the cut nowadays. So it looks like they're gonna have to do more to surprise the entire party. R2K now falls on to 2nd draft, together with Sam9, Clutch Guerillas, Team Seeker, the team who has a reputation of coming in warmer towards the later stage of the game, but I don't think with this new format, the luxury is there for them any longer. KHI still maintains alongside with the Singaporean ALMGHTY, so our neighbors will be relatively okay, not the last place at the very least. And talking about last, MAB Esports just cannot get a grip, although they had a strong start in the show match, which, let's be honest, it's not the great, the best of tools to gauge performance from. But hey, if MAB Esports could secure some sort of chicken dinner in a show match, I'm sure they have at least some sort of mechanical ability at play here to be able to clutch things further on towards the road. Now, the only difference we have from this season and previous one is the luxury of time, which seems to be a crucial thing now that the country league is all with a accumulated point system, which, in case you're still blurred out about it, trust me, it took me a while to get it, but it's a good system. I'll tell you more about it soon. Let's take a look about what happened in this matchup alone. So take a look at the map where Homebois landed first over in the nearby Minas Generalis here, as the 3 of them get vehicle, makes a rotation into Los Leones, playing by the outskirts of the circle. Now we've seen another team who did this, that was Team Axis today, just playing the slow game, recognizing the position they're at, and probably having a rough idea on where the teams might rotate into based on scrim drop spot, they decided to play on the outside, just avoiding a bunch of unnecessary skirmishes up to a given point where I believe they took over the hillside, which actually gave them a lot of advantage in terms of the bird's eye view. You can see there, Homebois over in Los Leones still staying out of sight, out of might. Gatekeeping though onto the side of ALMGHTY, so they could probably blame Homebois for getting gunned down, but it's all part and partial of the game here, so all is well and fair in love and war. And as you can see, again, just playing away from the circle and out on the outside, not really hesitant to make the way in, but realizing that the circle now circles onto Power Grid and Picado, that was the high ground in which they can take advantage of. And I think that's when they made the entire rotation on the way up, because we see towards the end, they had all the advantage in the world, even holding down some of the tougher teams who are trying to break through into their sights. Take a look at this one. It was a Team Huck defending against RSG. Again, RSG is the ones who are split open, trying to take control of the map, seeing as though Team Huck does have compound and the high ground to play around with. Pushing in would probably be the worst of ideas, seeing as though there's not much of a cover right in the middle of the zone here. So their best bet is to take control by splitting up into pieces. Meanwhile, that of course, Team Huck pushes onto the side of Team Secret, which was then counter-reacted by the plays that came out from Team Secret alone. Matoy reminiscing the likes of Fredo in Season 4, taking out nearly the entire squad with the help of eye shots in his arsenal. And this is where things got a bit iffy, to say the least here, as Geek fam still alive and well. This was where Homebois actually tossed on nades onto Kai Esports, which was crucial in keeping their positions, right? Because by them, you have two members of Homebois down in the southern side having perched up view against Kai Esports, allowing Iron Pro and Trix to push on forward. They tossed the rain of grenades, take Kai Esports out from the high ground, immediately occupying that space, giving them the advantage of the high grounds. Like I said, it's king of the hills when it comes to Miramar. This was where Geek Fan had to deal with both teams, Sem9 and TABAH NC, which, by the way, pulled out their very questionable play when QB jumped down to secure a kill. But all in all, when the smoke is clear and the ashes die down, Geek Fan got the kill onto both these teams in exchange of theirs. So would you say that's a trade-off I would take? Any day. It was 2 members of Geek Fam. For 4 members? Sure. Even a rookie in math, and I just mentioned I'm bad at math, could see a plus side in that one. So congratulations, Geek Fam. It's a big brainer of a play. Again, it is QB. I do not expect anything less. But yes, that is how Homebois secured their winner chicken dinner, their first one ever, and hopefully more to come here. Play it smart. Take over high grounds, whatever advantage you can get. This is Battle Royale. It's kill or be kill in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. My name is Keith. We're going to take a quick break before we get into our last match of the day over in Erangel. So for that, I'll see you in just about a bit.
Realize. GG RSG.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dared to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
Going on, it is a hyped up event that is called the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. You're joining me yet again. It's my name, Keith. In case you haven't learned it so far, being teased by your fellow casters, calling me the mustache man or the next Mr. Potato per se. I'll take it, man. I take pride in these facial hairs and I'm gonna keep them there and keep them going. So far, talent predictions, I have been wrong many a times. Got close with Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals as they got second in a previous match. But I don't think a Thunder would strike the same place twice. I believe the term was lightning. Since Thunder is sound, lightning is like, yeah, no need to get all scientific on me. But you get the gist. Lightning doesn't strike the same place twice, and I don't think Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals might get the close chicken dinner win which they did in a previous game. So I would have to rethink my strategy and rethink who I feel, which team do I feel is coming in strong in this game, in this day number 1 and the final game of the day. Which team is on the hot seat, which team is on fire, and that will be, I'll think about it before we go on. Meanwhile, it is also PUBG Mobile's 4th year anniversary. Go wish them a happy birthday on their socials right now. This is what you gotta do. Okay, we're gonna riot this whole thing. We're gonna orchestrate this movement. Go onto PUBG Mobile on Facebook, get onto the send message, spam them a chat, 10 messages each person. Tell you Keith sent me to do this, right? Use my name. I've got no fear. This is my riot. I'm gonna cheer them on, as annoying as it can be. Get their social person moderators to start deleting some of those happy anniversary messages, right? Because it's a good problem to have. So, getting into our last game of the day, we have Erangel now coming up soon. It is by far the most balanced map out of the 3, according to most professional individuals and players, and even a casting desk at hand. So, will that really be an even battlefield to play on? Or is it really going to stand true to its name and be an unknown battlefield, seeing as though that these circles can be random? And many a times now we've seen at least 2 circles going towards the coastal side of each map, and we might even see many more like it. It all boils down to this last game of the day, and of course, whoever ends up on top today, they are setting themselves up for a more comfortable approach coming in tomorrow and the day after, because after all, every game counts in this brand new format. Let's take a look at the most damage dished out so far here in the previous match. QB coming in hot with 942 damage coming up from his side. I guess he really wanted that 1K mark. That's why he made the leap downwards to secure onto some members of a NC and, well, get snipes to finish up the rest of Sem9 gang. I mean, just Sem9. They don't go by gang anymore. Mind my words. Now, we're getting into the 5th match of the day here. Back at it at Erangel. A, B, C, and D are the groups that will be playing. That means Group E, we will bid them farewell. That is Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, Team Huck, TABAH NC, and everyone's favorite team coming into the tournament, KHI Esports. Favorite in a very infamous way, but still is a talk of the town nonetheless, right? There's no such thing as bad marketing. So,
Erangel is the one to look out for to close the day strong and maybe come in the next day in a more comfortable pace. That will be happening in just about a bit. And if you're wondering who is Mr. Potato, Mr. Mustache Man is going to predict next to potentially win, which usually end up the total opposite. Well, I will tell you in just about a bit. Okay, truth be told, I haven't decided just yet. It's a click of a button. I have to click a button and then, okay, you know what? I'll just reveal it. Why am I hiding it to you? Okay, my talent prediction is... There you go, EVOS VIP, yes! The one thing I've learned from my own mistakes throughout the entire day is to never go against the casters, right? Caster says EVOS VIP was gonna win a chicken dinner. They came close twice, and so to spoil the game, I decided to vote whatever they vote on to maybe get an adverse and inverse effect towards it. So we're all walking away with a sad faces. Well, call me a bringer or doom bringer of bad news. Well, I'll take it. They make fun of my mustache. I'm gonna be on their team now. Alright. Anyways, without further ado, no more dilly-dally. Gonna pass you over to your unreliable pilots who caused a detour in a previous game. Well, you know who am I talking about? It's ContraCast and SirCloud flying the plane, guys. Take it away.
It is definitely Contra's problem. Yep, he was the captain. I was just the steward.
You're my co-pilot. How could you do this to me? But
no, I was serving drinks behind. What are you talking about?
That said, I may be a bad pilot. I've never fly a plane before, but you know, I have a bad feeling about this because you know, like somebody stole our homework like just moments ago, like, and claim it as it's his. Like he wants pride and glory. Like finally, I got this right. But it's either that or he's about to jinx us because he voted for EVOS VIP like after how many rounds? Like I guess that's a fair game. You know, like currently sitting at number 3, they did not play match 4. I think there's a really good chance here, looking at the current standings, so long as EVOS VIP can actually push for it. Like, Yoodo Lions did pretty well. I guess that was Keith's, like, what, 99% of his luck use.
I know, right?
Yeah.
That's, like, all gone.
Yeah.
There you go.
Came
But
close.
but then again, we did talk about, like, Dingoz as well. Like, they are proving to be a fairly strong team this season so far, and to be honest, it surprises me, considering that as a Yoodo Alliance in the past season wasn't really their best season, and at this time they had new additions, so unproven as well in the Pro League, but fairly well so far, and they, together with EVOS VIP, currently challenging for the top spot.
Yeah, and there's so many surprises, right, heading into this, and guess what? We're in for more as we head to our final match of day 1 in the PMPL MYSGPH. Now, back to the point, right, that we were mentioning. Like, there's so many things that were brought to play here in day 1. Now that we're going to the final game, I guess, like, I'm pleasantly surprised, well, more than not. And also, another surprise to me is that you see a few of all these giant teams, titans, like Team Secret, Sem9, and you can also release Yoodo Lions as well on that list. They're currently in the middle of the pack. Like, is it something that you think that would possibly be, you know, a running team throughout the season? Because I feel like there's a lot of determination shown by all these teams that are so hungry for the win.
Well, it's still very early to tell. I mean, we're still into day 1, and even that, we're not done with day 1 yet. But if you ask me, I'm all up for new teams to rise up. Like, I like to see that, new teams to rise up. Including, hey, like, if ALMGHTY could rise up, if KHI could rise up, why not? Like, something out of the norm, like something that you don't see all the time, and it will be refreshing if that happens.
Yeah, and I think what's the best way to possibly look for one of the biggest win factor is to play this circle out. So we've got 50%, I can't call it 50% water, probably 35, 40, right? And it's skewing teams to choose. Either you stay on the mainland or go to the island. Most often than not, when it comes down to this case, teams will start to quickly pick up whatever weaponry is possible and start to get to the island so that they can stop anyone on track. If they do assassinate other opponents out there, you regenerate your loot and you prepare for another fight. But it's such a tough decision to make when it comes down to island circles, which, you know, every season we get super excited for. But on day one, this is troublesome for all 16 teams.
Yeah, and this kind of circle, it's not like, okay, it's not even 70% that is going to go to military base. There's still a possibility that it may end up in the main peninsula. So what do you do as players? Like, this is the hardest decision to make. So I guess best practice is that you play somewhere in between. Like you try to hug the coastline. If you happen to drop on the main peninsula, you try to hug the coastline. If you're already in military base, well, you kind of stay there and then you see what happens. So it's going to be a tough decision for this team to understand. If anyone does the same thing, then you're going to see a big early warfare.
I love that goose chase, that drive-by that we were trying to attempt. And I take a look at Psycho. Maybe he's got some good weapons. No, it's probably just what's a pistol again? Well, I gotta get to my list.
It's a pistol.
Oh, right,
no?
right,
Okay.
right. Yeah, let's just
I
call it
try.
that. So, thank goodness, no casualties right there. So we get to banter a little bit more, right?
Right.
So, of all teams, yes, you did mention today maybe a really rocky start for a team like ALMGHTY. MAB started with a chicken dinner only in the show match, so none of the points counted. As I'm looking at the list, they only had 2 corners right now. And another team that I did not really expect to be, you know, on the bottom 4 would be RSG. They only have 7 points thus far.
Oh yeah! But you know what? RSG feels the lineup that I was so surprised. But okay, let's hang that thought for a second. We'll talk about it later. Drag seems to be in trouble, and Sam9 changed their drop spot straight into Novo. And Novo has ALMGHTY. Okay, this is very interesting. So Team Hawk is not playing this round. Team Hawk is the original user of Novo. ALMGHTY originally drops in Severny, and Sam9 drops around the areas of Mansion. So both of these teams didn't expect to meet each other in Novo. It's a good strat to go there, considering this circle, but yep, if there's someone there, you gotta fight.
That's true. Pick up whatever's necessary. And to correct me if I'm wrong, I saw a glimpse of Sam9. Is this the first game that Grax is playing for today? Or
Oh
has
yeah!
he? Because I've noticed that the past few rounds, we haven't seen him, and unfortunately, he might not get that much airtime. He's getting knocked out. ALMGHTY definitely performing much better as we progress into our 5th round today. First blood will be acquired by Ares of ALMGHTY.
It's a shame for Drax though. I mean, it's his debut and it didn't last more than 5 minutes into the game. I mean, it happens.
Well, sometimes, you know, royalty fees or whatever you want to call it, right? Like appearance fees.
He's pretty expensive.
Expensive. Yeah. So it's like, I gotta charge overtime, but no, they don't allow me. Okay, time to get out. Okay, jokes aside, right? Like, Drax, amazing player.
Yep.
I think he's one of the players with some of the highest awards that's hailing from Malaysia. Throughout his years of playing PUBG Mobile, he's gone to global championships. He's been to even the PEC before, or you call it PL, which I gotta really fact check on myself on that, but yeah, generally you get the gist of it. So he's also have the title of being crowned as a Southeast Asian champion back in Yoodo Gang.
And the Terminator as well.
Yes, and he was the best player during that time. So I really do wonder, like, the decision making of Sam9 in, you know, the very first day. Usually teams would just want to come in, start off strong, but judging for the way that they've been playing, it hasn't been on the performance that we've expected of. Not to say it's the worst, but definitely not the best.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not the 7-9 that 7-9 fans would expect at least. Now, the thing about 7-9 is that, yes, they have Stone as an addition. Now, in my opinion, Stone feels like a duplicate of their current members, a duplicate of Drax, a duplicate of Deb, yeah, and Bravo. Manparang is the only unique guy when it comes to skill set. So, I feel that I kind of question why is Stone in the team. Now, not to say that Stone is a bad player, he's a good player, but he brings the same skill set as everyone else, which is if you rotate any of these players, you kind of get the same skill set. So if you want to be versatile and you want to switch things around, I feel that there's a limitation with 7-9 that you can't because everyone's playing in the same style except for Manpower.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for the team, and I guess that you definitely strike a good note there where you pointed out that, hey, when you add in Stone, what does he really bring to the team?
Yeah.
Because they have high firepower already, and you've got leadership skill coming from Manparang. And to me, Stone is a player which basically still leaves me with question mark. What's his specialization when it comes down to his particular role? Because I don't think it's defined as of yet, and which is why he's getting a little bit more game time than Drax, because this is where like you want to push this player to not only his limit but to his best of capability, so that whenever you need him the most and when you need to draw that change, it's still going to benefit the team. So it's a risk that teams could still make, especially when you're just starting off the league with only the first day. So there's still plenty more games to go, right? But to go about it, I guess like whatever knowledge that they have to funnel into Stone, who's started off as a streamer, I guess like there's a lot to adapt to. Schedules of scrims, schedules of whatever else that's lying for 7-9.
That's where I hope that 7-9 doesn't leave every stone unturned to discover his capability. But yeah, you're right. I mean, a lot of these players, I mean, not only Stone, right? Like a lot of these players, we do know that they have multiple lives. They run a streamer live, and that takes a lot of their time. Like, okay, we can't think about it. 7-9. So Manparang does it. Drax does it. Who else? Bravo does it. That's majority of the team.
Yeah.
Only Deb is like, okay, maybe he...
Putra does it time to time too,
Yeah,
I
Putra
do
does
believe.
it time to time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Putra is committed as well, if I'm not mistaken. Only Deb is not, as far as I know. So
well,
that leaves the entire team kind of busy.
You know, like last season or the season before, do let me know which season it is. The moment where he threw that magical pan to get that chicken dinner.
Oh, it was just last season.
Last season,
yeah,
right?
we casted together.
Yeah.
How could you forget our moment together?
Oh my.
You're still going home alone.
I remember we casted it together. I just don't remember like how long ago was it, because it's such a legendary chicken dinner that it got the world talking. Imagine if Deb started doing live streams. Like, this guy could be, you know, the next biggest star. I mean, he's already a star right now. Like,
no, he's a guy. He's not a star. Just saying. But yeah, I get your point.
Yeah. Well, we all are living on, well, technically a star.
Wait a second. Is Earth a star?
Well,
or is
it's a planet. Oh,
okay.
Well, look at the feed though.
All right, that's a good topic changer, but okay. Thanks. I know it's now exam periods for some students. I guess we're definitely not going to pass our exams.
Okay. So, just to go deeper into it. Oh, by the way, mainland, like you called it.
Circle went deeper into the mainland.
Okay, so we do see the circle. Planets do look like a circle from our bird's eye view. So, planets, are they made of a dead star?
What?
Or, well, that's where we are gonna go deeper into galactic stuff and you know, there's so many things to talk about. So, yeah, Sun, probably the biggest story that we have. That's closest to us.
Okay, yeah, that's a fact. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Now, my next question is
Okay.
Pluto a planet?
Yes.
But it's no longer in the list of planets.
Wait, what? What? Really?
Yeah, it was. I think like this is a debate that a lot of people have. So they counted Pluto as a dead star.
Right. Okay. So, what does that mean? Like, does that?
That's for us to figure it out. Anyways, back to game. Sorry,
Okay, I
gentlemen
am
and ladies.
so confused. But okay.
So am I.
No, I'm not confused. I'm so mind blown by that fact. I'll need to read up on it the moment I go back. But speaking about reading, looks like some of the teams on the southern side. So let's see. Dingoz didn't originally drop into military base. That's one. And I think R2K as well. So they didn't read the circle correctly. And yeah.
Indeed.
They need to now find a way to go back up.
I guess they're not the only ones. We saw a few more teams in the island who basically hope to get a lot of things done. Where, you know, I guess Line is one of those teams that tried and they lost members out there.
Yeah.
Pop Pursuit, like they lost 2 members out there. Very costly turn of events, especially now that you have to turn back out. You can be clipped from any sort of angle, and I'm even more interested at how the circle will end up because it's bringing it back to the hills above the patrol station, which is on the western side of the bridge, and it could also go deeper into another section. Power is getting burned out.
Ooh.
Long day ahead for Sam9, and it's not looking any good at all. While we have EVOS VIP getting a little bit challenged, or were they the ones who challenged the rest of Clutch Guerilla?
Well, it does look like they are in the circle, so they can take their time just putting out some warning shots onto Clutch Guerilla. I don't think there'll be big moves just yet, considering that they need to consider where the next circle will be at. So I guess it's going to be a wait and see. But for GENEXUS, let's see what will happen as Biu is close by with Homebois just trailing behind him. But Biu being all alone, don't think he'll make any of those big moves.
Yeah, speaking of big moves, you know, like, oh, let's talk about transfer of the season. Okay, so for Homebois, definitely Iron Pro is one of the best additions that they could possibly add.
Hang on a second. Iron Pro was originally in Homebois.
Well,
right?
Before that, he was in 4 Rivals, right? Before they got turned into Yoodo.
Oh yeah, he was with Dingoz MPX.
Dingoz MPX,
Yeah,
yes.
there you go.
And then after that, like, he had certain disagreements and he didn't end up in the team. And transfer windows were closed off. And he ended up not playing a season. And I would still consider it to be a new transfer. Yes, he did get picked up by Daddyhood. And speaking of Daddyhood, we also have to talk about solos as well as, you know, Bosskur, who's picking up fights.
Oh, you're jumping to a lot of people, but okay.
Yeah. It's a big family, right?
Yeah, it's a big family there. Yeah, I'm not too used to it. I mean, I only have 3 other siblings. But yeah, here we go.
3's a good number. I mean, it's big enough.
Trees are good for oxygen. But here we have it. So we have Homebois with Bard as well as Tam. So it's only the 2 of them. Wait a second. Where did the other 2 members go? Did Iron Pro survive?
Can't really recall. I do believe he's still around, but Razor, he does get a knock onto Geek while Almighty punishes Insomnus as he's being off of position as compared to the rest of EVOS VIP. They're trying to gatekeep, but they are on the low ground, and it's a plain open field. Well, speaking of which, that also allows a little bit of spacing for Sam to try to pick someone off. It's a little bit of a tough angle to work with because he's hitting onto window panes instead.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just pixel shots, so it's kind of hard to hit those pixel through the window. Sometimes it, you know, you guys know how it works. So now, now the point is that Sam is the last man standing for EVOS. Yeah, to play extremely safely and passively. But we move over to Farang Legends. redONE will be gunned down by Tam from Homebois.
Wow, that's a really quick work that they had right there. Leo, though, coming with a good spray transition, gets some damage done onto Homebois, who's currently rotating. Well, there's got the jumper, making his name known over on the feed as he takes Funky down. Still gonna be alive. Maki trades back. Secret's gonna be in a little bit of a pickle there, but it's gonna be Axis redONE who will have a full clash against Clutch Guerilla. But it's gonna be EVOS VIP. First about out.
I have to blame Key for this.
I was about to say that.
That's the caster. No, that's not the caster's curse. That's the host/analyst curse there.
Well, that's a whole new level.
Yeah, if the manager or the coach is
he shouldn't be allowed to predict anymore.
Yeah, he's bad for predicting. If he picks that team's name, like that team will like no, just no. Keith, no, you're banned from picking whatever the team name is.
Well, oh well. I guess there's that. Well, you gotta look for more options, my friend. Yeah. Stop spoiling our predictions. But then again, it's on us too. We voted it from the start.
Wow, now it's we? Hang on a second.
I don't know. Maybe it's a shirt. It's a culmination of effort. Anyways, back to game because we're gonna see a lot more fights. 44 players here. Maki is gonna go down. Might go for 43 players instead. If Echo does land some 6 shots from this place that he's coming from, but they're all running into position. And it's not looking to be all too clear-cut. They have Team Secret on the other side, and maybe still keeping an eye close while we have the circle here moving into the open plains of the Gatka area. Yes, you may not see the word Gatka, but it's just on the far eastern side.
But what will be the position of the circle? Looks like it's going to be Geek Fam having the blessing of the circle. Team Secret not too far away, but Sem9, Deb now playing just by the edge of the blue zone. He'll be pressured by it. Needs to force his way through, but Axis is waiting for him just right in front.
And just looking at the map, I really like what RSG is doing because they're cutting in from the northeastern end. Whoa!
Wait.
He shot it so far, we don't even see mile or male. Maybe it went to the junk.
Wow. I like that pun. But anyway, here we have it. Axis redONE going against MAB, and MAB has been that day though, and they're starting to lose members. Calamity seems to be the last man standing, and now it's going to be up to Calamity if we can clutch the entire Axis redONE, but it's going to be tough here. Calamity, the last man standing for MAB, but he has backup in the form of Dingoz Esports.
This is a brutal fight between multiple teams, with Team Secret being a little bit more passive. Calamity have to reposition though. They're going to leave this one out for Axis to clean up the rest of the spoils. Well, Dingoz, they don't really seem to have much more firepower to offer, but take a look at that though. He doesn't really have HP, but he's going for it! Oh, he misses a shot onto Haynoob, and that will be refragged by Axis redONE, surviving and still having to hold on.
And Micah has 7 elimination points just for himself. That's kind of insane. Okay, let's see how much more can he get. And now we have RSG playing by the edge of the circle. A lot of open space here, and this is an area that nobody likes to play. There's not much cover. You have to depend on your vehicle, and that's it. Your vehicle is your only shield when it comes to this kind of circle.
Yeah, and this is what you really have to play to your strength. If you don't really have any more of that cover room, just use something as a barricade. A little bit of trading being done. Snipes got the AUG with 4 times, not something that we see every day, but here comes Axis. They crash land onto Repo, and that's all that they needed to get more points, but that also costed the lives of the rest of Axis.
Well, Axis redONE, they had to go for it. They didn't have the circle. Zone is closing in, so they just needed to do what they needed to do, but this time, MAB Esports, better position for them, 8th place with 1 elimination point, at least something for them to take home.
Yeah, just love Luyu on that most in the gun. Now, Luyu's got trouble, where we got members of RG pushing right in. Brian's gonna lead the charge. Oh, pixel, perfect. Climbs up top of the rock and, well, leave no stone unturned once more.
Wow, ALMGHTY gets the circle. Okay, could this be the chicken dinner for Singapore? Looking forward to see that. Damn cutie being taken out by Brian with a long range shot. That's a good shot that coming from Brian, but 30 more seconds on the clock. RSG needs to move as well. Two of their team members on the outside. And Team Secret gate capped by Geek fam.
Team Secret makes their way inwards while they still have 3 players to hang on to. They're not too far from the circle, but there's a lot of attention being drawn in. Kim's gonna end up getting a good shot onto Virgil. So, ALMGHTY, although they are in a really good position, they really have to hold it well enough, especially on plain open fields like this. You can't expose yourself all too much. Rex, next one to go down, challenging the rest of SMG. He's only by the smoke as they go in, randomly spraying Attic Boy, who's been doing such a good work throughout his debut here in this season. He's gonna find more against RSG.
Oh, RSG just in front of him. Jenny super low. Brian will take down Jenny. And now SMG, they're falling apart. But RSG, they need to pick up Rex at the same time. They're playing by the outside the circle. And now Attic is still alive together with Damn Cutie. They're not done yet though. They still want to fight. And the nade will be tossed onto the side of Damn Cutie. Damn Cutie will be gunned down by Damn Room from afar.
RSG, they're in a really tough position as they challenge the rest of SMG. Well, I guess that's a GG. Well, we put them right off of the map. We have Geek fam getting 5 frags on the other side of the map as well. Now, Team Secret, they're all relying on smokes. Everybody's just hugging by the edge. Nobody's in the direct center. And it could still be anyone's game. RSG with the numbers advantage, but they're slowly running low on stocks.
At the same time, ALMGHTY, they don't know that it's Yoodo. It's just behind them. It's Yoodo, of course, the last member for Dingoz Esports. He will play this quietly. He will wait to get as high as possible when it comes to placement points. And it's Yoodo may be forced to move at some point, but not just yet. As the zone starts to close in, all players, all teams start to move in, playing by the edge of the circle.
So we take a look at this top 5 scenario. It's all about pickoffs that matters here. And if we go into the late game, I will suspect that, you know, people will be crawling all over.
This will be a nice one.
Pretty good. Drops over on Brian. Only takes him down to 60%. But Kiddo, my word! Sharpshooting, but Rex is here to trade right back. Ex-player of Team Secret. And I want to see these 2 teams to get all out. Kid's going to be able to hit one more member out inside of Geek Fab, while they will have to hide behind that vehicle that's left out there. Farang gets tagged as well. Is down to iShot as well as Kid. Can iShot go in for the sink?
Oh, and look at this. The circle actually favors RSG. Okay, looking good for them so far. This is going to be big. Nasty, we need to pick up Jerome. 25 more seconds on the clock. Should be enough time for him. But they need to consider how they need to move into the circle. Jerome will be taken out by Kim. So it's now down to the last team member, Nasty from ALMGHTY, to do it for Singapore.
Luke goes in for another one. They have so many nades to expend. I do think that the likelihood of RSG walking away with a big win is gonna be here. While I just hope that, you know, they could possibly last long into this current corner because they got some trees. They got a lot of camouflage that they could possibly work with, but look who's near. Geek fam. They're still not exposing themselves. And you still have Team Secret to deal with. Yes, they may not have the biggest of numbers, but you do not underestimate Team Secret, especially in the late game.
Oh, you cannot understand. Okay, if you can't think about it, right? The last 4 teams, 3 of them have been champions. So this is a big moment for all of these teams. ALMGHTY, of course, coming in between. Saint will be taken out by Rex with the toss of a nade. And that will be a grenade elimination by Rex. And Fredo will be taken out by Rex as well. Double elimination there for Rex.
My, oh my. It's a little bit of throwback here. Rex used to be a Team Secret, but he's the one taking them all down. It's only a member left. What can Kid do when Rex comes for you?
And there you have it, Rex putting it back to his old teammates from Team Secret, and RSG will secure the final chicken dinner for today.
And this is definitely a huge news, and we will definitely like to take a look at the highlights once again, as this is the conclusion of the final match.
Now, if you were to have my opinion, I would tell you there has got to be no better way than to end the day with this sort of finish. Champions, former champions of the league going square on against each other. It was Team Secret up against RSG, and my God, RSG, Rax came in strong as the former member of Team Secret to serve that platter real cold. That is what they say. Revenge is best served in a dish served cold. My name is Keith. Welcome down to the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. And that was the final match of the day. And my God, we could not ask for a better ending. Going off with a bang here in day number 1. But of course, don't discount it just yet. We have an interview with some of the players later on. And also, wouldn't you like to find out how RSG got themselves this winner chicken dinner? And a record-breaking 15 eliminations on top of that. Before RSG came in big time, the gold standards was 11 and 12 and a chicken dinner. They came in, takes the chicken with a lot of bloodshed. So this team definitely already setting records strong here in the PMPL MYSGPH for the rest of them to follow. And thankfully for them, because this new format is gonna make sure all their efforts does not go on to waste. We've got more on that one in just about a bit, but of course, in case you forgot already, this is PUBG Mobile's 4th year anniversary. Do go over to their platform and wish them a very happy birthday and thank them for the game, because if it's not for them and the people on top, and that by that I meant PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios for making this happen and accessible in your mobile phones, we wouldn't be here this very day. So it's given us a lot, and it's going to continue to give us more. All they're asking you to do is to go over their page, hit the like, follow, and wish them a happy birthday. Now, a lot to talk about in that matchup alone. So many old-time rivalry. Singapore came in close. Almighty nearly had a shot at a chicken dinner. Unfortunately, was not close enough as they got cucked in their journey towards a chicken dinner. KHI, unfortunately, our Filipino neighbor, did not get a chance to play in this last match as their group will be sitting out. Now, let's take a look at the rankings so far in this match alone. As you can see, 17 elimination. Correct my record. It's now been set 2 stones above with 17 kills and a chicken dinner. That is the gold standards for now. That should propel them somewhere close up nearby the top 5 position. I could be wrong again. Must reinstate that my math isn't the best thing in this room.
So Team Secret coming in second, 6 elimination, decent with the 12 points onto their name, 18 total points from this match alone. Geek Fam coming in third, consistent performance, I'd say, coming out from Geek Fam so far. ALMGHTY came in shocker. They're the team in the second half of the draft right now, and this could very well be the one step forward into bringing them up back into the first. Let's take a look at the MVP. Snipes from Geek Fam takes it home with 3 eliminations, 903 damage, 3.6 MVP points, and nearly 40% of the team contribution on this guy's back. He is carrying the squad. 138 meters longest elimination distance. That is your boy Geek Snipes. He has Snipes in the name, and it's not just for show, as they will secure himself a decent amount of distance, or a decent amount of kill shot from the distance is at. So yeah, Snipes, need I say more? He is Geek Fam, the former champion of the PMPL League previously in Season 4. So yeah, I think that I cannot hype this guy anymore further than he already is. Meanwhile though, Axis Micah, this guy has got the most damage right now. We know him to be the war machine, Axis Micah, with 925 damage dished out in this single match alone. Second only to none is Geek Snipes with 903, and RSG Rex, despite his efforts, was not the Terminator, but still dishing enough to make it onto this top 3. 865 points in damage dished out by your boy Rex against the likes of Team Secret. So meanwhile though, he does take some sort of award up in number 1 here in the most throwables used. That's where most of the damage comes from, most probably. 32 throwables. That is double this guy who comes in second here with Snipes. It only comes in with 14, which is less than half of what Rex has got to offer here. And Brian, his ally, coming in at 13. It seems like RSG alone has thrown almost 50 throwables in their lifespan in this single match. All the grenades on their hands, all the smokes, they got them. Take a look at our weekly ranking so far. Dingoz still holding number 1. That is very impressive of them, and they are a team who has yet to taste themselves a chicken dinner. So they've been doing all this just by the sheer firepower that they held within their badge. We all know Dingoz to be the wild dogs who goes around and hunt people down, and they're doing exactly that right now with 21 elimination points on their name. Bosskur with 20, however, they do have a chicken dinner and some decent performance, so they will be in second place at 47. Meanwhile, My Eyes is down in the second draft here, as ALMGHTY now goes up onto 16th spot from the previously 19 and 18, roughly can tell, but here they are. They're slowly making the climb onto the first draft. This is one step in the right direction. They have hit the 18 points. Still got a long way to go, but thankfully for them, there's still a lot more days of competitive plays here in week number 1. So that is very, very possible. Hoping to see some of these teams make a comeback. Hoping to see Kai or KHI Esports show up and display the prowess that they claim to have within the scene here, and actually pull a win for Philippines. Meanwhile, the top 3 eliminators so far, Axis, again, this guy needs no introduction. Axis has been known to be the ruthless killer, and here he is with Micah. Previously side by side with Voki, but now he stands alone and he's doing just fine. 13 eliminations on his name. I know, okay, with that clutch play, carrying Team Bosskur on his back and his mullet. 10 kills on his name, and tied to that, it is Geek Fam's favorite Damn Rude, who has been Terminator many a times now in the previous season, again stepping up here with 10 kills of his own. The race for the MVP title continues, with day 1 concluding at RSG Kim, looking like the for sure MVP winner here at 5 elimination points, over 2,000 damage, and an 80-minute survival time with a 1.9 MVP points. And Ainaoki, of course, again with the clutch he played, 1.7, and Damrude Like I mentioned before, this guy has been terminated many a times. And, well, Geek snipes. 1.7 MVP points, and Axis Micah, we all know and love. Here he is. Race for the MVP. You've got 2 representation from Geek Fam, 1 from RSG, 1 from Axis, 1 from Team Bosskur. The names have been said, the emblems have been shown. However, the fans are still hoping for some of these other teams who are, well, legends, to say the least, within the scene, to finally show up and step up big time, because we know for sure, for a fact, based on historical evidence, Team Secret, Sam9, legendary, represented internationally numerous times. However, they do have also a reputation of shifting into gears a little slower than the rest of them. So, will this new format be a detriment to them? We'll find out soon enough. Let's take a look at what happened in the match alone. This is how RSG secured themselves their chicken dinner. Starting things off over at Milta. That's the landing point. Knowingly, they have access towards the bridge, access towards Sosnovka military base. As they know by now, understanding the teams they're playing with, Axis would reside over down in the bottom. Making that rotation, having the circle confirm their position within it. They need not to move too far out. Decided to find a compound right by farm and wait out this entire circle as the other teams would rotate most possibly towards the closer end to it. Now, take a look at that circle. As I mentioned before, understanding your opponents, and RSG knows that within Sosnovka itself house numerous different teams. You've got Axis, you've got Dingoz, you've got Almighty, you've got Homebois, you've got R2K, and also Sam9 in Sosnovka alone. So, understanding the dynamics of the team and the decisions they would make, they choose instead to stay on the island side and wait for the next circle to close in and eventually play the slow game, rotating from the outside in. And take a look at this one, Clutch Guerilla. Holding compound while on the outside, it was EVOS VIP. They did have Sam Z already scouting the area here before they make a push on forward. However, the info was there, a little bit too split of forward apart though. Meanwhile, Axis taking this household here, whereas Dingoz had the hard time of trying to push on forward, and in fact they are sandwiched between the likes of Almighty and also Axis. So that was a tough thing to get out from. However, when they did decide to push, Axis move on forward, goes onto the high ground here, recognizing it is a hill that can be used as vantage point, and start shooting from there. Meanwhile, this was a Hail Mary play here as the circle closes. Almighty looking like they had all the chance in the world to secure one for Singapore, being on the south and east side where things are not too crowded, and they only had to pay attention towards Dingoz, who was within the area here. Team Secret, on the other hand, had an uphill battle. Geek Fam amidst them, and eventually it all dwindled down against RSG, who successfully wiped the floor clean against all these other teams with sure mechanical play. If you were to go down in records and in maps that were played today, you would agree that this was the fairest game that they could ever play on. Having that circle close into an open field like that, there was not many vantage points, there was not many compounds to play around with, there was neither even a hill to play your advantage on. So it was a flatlands with minimal obstacles like hay bales to hide behind. It really went down to the teeth here, and every single mistake was punished. And it goes down to the number of utilities you have, which RSG, as we mentioned, had 45 throwables used in this match alone. So when it comes down to barren land, it all goes down to how much utilities you have in your supplies to then deploy smokes for covers, to then go into offense from a safe distance through the tossing of nades. And RSG, they came out on top, clutching it. And this time around, it wasn't even a clutch, let's be honest. 15 elimination, that's almost like that's a bloodbath. Like 15 eliminations, that's an entire kill. They were just going savage towards it. So we've got an interview happening later on. Just not yet. We're trying to get him onto the line, but in the meantime, I will pass it on to the interviewing screen while we wait as we dial onto this player's channel and get a few words from him. Let's just shift into it. Hello and good evening, Ricky from Dingoz. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay, I'm gonna start off with an easy question here, okay? And it's about your success so far. Dingoz, 0 chicken dinner, but at the numbers 2 spot. How are you feeling? What's your game plan going into day number 1?
We just play our game and have fun.
Is there a strategy behind your game?
It's secret, by the way.
Okay, fine. Sure enough, he doesn't want to share the success recipe behind why Dingoz is so scary right now. Looking at the league, you guys are going in strong with firepower. Is there a team in the league that you are afraid of to take battles against?
I'm scared to Team R2K.
Team R2K. Is there a reason why?
Yes. Because their firepower, I can't say anything. I don't know how to explain.
Okay. So R2K, firepower, crazy, just like you guys. Is that fair to say? Fine enough, all right?
Yeah.
So obviously, if you're going in strong with a strong firepower, hey, okay, you've got a cat. Is that your lucky charm?
Yes, his name is Polo. Bye-bye.
Okay, so Polo has bid farewell. You know what? I don't want to keep you any longer. You want to play with your cats, clearly. I'll have one more question for you. And it's not really a question. I want to give you the space. If you have a message to say to people or to tell the other teams who hasn't gotten a chicken dinner, what would you tell them?
To our fans and to our haters, I think you can keep support us and give some positive vibe to us, and we want to prove it to you guys.
All right, Dingoz, that is Ricky from Dingoz. Thank you so much, Ricky. Good luck further in the PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
All right, bye.
All right, that was some wise words coming out from Dingoz. Although keeping a lot of secrets to himself, arguably, understandably so, right? If you're doing so well within the league, surely you don't want to spill your recipe. Otherwise, everyone would know how to cut you off in a process here. But we did get one info, and that is the kryptonite for Dingoz is R2K. So will R2K and Dingoz be at a rivalry forever? Or will we ever see R2K deciding to clash onto this drop spot of Dingoz to stop them in the process? That all boils down to the remaining days that we have to play. And fortunately for you, that days is a long time to come, all right? That was the last game for the day, but remember, we have 5 games to play in the competitive week, and that leaves us with 4 more for week number 1. And we still have week 2, week 3, and obviously the country finals to look out for. So, without further ado, I think this is one way to end the night. I will just bid you farewell. And my name is Keith. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. I will see you tomorrow for another competitive day for these teams to try and rake points and come out on top. Until then, I'm gonna bid you good night.